Green. Greens go. Just the left button. Yep. Attention in the barns, 5 minutes till showtime. We need Class 1 and 2 Angus bulls to the makeup ring. Class 1 and 2 Red Angus heifers to the makeup ring.
Mic test. Test. Keep testing. Good morning, everyone. Everyone having a good day? Keep going. Keep.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's 8 a.m., and as always in Freedom Hall, we get started each morning with our national anthem. Special treat this morning, Angus breeder, former National Junior Angus board member, Daniel McFarland is here from Keithville, Louisiana, and he'll be singing our national anthem. So please stand, remove your headgear. The flag is over the announcer's stand.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Daniel. Great job. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Tuesday morning shows here at the North American International Livestock Exposition. Getting started this morning at our 8 a.m. shows on the east side of Freedom Hall. Your exhibitors will be your left as you come down the ramp with our National Roll of Victory Angus Show. Over on the west side of Freedom Hall, your exhibitors on your right as you come down the ramp with the Regional Red Angus Show. So we need Class 1 Angus bulls into the ring, Class 1 Red Angus heifers into the ring. Over on our Angus Show, our judges today are Chan and Keith Phillips from Maysville, Kentucky. Chan and Keith and their families own and operate Rockin' P Livestock. The Phillips family runs approximately 350 head of Simmental and Sim Angus cattle. They also run a satellite herd for Circle M Farms, where Chan also serves as a herd consultant. So these two gentlemen definitely no stranger here to Freedom Hall, and it's indeed a pleasure to have them evaluate our Angus Show today. Go ahead, Chan.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First off, I'd like to say it's a real honor and a privilege for Keith and I to have an opportunity to evaluate your National Angus Show here this morning. This first class, single entry bull, Gene Bull, is a really nice individual here. Really long-sided individual, shows us a lot of width and dimension down his top. He's got some natural thickness out over his hip and down into that lower stifle. Beautiful profile from the side, represents his first class really nice.
Class 1 Angus Bulls, first place, entry 401, CF, first in gold, 402, exhibited by Leslie Craig, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Coming into the ring now is Class 2 Angus Bulls. Immediately following this, we'll be selecting our Spring Bull Calf champion. Class 5 and 6 Angus Bulls to the makeup ring. We need Class 2 and 3A Red Angus in the makeup ring. In our Red Angus Show today, our judge today is Miss Emily Griffiths from Kendallville, Indiana. Emily is a co-owner and operator of 3G Ranch, a purebred livestock operation consisting of Gelbvieh, Limousine, and Key Angus genetics. Emily is a former high individual here at the North American National 4-H and Junior College contests. She was a member of the judging team at Black Hawk East and Western Illinois University, from which she is a graduate. Emily currently serves as a national director for the American Gelbvieh Association. Emily's 3G Ranch brand has bred and raised national champions in 5 different breeds. Indeed a pleasure to welcome here to Freedom Hall Miss Emily Griffiths to evaluate our Red Angus Show.
Well, certainly any day is a great day to have the opportunity to evaluate cattle. And while we might have had a little bit of inclement weather outside the last few days, luckily we have Freedom Hall. I truly believe there's no better place to watch cattle shows and to evaluate really good livestock. So looking forward to a phenomenal Red Angus show. And I think that this first class is probably an awful good indication of some of the exciting things to come. A really nice class winner that goes ahead and wins this class. Here of May Heifers. Just an interesting, I think, case study. She's right in terms of her bloom and her condition today, yet really still fresh and youthful in all of her features, like the kind of rib that she offers today. Impressive in her structure and that amount of foot and bone she has at the ground. If I was going to get just ever so critical of that one, maybe they're on that offside pasture and she wants to be just a little bit stiff, maybe pop that just a skosh, but I think from there on up and forward, that one's sure pretty good. Heifer that's going to be in second, you know, as you study the paper, and I probably won't do that a lot today, she's the Cavionese low birth option, and maybe as you look at some of those indicators like that really smooth, flat shoulder, that really sleek neck, and maybe a little bit frailer feature, you could believe that might be the case. Here's a heifer relative to her age. She certainly has a little bit more size and a little bit more altitude. Maybe for me, where I'd like to change her is just a little bit there in that set and travel off of her hind leg. Maybe not quite as stable heifer right ahead of her, maybe not quite as powerful in terms of her body and her feature at the ground. Interesting heifer in third, probably in terms of her upper skeleton and design, is built a little bit more like that pair that preceded her. Maybe though for me where her limiting factor becomes is just in terms of her structure. She's one that wants to be just a little bit shorter in her stride, and as you study that upper design, maybe a little bit rounder and more open there in her shoulder, but I think she has that extra shot of doability and flesh that's going to go a middle of the road in this particular class. The heifer that's going to be in fourth, I think just probably has more body. There's more to her in terms of these next two heifers. If I was going to change this one, maybe I'd like to make her a little bit more fancy off of both ends. She's one that gets just a little bit plainer up front, maybe wants to roll just ever so slightly there from hooks to pins, but I think a really nice still brood cow kind of a prospect. You can see the youthfulness and really the greener condition in the heifer. Ahead and close the class, and maybe today that's just where her disadvantage lies. There's just not quite as much of her today as some of those on up the line, but again, keep in mind in these main heifers, or in these May heifers, they have lots of time to still go ahead and grow and be awfully good down the road. Nice way to start our Red Angus show.
Placings in Class 1, Red Angus heifers. Well, attention in the barns first. We need entry 18. We need entry Red Angus, entry 18 to the makeup ring immediately. Your class is ready to come in. Final call. Class 1, Red Angus heifers. First place, entry number 6. She's SLGN Bianca 489B, exhibited by Paige Van Dyke, Louisville, Illinois. Second place, entry number 5. MF Maryland 4724, exhibited by McMurphy Farms, Alva, Oklahoma. Third place, entry number 7, exhibited by Reba Prather, Nancy, Kentucky. Fourth place, entry number 4, exhibited by DNA Farms, Delphos, Ohio. And fifth place, entry number 1, exhibited by Greystone Cattle Company, Stockport, Iowa. Coming into the ring now is Class 2, Red Angus females, Class 3A and 3B, Red Angus to the makeup ring. Angus bulls, Class 5 and Class 6. Class 5 and Class 6 bulls to the scales.
Really a nice set of bull calves over here on the Angus side, and all the way through a lot of quality. I hated to pull this bull down here on the end, just a super sound structured kind of bull that's complete, just like this more mass and over our empower him up just a little bit, compete with some of these other bulls. But As Keith and I go through the day here, we're going to start at the ground up on these cattle, and we just love the foot shape of this individual that's going to start the class. He sets back on all four pasterns better than anything in the class here, and we get him in motion. He's the most fluid in terms of length of stride and the way he handles himself and fills his track. You get the calf on a profile here. Really lays good in his shoulder with lots of angulation. He has plenty of extension up through his front 1/3. He stays good down his top. He's fresh out over his hip. Just a real nice, sound, functional bull to head up the class. With that said, we will admit he isn't the highest performing bull in the class, but he's still at a 3.5 pound weight per day of age. Plenty for us here today. Get down to second place bull, a bull that's highly presented out here and nicely shown. Big top, big hipped individual. Really like the extension out through his front 1/3 too. We like the depth of chest and the way that comes back into his flank area. If we could change this bull today compared to the bull that wins the class, we'd just like to set him back just a little bit in his pastern when he's on the go. Wants to get up on those pasterns just a touch as he moves around the ring. Get down to the third place bull here, one we really like in terms of type and kind. Bull is very modest in his frame score. He stays very balanced from the side profile. We like the way he comes out of his chest back into his flank area. With that said, we get him in motion. Like to stouten him up just a little bit in his lower bone work. See him a little more agile off his rear leg as he goes. Fourth place bull, here's one that we like in terms of the way he's put together into his stance. Big top, big hipped individual once again. Where we change this bull compared to the others, we just like to see a little more extension out through his front 1/3. Next individual here is the highest performing bull in the class. Nicely presented out here. Big top, big hipped individual, really stout from end to end. Just like to change him in his undercarriage, like see him a little sounder on the ground to go any higher in the class. Next individual, real youthful kind of a bull, just like to clean him up in his lines. And then we end up the class, like I said earlier, very functional kind of an individual, just like stouting him up to compete against some of these other bulls in this particular division.
Placings in Class 2, Angus Bulls. First place, entry number 410, AHFF, the Gambler, 401B, exhibited by Annette Delaplane, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Second place, entry number 416, DAJS Speedway, 928, exhibited by Herzog, Robinson, Texas. Third place, entry number 415, exhibited by Logan Wright, Philippi, West Virginia. Fourth place, entry number 404, exhibited by Peyton Herzog, Robinson, Texas. Fifth place, entry number 418, exhibited by Chuck Holder, Bay Springs, Mississippi, and Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana. Sixth place, entry 413, exhibited by Matthew Woods, Bennett, Mississippi. And seventh place, entry 407, exhibited by Brad Gilchrist, Lucknow, Ontario. We're now selecting our Spring Bull Calf Champion in the Angus Show. Class 5 Angus Bulls should be in the makeup ring. Start bringing Class 6 Angus Bulls.
In this first division of the Angus Bull Show, like I said earlier, in the single entry class, a bull that's sure got a lot of good functional things about him. Really nice look in terms of a profile. He's got adequate muscle when you look at him all the way through. With that said, you get him out here in this lineup, he gives up just a little bit in terms of being show ready compared to your second class winner and the one that stood second behind him, but a real nice individual there. Really a nice looking one here we came out of the last class, one that we really like in terms of his structure when you look at him from the ground up. He's going to be your division champion. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause. With that said, we felt like that was an extremely close placing in that class. We're going to go with the other high quality individual in that class for your reserve division. Congratulations.
Spring Bull Calf Champion in the Angus Show is entry 410, AHFF, the Gambler, 401B, exhibited by Annette Delaplane, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Your reserve spring bull calf champion out of that same class, entry 416, DAJS Speedway 928, exhibited by Peyton Herzog, Robinson, Texas. Coming into the ring now is Class 5 Angus Bulls. Class 6 should be in the makeup ring. First call, Class 9 Angus Bulls.
It might need a battery.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Class 6 Angus Bulls. Class 6 Angus Bulls. Final call. Testing 1, 2.
Difficulty with our microphone out here, but I think this is certainly a class that needs discussed, so glad we got that remedied. Really interesting trio of heifers out here in this April class in our Red Angus show, and I think really a top pair that fit together extremely nicely, especially in these calf classes. I think that it's incredibly important that we look at these cattle relative to their age, relative to the point that they should be at in their maturity, and in terms of that right combination of freshness and continuation, and I think that these top pair really excel in that in this particular class. But the young ladies that wins, just one that you really like to look at. Really elegant up front, really bold and capacious in that rib. You get in behind her and you're not disappointed, and then you ask her to get out and go, and she's just got a good foundation, whether it's her durability or just the way that she gets out and covers her holes. Maybe if I was going to get just a little bit critical of that one, it's interesting, she's flatter in her lower shoulder. Maybe she wants to open up just a little bit higher there up top, but still I think a really nice heifer to go ahead and win this class. Another really similar patterned one in second, I think has lots of those same attributes as our class winner. Really level, really attractive in her lines, I think right in terms of her growth curve at this stage. Maybe for me though, the simple sort becomes as you get right in behind them. That one's just not quite as powerful today, maybe just needs a little bit more time to go ahead and compete with the one that wins. Interesting heifer in third, and you know we had the senior college judging contest yesterday, and I can remember my old coach telling me, Emily, that third, and traditionally I like to kind of hedge those, you know, just to kind of go against what he says, but this is one of those first or third kind of a heifers. I just want to fall in love with her center rib. She's really big, really deep in that area. Maybe the one for me is you take her to either end, she just doesn't power up quite in the same league. She wants to narrow just a little bit there in her pins and has that same disadvantage at the ground, and I just don't know if there's quite as much grow in that one as there is in those two right ahead of her, but that's a tremendous brood cow prospect. Really big, powerful heifer that's in fourth, and you have to give her credit for that. This one, no doubt, if we would have weighed him, probably has the advantage in terms of weight per day of age, and there's a lot of her. Maybe though for me today, she also wants to come in more pieces because she has a little bit more substance. This one's just a little bit more open in her shoulder, and maybe because she does have an extra shot of hip, doesn't want to handle her rear two quite as comfortably with quite as much flex as those two right ahead of her, but that one certainly got the advantage in power. Interesting pair of heifers in fifth and sixth. I think it's just a soundness issue that I like this young lady's heifer in fifth. Maybe not quite as attractive as the one right ahead of her, but I think quite a bit more deliberate, quite a bit more comfortable in how she sets those feet at the ground. Really like this heifer that's in 6 from her mid-rib forward, really up-headed, really sleek-necked. For me, though, as we ask her as we get out to go, that maybe she just doesn't quite have the upper hand. She wants to shuffle and struggle a little bit more so off those rear 2. I'd like her with just a little bit more flex and cushion there to her joints. A bigger heifer with a little bit more altitude. The young lady's the number 8 heifer, and I don't mind that. Maybe, though, for me, with that extra size, I'd like her with just a little bit more physical fill today and maybe just a little bit more genuine substance to go along with it. But I think an awfully nice heifer. Really powerful, easy fleshing, probably going to be a great doing kind of maternal female that closes the class. Maybe, though, for me today, as we get out here and put a halter on them and show them, she's just not quite as attractive, wants to plane up a little bit up front, and I'd like to see a little bit more attractive set and travel there to those rear 2 to move her on up the line. Great class, really enjoyed sorting that top pair.
In the Angus Show, 2 really nice bulls to represent this class. We think it's a fairly close place, and what separates it out for us is the bull that's going to head up the class is just, at the end of the day, a little cleaner in his lines. He stays cleaner down there in his fizzle. He comes up into a nice clean chest. He carries himself with a lot of extension out through his front 1/3. We like the way he's put together down his spine and out over his tail head set, and in comparison to the bull, he stays a little stouter down into his lower quarter. We really like the type and kind and the performance of the bull. It's in second, really a deep chested, deep flanked individual that shows us a lot of scrotal circumference for this stage of the game. If we could change him up today compared to the bull that wins the class, we just like to give him a little more pizzazz to his profile, like to see a little more shape into his lower quarter to go any higher in this class today.
Class 2, Red Angus, first place, entry number 10, TC Trisha 109B, exhibited by Ty Beyer, Ringgold, Wisconsin. Second place. Entry number 19, WBR April Fools 481, exhibited by Weber Landing Cattle, Lake Benton, Minnesota. Third place. Entry number 15, exhibited by Damar Farms, Strum, Wisconsin. Fourth place. Entry number 11, exhibited by Cow Tracks Ranch, Tipton, Iowa. Fifth place. Entry number 16, exhibited by Rocky Hill Farms, Petersburg, Tennessee. Sixth place. Entry number 9, exhibited by Hannah Taylor, Tennyson, Indiana. Seventh place. Entry number 8, exhibited by Cunda Farms, Nancy, Kentucky. And eighth place. Entry number 13, exhibited by Nolan Pettit, Seabury, Kentucky. Entering now in a Red Angus Show is Class 3A. Class 3B should be in the makeup ring. Start bringing Class 6 Angus heifers to the makeup ring. In our Angus Bull Show, Class 5. First place, entry number 431, LHF Emperor 413B, exhibited by Larry and Joe Horseman, West Lafayette, Indiana. Second place, entry number 429, WCC Sparkles B13, exhibited by Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana, and Clark Farms, Sumner, Illinois. In the ring now in our Angus Show is Class 6 Angus Bulls. Immediately following this, we'll select our winner bull calf champion. Class 9 should be in the makeup ring. First call, Class 10. Angus Bull exhibitors, these classes are small, so keep those bulls coming. First call for Class 13 and 14 bulls.
Really nice set of bulls at the top end of this class. We're going to start with a bull that's sure adequate in terms of performance. He's one of the youngest bulls in the class here, but a bull that we feel is the most complete in his type and kind. He has the most balance for us today. Get this bull in motion. He's the most fluid in terms of length of stride and the ways he sets on all four corners. Just really like that bull from the ground up. Get down to second place bull, a bull that's a little bigger in terms of frame score, which is okay. A bull that shows a lot of performance also. We appreciate this bull also in terms of his structure. In comparison to the bull that wins the class, we'd like to see him a little more attractive off his jump muscle and the way he comes back to his pin set there. Just like to see him a little more attractive there off his hip to compete against the bull in front of him. Really a stout, highly presented, nicely fitted bull here in third. We really like this bull quite a bit. Another sound structured individual that has lots of longevity from that standpoint. The deal breaker on this guy for us today, so we just like to tone him down in his tail head set, like to see him a little more attractive there off that hip to go any higher in this class. Another high profiling bull here in fourth. And stop and put him on a profile here. This bull's got a nice look. We really appreciate that about him. When he first came into class, we felt like he would be one in contention to win it. With that said, we get this bull in motion. We'd like to give him a little more angulation out of his shoulder. Like to free him up out of the top of his hip when he's in motion. Next individual, little plainer kind. Bull's got some performance, got some durability down his top. He's got some width to his hip, just a little plainer in his kind. Same holds true with the next three bulls here. Bulls that are good, functional kind of bulls, bulls that have some longevity in terms of structure, just need a little more pizzazz to their overall profile, a little more fit to go any higher in this class today.
Well, over here in our Red Angus ring, I think we certainly have an interesting class, and we have a lot of quality, quantity in this class, and I think what makes it fun is just the ability to look at a lot of different types and kinds and kind of make a decision just on where they need to go. But I think the young lady's heifer that wins for me, it's just really from a matter of totals. If you want to truly talk about a combination female, I think this one embodies that. Really love the way that she's so proportional in how she's made. That's a really flat-shouldered one that's right in her rib, got a lot of forerib and flank, really cow-like in her muscle pattern. Yet for me, where I can really gravitate towards this one as you watch her get out and go. We should all be able to identify built like that. Not to take away anything from the young lady's heifer in second, because that one's a really showy, kind of up-headed, attractive heifer, and when she gets her stopped on that side view profile, this is one that you can get pretty infatuated with rather quickly. I like, again, she's probably a little bit rounder in a rib than that heifer that leads out right ahead of her, but she also, too, may just come in a few more pieces, and realizing that these are still March heifers. That's got time to continue to grow, but maybe for me, she's just a little bit open in her shoulder, maybe wants to close a little bit in that forerib and isn't quite as smooth in the way that she blends out of her hip. But still, that's a tremendously good heifer, just an interesting pair that have their differences. A great cow prospect to the young lady. Third, and again, when you want to talk about a practical, efficient kind of cattle that could really go out and do some work, I think that heifer can certainly do that. Really good in her rib. I think she's got some flesh and doability. One, though, that maybe is a little bit more middle of the road just in how she's patterned, and that can certainly make good calves. I just don't know in terms of that next generation. For me, maybe she's not quite enough of an outlier in this particular class. Just a little bit plainer, maybe not quite as much grow as those two heifers right ahead of her, but still, that's a great cow, young lady. I was a little higher on this heifer in fourth here earlier on in the class. I like her grow. Again, we talk about freshness. That's a really youthful headed one. I really like her actually in the way that she collects herself on the go. Maybe for me, though, where she kind of falls out of bed is as you study her on the side view profile at the stand, she wants to get just a little bit weaker in that top, higher in that tail, and break behind her shoulder, but I think that's because she's got so much center rib. Really attractive dark red heifer that's in fifth. And I think that this young lady should be awfully excited about this heifer. That one with continued time and management and feed, I think could be highly competitive. Maybe today there's just not quite as much of her, but that one's really good at the ground, really sound, maybe just not quite as massive, maybe not quite as far along as a few of those other ones, but that's a really good sleeper kind of a female. I had this entry up a little bit higher earlier because that's a really nice heifer from the side. Maybe as we ask her to get out and go, and although she's still acceptable, it's her top line that maybe concerns me a little bit. She wants to go ahead and drop that head, maybe get just a little bit jammed up in her top line there right behind her shoulder, but again, awfully critical on a really nice heifer. Worlds of power and body and rib in the heifer that comes out next, and I like all those parts about her. Again, maybe just falls out of balance compared to a few of those other ones because she's got so much to her and she's got all that hip. I'd maybe like to have her handle that on just a little bit sturdier kind of hind leg, give her a little bit more stability there. I think of these last two remaining females, there's just a little bit more of the young lady's heifer, the 33 entry from her last rib back. She's just got a little bit more hip and a little bit more quarter, and I just appreciate that about her. Young man that closes off the class, nice calf prospect, not cooperating as well today, maybe doesn't give you quite as a competitive of a look from the side, but still an awfully nice class with a really good one to win.
In the Angus Show, if you would at this time, let's give these breeders a nice round of applause for a nice division here in the Angus Bull Show. Going back to these class winners, we really got a performance-oriented kind of calf. It comes out of that first class, and when the young man gets him set up, he's just super profiled, really comes out high out of his shoulder up into that crest there. We like the extension out through his front 1/3. This bull balances out with a lot of length of spine coming back, like I said earlier, over that tail head, stays really flat at his grow bone. We appreciate the width of quarter and the width of hock that he has when you look at him from behind. Just a good functional bull with a very, very nice look out of the first class. The bull in the second class wins that class in terms of being the most complete bull in that particular class. We like the length of stride that he took in that scenario. When we compare the two in this division, we'd like to stouten him up just a little bit down at the lower quarter compared to the bull in front of him, but two really nice bulls in this division. We're going to use the bull out of class 1 for your division. Congratulations.
Your winner bull calf champion, entry number 431, LAH Emperor 413B, exhibited by Larry and Joe Horseman, West Lafayette, Indiana. And the reserve out of Class 6, entry 432, EXAR Blue Magic 4960B, exhibited by Express Angus Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma. Go back and catch you up on the placings in Class 6 Angus bulls. First place was that reserve division champion, entry 432, EXAR Blue Magic 4960, exhibited by Express Angus Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma. Second place, entry number 437, Chirinoil Brigade 1404, exhibited by Roderick Fitzgerald, West Grove, Pennsylvania. Third place, entry number 438, exhibited by Tom, Trista, and Tyler Bullerman, Adrian, Minnesota. Fourth place, entry number 444, exhibited by Enright Farms, Renfrew, Ontario. Fifth place, entry 436, exhibited by Hoot Owl Ranch, Inglewood, Colorado. Sixth place, entry number 435, also exhibited by Hoot Owl Ranch, Inglewood, Colorado. Seventh place, entry 441, exhibited by Dwayne Plymel, Jackson, Ohio. And eighth place, entry 433, exhibited by Hoot Owl Ranch, Inglewood, Colorado. In the ring now is Class 9 Angus bulls. Class 10 should be in the makeup ring. Final call, Class 10 Angus bulls. Second call for Class 13 and 14 Angus bulls. And first call for Class 17 Angus bulls. In our Red Angus Show, placings for Class 3A. First place, entry number 24, SLGN Peaks Bahama Breeze 474, exhibited by J.K. Red Angus, Aberdeen, North Carolina. Second place, entry number 25, TC Rachel 59B, exhibited by Tucker Bayer, Ringgold, Wisconsin. Third place, entry number 30, exhibited by Damar Farms, Strum, Wisconsin. Fourth place, entry number 31, exhibited by Ty Bayer, Ringgold, Wisconsin. Fifth place, entry number 32, exhibited by Hannah Taylor, Tennyson, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 28, exhibited by Damar Farms, Strum, Wisconsin. Seventh place, entry number 26, exhibited by McMurphy Farms, Alva, Oklahoma. Eighth place, entry number 33, exhibited by Stuart Goings Moxley, West Friendship, Maryland. And ninth place, entry number 22, also exhibited by Stuart Moxley, West Friendship, Maryland. In the ring now is Class 3B Red Angus. Immediately following this, we'll select our Spring Heifer Calf champion. We need Class 6A Red Angus to the makeup ring. First call, Class 6B Red Angus.
In the Angus Show, got two bulls out here in this lineup that are really a lot of difference in terms of type and kind, but yet they both have a lot of good to them, and just depending on what kind of cows you got was the one you would pick here today. But Keith and I in the show ring environment really like this bull that heads up to class in terms of a profile. Very useful and youthful in terms of his type and kind, very nicely presented out here. Really neat, once again, from the side profile, gets out with some length of stride and shows lots of longevity in terms of structure. Get down to the second place bull here, one that we appreciate in terms of his moderate frame score. We appreciate the depth of chest and flank that he carries in internal dimension. When we that wins the class, we just like to give him a little more pizzazz to his front 1/3. We'd like to see this bull a little longer from his hooks to his fins in comparison to the bull that wins the class today.
Placings in Class 9. Angus Bulls. First place, entry 447, APS Pressman, exhibited by Ann Patton Schubert, Taylorsville, Kentucky. Entry number 448, Ewing Shockwave 385, exhibited by Matthew Ewing, Rushville, Illinois. Coming into the ring now is Class 10 Angus Bulls. Immediately following this, we'll select our Senior Bull Calf champion. We need bulls for classes 13, 17, and 18 to the makeup ring. Throughout our Angus Show today, we will be giving out and recognizing our ROV award winners for 2013-2014. If you're recognized as an ROV award winner, if you would come to the Angus picture backdrop and receive those awards. And your Senior Bull Calf Champion ROV award goes to Green Pokerface 1304. He was owned by Chance Green, Powell Butte, Oregon. Your Reserve Junior Bull Calf ROV Award to DAJS Afterburn 714, owned by Doug Satry Angus, Montague, Texas. Senior Bull Calf ROV Award also goes to DAJS Rebound 630, also owned by Doug Satry Angus. And the Reserve Senior Bull Calf ROV Award goes to EXAR First Advance, owned by Express Angus Ranches and Yukon, Oklahoma, and the Snore Sisters, Chowchilla, California. Okay, and there's also a co-reserve Senior Bull Calf Champion of the Year, and that goes to Kramer's Top Line Romeo, owned by Marvin Kramer, Farina, Illinois, Top Line Farm, Tremont, Illinois, and Jim Mills, Marshall, Illinois. So for representative from all of those firms would come to the picture backdrop to receive that ROV award.
Over in the Red Angus ring, we're in the second split of those March heifer calves, and again, just another tremendous class. For me, I can really identify, I think, with this top pair of females. I think just from a quality perspective, they're just in a little bit of a different league, and I think that they're awfully fun to sort, different in terms of the kind of heifers that they are. I think the young man's heifer that wins, I really like her, and I can call her my kind of cow, just in terms of that really soft kind of a pattern that she has, probably for me, where she overwhelms this particular particular lineup is just in terms of that middle body. That one, sure, maybe she's a little bit thicker neck than that heifer right ahead of her, but I think some of that extra stoutness up front is what facilitates that extra amount of spring that she has from there back. Just so good in terms of her fore, mid-rib, has a lot of flank, and yet, as you probably already know, are really interested in soundness, and this one offers that in a pretty nice kind of a package. A young man's heifer that's in second, I think is one that takes a little bit more study to appreciate. Not that she's not really good, because that one's an attractive, up-headed, really youthful headed kind of a heifer. I'll be the first to admit she's quite a bit neater and flatter in the way that she's laid in about that shoulder. Maybe though for me, as you analyze her, particularly to that heifer that leads out right ahead of her, she maybe just wants to pinch a little bit there in her forerib, maybe doesn't have quite as much flank, and she's a little bit shorter in her hip, and I think that may make her just ever so shorter in her step off of those rear two. But in terms of the center body in that one, and that up-headed kind of attractive look on the stand that she has, certainly I can see some people liking that one. Just a really basic, fundamental kind of a heifer that rolls out a third. Again, you can say that this one's an awfully good cow, and I'll agree with that. Maybe just as we compare those two right ahead of her, she just wants to come in a few more pieces, maybe just a little bit plainer in some of her extensions, but still, again, we talk about one that's laid right in her rib, good in terms of her bloom, combined with her youthfulness. That one's still a really nice third place female. A little bit bigger sized kind of a heifer, has a little bit more height, and she's probably as long as any in this particular class, really long out of her hip. Maybe though for me, this one's the most disappointing, just as you study the cattle right in behind them. Maybe for that extra size, I'd like her with just a little bit more shape, just a little bit more pin width and spread to make her the short-eared heifer that comes out next, she's one that no doubt is quite a bit more toned down and conservative in terms of her frame. Maybe though for me though, she wants to struggle a little bit off of both ends. You can see her roll just a little bit out of that more open shoulder, and maybe because she's a little shorter hip, doesn't follow up with quite as a confident or secure stride behind. The entry that comes out next, 42, if you're interested in looking at the paper, this one maybe is one of those low-growing kind of an outliers, and maybe as you look up compared to the class, there's just not as much to her as a few of those other ones. I think she's really prolific in her look, really extended and up-headed. Maybe though today there's just not quite as much of her to compete. Interesting and similar kind of pair of heifers that close the class. Sure, they're really out there in terms of their dimension and their shape, and they have a lot of muscle, but for me, to really take a hold of these and move them on up the lineup, I think they just have to be better structured to match that extra power that they have. Actually, both of these heifers maybe read just a little bit shorter in their extensions. It'll be interesting to see how they grow, and I'd like to make them just a little bit more comfortable and maybe a little bit more functional off of those rear two. But again, a tremendous class over in the Red Angus ring.
In the Angus ring, got two really nice bulls at the top end of this class. They're both a lot alike in kind, in my and Keith's opinion. We're going to go with the bull that we feel shows us a little more substance up to his forerib. He carries a little more lower third when you take him back into his flank. Bull in second. You look at this bull on a profile, he's just really nice in terms of profile. He stays good and true down his top and out over his hip. He stays a largely wide base when you watch him go away from you. You get to the bull in second, a bull that we really like in terms of his length of side and the way he stays fresh down that spine and out over his hip. He has a tremendous amount of extension up through his front 1/3. If we could change him up today compared to the bull that heads up the class, give him touch more power off the top of his hip and down into his lower quarter, give him just a little more shape up into his forerib compared to the bull that wins the class today. Really a big, powerful bull here in third, one that we like in terms of his internal dimension and capacity. With that said, he gets a little plainer off that front 1/3. He wants to get outside his skeleton just a little bit as you watch him go away from you. Just like to see him a little truer off that rear leg. Bull in fourth here, we really like his type and kind. High profiling, nicely presented bull out here in the lineup. With that said, he's about half a stride short off that rear leg. Just like to see him with a little longer stride to go any higher in this class.
Placings in Class 3B, Red Angus, first place, entry number 38, exhibited by Camille Bloom, Brooklyn, Iowa, on CRSL Jesse's Girl. Second place, entry number 41, J6, Miss Whisper B420, exhibited by J6 Incorporated, Gibbon, Nebraska. Third place, entry number 40, exhibited by Justin Salby, Goshen, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 46, exhibited by Shady Bottom Red Angus, Crossville, Tennessee. Fifth place, entry number 43, exhibited by Lindquist Farms, Fonda, Iowa. Sixth place, entry number 42, exhibited by Rocky Hill Farm, Petersburg, Tennessee. You got 2 sixth places on. And seventh place is entry number 39, exhibited by Wildcat Creek Ranch, Newton, Kansas. In eighth place, entry number 44, exhibited by Diamond P Cattle Company, Seabury, Kentucky. We're now selecting our Spring Heifer Calf Champion in the Red Angus Show, Class 6A and 6B, to the makeup ring. In our Angus Show, Class 10 Bulls, first place, entry 457, JS Jackpot 138, exhibited by Andrew Hodges, Lebo, Kansas. Second place, entry number 451, Cherry Knoll Total Product, exhibited by Matthew Mitchell, Reinholtz, Pennsylvania. Third place, entry number 452, exhibited by Circle R Angus, Alma, West Virginia. Fourth place, entry number 458, exhibited by Werner Angus, Cordova, Illinois. We're now selecting our Senior Bull Calf Champion in Angus Show.
In this division, we've got, once again, 2 high-quality class winners out here to represent this division. And like I mentioned earlier in class, Keith and I really like this bull out of the first class in terms of his freshness. We like the youthfulness to him and the profile that he carries to us today. A bull that's just really highly presented out here in the lineup for whatever that's worth. But at the end of the day, when we compare him to the bull out of the second class, we'd like to moderate this bull just a touch. We'd like to give this bull a little more depth of flank and a little more shape to his forerib in comparison to the bull out of the second class. We're going to use this bull out of the second class to win your division. Let's give him a nice round of applause. With that said, we felt like in that particular class we had a really close placing and we had 2 bulls that were a lot alike in kind. We're going to make the bull that's second in that class reserve. Let's give him a applause also.
Senior Bull Calf Champion, entry number 457, DAJS Jackpot 138, exhibited by Andrew Hodges, Lebo, Kansas. Reserve Senior Bull Calf Champion out of that same class, 451, Cherry Knoll Total Product, exhibited by Matthew Mitchell, Reinholtz, Pennsylvania. Coming into the ring now is Class 13. Single entry in this class. Class 14 should be in the makeup ring. We need Class 17 and 18 Angus bulls to the makeup ring. We'll just bring all Angus bulls to the makeup ring. Our classes get really small, need all those Angus bulls to the makeup ring.
Well, over here in the Red Angus ring, as we begin to think about selecting our champion in this particular early calf division, I think we just had a tremendous 4 class winners in their respective seconds as well. And I think the interesting thing is in these classes, we had some different choices to be made. And maybe we have a few different types and kinds in some areas, but I think still the best cattle sorted up in all of these particular classes. Just talk about them real quick, briefly. That heifer calf that won that May division, we talked about her in her particular class just as being a really interesting piece and really right in terms of her youthfulness and her freshness, but yet she's still ready to show today with some bloom and some rib shape and some power as well. That one's really, I like her in terms of that big foot and that amount of bone she has. If we were just going to be a little critical on that one today, that offside pattern, she just wants to pop ever so slightly, just something you have to think about when you have these 3 heifers behind her. Young lady's heifer that won that April class, that's one that really grabbed your eyes. I like her in terms of that real up-headed look that she has, really feminine kind of a head, slim neck, and then progresses back into that big old rib and a really massive kind of a hip. I think a really interesting heifer. Maybe for me, that's one that wants to come apart just a little bit there at the top of her blade, and maybe she's a little bit high there in the set to her tail head. It's not just a sales pitch. I know sometimes they do grow into that, so that'll be interesting to see how that one continues to feed and move along, and how she kind of comes into those pieces, because I think they're pretty high quality and pretty spectacular. Young lady's heifer that won that third class, we talked about her just being a really basic, right kind of female. From a matter of totals and combination standpoint, that one's just got cow written all over. I like her kind of muscle. I like the way that she's laid into her shoulder. That's a really up-headed one when this lady gets her stopped on the stand, and yet when she gets out and goes is when I can really just fall in love with her. She's so good at the ground, not just in her bone work, but just the way that she flexes and travels and really fills those tracks. I think just a great kind of a cow prospect. Is she just as big-hipped as a few of the other ones out here? No, but in terms of a proportional make, that one's as good as they come. The young man's heifer that won that second split of the marches, get her back out here, and I still think she represents great red Angus cattle and a good female cow prospect. I like her in her midrib and all that body that she offers. Maybe you compare her to a few of the other ones, even though she was a standout in that class. Maybe she just gets a little staler in her head, maybe a little bit plainer in her neck. And for all that center rib that she has, as you watch her circle here, I'd like her a little bit more powerful there, and her pins have a little bit more width and spread from her hooks back. But still, on the profile, I think that one represents good kind of cattle. I'm going to go out and select you a champion in reserve. Again, maybe not everything matches like you'd like to package all up sometimes in these divisions, but I think that there's still quality that has to sort up. Let's give all these Red Angus exhibitors a nice round of applause.
We've got a single entry in the Angus Show here, a bull that could definitely stand some more competition in this particular scenario. Really functional individual from end to end. We appreciate the depth of flank and the shape and curve that he takes up into that chest cavity. Just a real fresh conditioned individual to represent this class.
Class 13, Angus Bulls, first place, entry 459, Werner Imprint 3102, exhibited by Werner Angus, Cordova, Illinois. Coming into the ring now is Class 14, Angus Bulls, single entry in this class as well. Your Spring Heifer Calf champion in the Red Angus Show goes to entry number 24. She's SLGN Peaks Bahama Breeze 474, exhibited by J.K. Red Angus, Aberdeen, North Carolina. Your reserve is entry number 10. She's TC Tricia 109B, exhibited by Ty Beyer, Ringgold, Wisconsin.
In the Angus Show, once again, lots of quality represented here. Keith and I like this bull quite well. Just really complete in his type and kind, clean in his lines. He stays good at his shoulder. He gets around with a lot of ease of movement. Good in his scrotal. Just a real complete, balanced, functional kind of bull to represent this class.
Class 14, first place, entry 464, APS Blame, exhibited by Ann Patton Schubert, Taylorsville, Kentucky. Now we'll bring those two single entry bulls back in for our intermediate champion selection. Class 17 and 18 bulls should be in the makeup ring.
In this division of the Angus Bull Show, a couple single entry classes here, but two bulls that have a lot of merit to them. Like we mentioned earlier, we really like the functionality of the bull that comes out of the first class, one that once again, we appreciate in terms of internal dimension and capacity. You compare him to the bull out of this second class, you might want to clean him up just a little bit in the sheath. You might want to give him a little more pizzazz out of that shoulder forward, but real functional kind of bull. It's going to do a lot of good on down the road. Get down this second class, just a real complete individual that bit here. He's going to be your division champion. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Angus, entry 468. Evan Neese. We need that bull to the makeup ring immediately. Your intermediate champion, Angus Bull, goes to entry number 464. He's APS Blame, exhibited by Ann Patton Schubert, Taylorsville, Kentucky. Your reserve intermediate champion bull, entry number 459. Warner Imprint, 3102, exhibited by Warner Angus, Cordova, Illinois. Coming into the ring now is Class 17 Angus Bulls. We'll recognize a couple more ROV awards. Your 2013-14 Intermediate ROV Champion Bull of the Year goes to BC2 Skyfall, exhibited by Express Angus Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma, BC Farms, Sheridan, Indiana, and JS Cattle Venture, Niota, Illinois. Your reserve, there's a co-intermediate. The other ROV award goes to RAR Talladega 222, owned by Reed Angus Ranch, Akron, Colorado. The reserve ROV award goes to ER Madeline's Prince, owned by Jordan Smith, Olympia, Washington. Red Angus, Class 6B to the makeup ring, and Class 7 to the makeup ring. Class 6B and 7, Red Angus to the makeup ring.
in the Angus Show. We got two really nice bulls here, and if you analyze these bulls from all different angles, we got two different kinds of bulls. Keith and I, on this particular decision, decided to go with the highest profile. A bull that's cleaner in his lines. We feel like this bull's fresher out of his brisket and shows us more extension out through his front 1/3. He shows some angulation to his shoulder. He gets by with a lot of length of stride. Just a real nice, complete kind of bull that's high profiling to win the class. We appreciate the bull in second in terms of his moderation. We like the depth of flank that he carries and the way he comes down into that midsection. With that said, where we'd change this bull up today compared to the class winner, we'd like to see a little more forerib in this bull compared to the depth of his chest cavity compared to the bull that wins the class. Two really nice bulls to represent this class.
Placings in Class 17 Angus Bulls. First place, entry 466, SR Roundtable J328, exhibited by Jared Radcliffe, Weston, Wisconsin. Second place, entry 465, STC CML First Class Act, exhibited by Trental Pole Farms, Middletown, Indiana, and Martin Livestock, Bargersville, Indiana. Coming into the ring now is Class 18 Angus Bulls. Class 19 and 20 Angus Bulls should be in the makeup ring.
Once again, nice trio of bulls over here on the Angus side. The bull that we're going to use in this class does so quite handily, in our opinion. A bull that's sure pounds heavy and performance oriented here. He's the one that represents the most internal dimension in this class, and with the base, he stays with a lot of bone substance on all four quarters of his skeletal there. We like the balance that he carries compared to some of the other bulls in the lineup. Just a real nice individual to win the class. The bull that follows him the most alike in this particular scenario is the bull we're putting second. A little more moderate in his frame school, but yet a bull that represents a lot of forerib, a lot of undercarriage, and the way he comes down deep into his flank area. We'd like to see this bull more pizzazz and up-headedness out of his front end compared to the bull in front of him. Maybe seem a little more agile off his rear leg to go any higher against the bull that wins the class. Then we end up the class with another high-quality bull that's got a lot of depth of chest and flank. With that said, he wants to get down in his pins just a little bit when you get him on the go. Just like to see him a little more attractive off his hip to go any higher in this class today.
Well, over here on our Red Angus side, just a tremendous trio of females as we make our way into this older division in this February class. And the young man that's going to go ahead and lead out this class, for me, still does so rather handily, even with as good as those three are. Just a really nice kind of a cow. She's elegant, grace, class for days, and yet she's really right in her rib, good in her muscle. And where I really like this one is at the ground. This one's really a case study in terms of good-footed, good-made ones with flex and cushion in their joints. She's right in her bone. She's clean jointed for as durable as she is. Some people may not like that flex to that pastern, but where I come from in our program, that one reads with longevity. Really nice heifer in second, and again, she embodies lots of those proportional things like the heifer right ahead of her. I think when things get this close, for me, it's maybe as you study her from her hooks back that she's just not quite in the same league. That one wants to narrow and flatten and play out just a little bit in her hip compared to that one right ahead of her, and maybe she's just not as comfortable in the way that she gets out and goes off of the compare that heifer ahead of her, and that's because she's just a little bit more upright on those pasterns. A very similar type and kind heifer that comes out in third, maybe one that I like even more for, she's got a little extra length, I think maybe even a little more extent. Maybe the one as we study her from the profile wants to drop in her top a little bit and get a little bit up in her tail, and I think she's just a little bit straighter and a little bit shorter in terms of the way that she travels, but still plenty good enough to be in that caliber of those top three heifers. Probably where the most consideration and decision comes in is in the middle of this class, and I took some time and changed some things, but I understand how hard a work this is, and everybody deserves their fair placing and their fair look. A young man's heifer that comes out in fourth, again, I think just a really nice combination kind of a heifer. Maybe doesn't catch your eye quite like a few of the other ones, but again, I think in terms of just basic build, that one's got an awful lot of good. Maybe one that doesn't catch your eye right away, but I think she can certainly work herself on up the line. Another really good cow prospect that's going to come out in fifth, and actually one I moved way up, probably made this man a little nervous because he's got an awfully nice cow. I like her in all that round shape that she has to her rib, lots of forerib, lots of flank, maybe to play with that one. She just needs powered up and stoutened up a little bit behind, but again, another sound one to use at the top end of this class. Exhibitor 50, or the 55, I actually switched these next two heifers just a little bit bigger in her kind to the heifer that's already left the ring, and I don't mind that because she's got plenty of body to go along with it. Maybe for me, though, she just doesn't have as quite a long a stride, quite as much flex relative to her size and the way that she's made. That 59 had him a lot farther on up the line because I like how she's out there in terms of her genuine shape and width and muscle. Maybe just doesn't handle it quite as smoothly, maybe doesn't balance up and pattern quite as nicely, especially studying her shoulder. She's a little coarser there, and also in the way that she's built out of her hip. Young lady with that pink stick there doing an awfully nice job. A little bit of a greener heifer, but one that I think this young lady should be awfully excited about today. Maybe just not quite the bloom, not quite the physical fill as a few of the other ones, but tremendously sound, good at the ground, just reads a little bit narrower, a little bit lighter weight and a little bit shallower today, and I think that's maybe just a disadvantage of age and condition. A nice pair of final two heifers that close our class, both that they're just a little bit bigger in their kind, maybe relative to their size. I'd like to give them a little bit more shape and a little bit more dimension for those junior exhibitors to move on up that line, but again, tremendous trio. Enjoy sorting cattle like that.
Nice set of three bulls over here in Angus ring, and we feel like we've got two really nice bulls at the top end of this class, a lot same type and kind. The bull that we're going to use to win the class is the soundest structured bull of the class. He handles himself with a little more flex on all four corners in terms of his pastern set. He's a really deep-chested individual, or a deep four-ribbed individual that comes back with a lot of curve and shape into that flank area. He's very adequate in terms of scrotal circumference here. He stays He's good at his sheath. We like him down his spine and out over his top of his hip. Very attractive from that standpoint. We feel he outmoves the bull in second. Bull in second really's got a lot of good to offer. Long top, square hip, big middled individual. It's got a lot of performance and durability about him. With that said, in comparison to the bull that wins the class, he wants to pop his rear pastern as he goes there just a touch. Like to see him a little more relaxed off that rear leg when he's in motion. Then we get down to the third place bull, a bull that's got some length of side. He stays very nice out over that hip and attractive from that standpoint. At the end of the day, we'd just like to see a little more shape to that lower quarter. We'd like to see this bull with a little more profile to go any higher in the class today.
Okay, I'm class behind in the Angus Bull Show. Class 18, first place, went to entry 470. WCC Excitement A47, exhibited by Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana. Second place, entry 469, Streamside Swagger 46A, exhibited by Trista Bates, Manhattan, Montana. And third place, entry 468, exhibited by Evan Neese, Gosport, Indiana. In Class 19 Angus Bulls, first place went to entry 472, Wood Capone 2300, exhibited by Russell Wood, Willow Spring, North Carolina. Second place, entry number 478, Destiny's Sound 38, exhibited by Morgan Hutchins, Columbia, Tennessee. Third place, entry 471, exhibited by Michaela Jeffries, Horse Cave, Kentucky. In the ring now is Class 20, single entry in this class.
In this single entry class, a bull that sure got a lot of good to him, very functional from end to end with a lot of balance. With that said, if we could change him up a little bit, we'd give him a little more extension up front there. Like to see a little more angulation out of that shoulder when we have him in motion, but a real deep-chested, deep-flanked individual that shows a lot of dimension all the way through.
Class 20 Angus Bulls, first place, entry number 480, Classic Hot Shot 133, exhibited by Kimberly Hammer, McGaysville, Virginia. We're now ready to select our junior champion, Angus Bull. Over in our Red Angus Show, Class 6A, first place, entry number 158, Top Line Red Princess 4041, exhibited by Top Line Farms, Tremont, Illinois. Second place, entry number 52, TC Poppy 14B, exhibited by Callie Byer, Ringgold, Wisconsin. Third place, entry number 56, exhibited also by Callie Byer, Ringgold, Wisconsin. Fourth place, entry number 58, exhibited by Wildcat Creek Ranch, Newton, Kansas. Fifth place, entry number 57, also exhibited by Wildcat Creek Ranch. Sixth place, entry number 55, exhibited by McMurphy Farms, Alva, Oklahoma. Seventh place, entry number 59, exhibited by Hunter Chisholm, Argos, Indiana. Eighth place, entry number 50, exhibited by Madeline Ethington, Lancaster, Kentucky. Ninth place, entry number 48, exhibited by Caroline Mullet, Nepean, Indiana. And 10th place, entry number 53, exhibited by Justin Sawball, Goshen, Indiana. In the ring now is Class 6B. Class 7, Red Angus to the makeup ring. Start bringing Class 10, Red Angus to the makeup ring. Angus entry 487. Angus entry 487. We need you to the makeup ring. Brad Gilchrist, we need that bull to the makeup ring.
At this time, if you would join me in the Angus ring, and let's give these breeders a nice round of applause. Excellent division of Angus bulls out here in this lineup, and boy, they all got something good to offer the breed. In our opinion, you get down to this first class here of this division, and this is just a really unique individual in our opinion. He is just beautiful up to his front 1/3. He's very attractive about his head. We just like the freshness of his presentation out here, and the way the bull looks from a profile standpoint. At times when we're analyzing, there's a couple things we would change personally. We would like to see maybe just a touch square in his hip at times when he gets set up there. We'd like to see this bull maybe with a little more internal dimension in compared to some of the other bulls down into that lower third and up to his forerib there. But that kind of goes with a nice profile too, and we understand that. But just a real nice individual that profiles very, very good there in the first class. We get down to a bull here in the second class that sure got a lot of good to him. We thought he won that class fairly handedly, and we like this bull in terms of his performance and his presentation out here also. We like the depth of chest and the undercarriage he carries back into his flank area. We like the length of cannon bone and where his mature frame score is going to be at the end of the day. If we're going to change him up a little bit out here compared to some, you might want to see him just a little softer middle compared to another bull out here. You might want to see just a little more scrotal under this bull compared to a couple others, but we really like this bull out of the second class. Then we get down to the third class. We get to a bull that we think is just very complete in his type and kind. He shows us a lot of functionality. He represents a lot of longevity in terms of structural soundness. We like the curve to his rear leg and the way he sits back on that front foot as he goes. He's got plenty of extension out through his front 1/3. He stays nice and flat in his shoulder. Carries a lot of explosiveness in terms of rib shape and curve out of the top of that spine on down into the lower portion of his midsection. Just a real fun there in the third class. Get down to the fourth class, a bull like we mentioned earlier. Got a lot of good to him. Big, stout individual, lots of internal dimension in terms of capacity. With that said, we'd like to see him a little more agile out of that shoulder and rear leg when you put him in motion. Keith and I are going to go out here and select the bull that we would take home to breed our cows to. At this time, let's give him another nice round of applause.
Red Angus Class 7 to the makeup ring. Red Angus Class 7. Junior Champion Bull Angus goes to entry number 472, Wood Capone 2300, exhibited by Russell Wood, Willow Spring, North Carolina. That brings in entry 478 for the reserve selection.
Over in the Red Angus ring, we're offered here one of our largest classes of the day, and the interesting thing is we only have about a 10-day age spread, but we have probably about as many types and kinds of cattle out here as that are actually in this particular class, and I guess that still makes it fun to see what breeders, maybe where they place their priorities, and then I'm fortunate enough to get to evaluate them. I think the heifer that wins this particular class, though, for me, I guess just does so rather handily as we talk about those combination of just really solid cow-like traits. She has all of those things. Really like this one from her shoulder back. Really big rib. Really like her at the ground. Tremendously sound. Maybe not as attractive up front as a few of the other ones. And I know when you get one this big ribbed, sometimes it's hard to contain yourself when you go to fill them before the show, because this one's getting plenty full. Just a little bit high in her top, but again, I think she's tremendously big-ribbed, maybe just a kind of a preparation thing today. Really nice, youthful, fresh heifer that leads out in second, and I think that you have to commend her for that. As we get into some of these older heifers, you kind of have to notice maybe she's a little bit smaller than a few of the other ones, but I think in terms of her build, she's really impeccable. Just really up-headed, long, sleek-necked, good in her shoulder, tremendously long spine, and has that same advantage out of her hip, and I think it's that top-side structure that really facilitates her just being a little bit more mobile underneath. And that's where she really has that decided advantage over this heifer in third. On the stand, I really like this one for her upper body shape. Again, we talk about uniformity of body lines. She has that. Maybe though for me, as you watch her get out and go, she wants to drop her head a little bit. She's a little bit shorter fronted, maybe a little bit tighter in her. She's built that same way out of her hip, and that prevents her from striding quite like those two ahead of her. Again, just a little bit critical on structure when you have those decisions to be made. Probably for those of you along ringside analyzing this heifer in fourth from the profile, you probably really liked her, as do I. She's a really long one, tremendously long-bodied, really like her muscle shape and her pattern that she has today. Maybe the one that with her extra size, and she's got that great look, for me where she's disappointing is you get right in behind the cattle, she's a little bit flatter in the way that she's building both her upper and her lower rib, maybe just not quite as much genuine width underneath as a few of those other heifers. Kind of a similar trio of heifers in terms of how they're built and structured out of their top line. These are heifers that are really big, really powerful, really high performing. The heifer in fifth is all those things. Again, can call her practical as we study probably her doability in flesh and breed back and ability to keep. Maybe though for me what just sorts her down today is for all that center dimension that she has, she just wants to fade and funnel a little bit out of her hip, and like we talked, we'd like to relax her a little bit in her spine and drop her in her tail head. The same can be said for the heifer in sixth. That's another one that's built a lot like her. Maybe this heifer's starting to look a little bit old to me, a little bit stale in her head. She's got a little extra size. Maybe just like to make her a little bit more fresh, a little bit more youthful today, as we keep in mind these are still February calves, and they've got a lot of life left to go. The heifer that comes out next in seventh, again, one that's built a lot like those ahead of her in terms of through her center body. We've been talking about that a lot throughout the day. Maybe though just comes up a little bit shorter and a little bit plainer compared to a few of those other ones. The heifer that leads out next, entry number 68, one that's probably a little bit longer hipped, maybe strides a little bit better off those rear two than that lighter red heifer that was right ahead of her. Maybe though for me, as I some of her extensions like her head and her neck and her hip, she's just a little bit shorter and a little bit plainer, again being critical of an awfully nice brood cow prospect. The young man in the green shirt, that's one that I really liked on the profile, and I think that we can all agree to that because she's really level in the way that she's designed and all of her lines. Maybe though as you watch her get out and go, she doesn't handle herself quite as well. That one's plenty straight in the angle to her shoulder and pretty short in her stride behind, and she's small-footed, small-ankled one. The heifer that closes the class, I think there's just not enough substance of her today, but still going to be an awfully nice project for that young lady as she continues to manage her. Again, another great class in our Red Angus show.
In the Angus Bull Show, we got a single entry in this class, and a bull that Keith and I just think really does a lot of good things for us in terms of lower dimension and underlying, lots of rib shape and tremendous amount of depth, once again, out of that chest and balance going back into his flank area. If you look at him down his spine, you really got to like the way he's put together out over that grove bone and tail head set there. We like the moderation of his frame score and the mature size that he's going to have. Just a real nice individual to represent this class.
Class 23 Angus Bulls, first place, entry number 483 EXAR, first advance 5702B, exhibited by Express Angus Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma, and the Snore Sisters, Chowchilla, California. Junior Champion ROV Awards. We'll announce those. The Junior Champion ROV Award, and he's also the Reserve Show Bull of the Year, goes to Silvera's S. Sis GQ, exhibited by and owned by Silvera Brothers, Fireball, California, and Sydney Snore, Chowchilla, California. Your Reserve Junior ROV Award to Wright SCC Bootlegger, owned by Silvera Brothers, Cade Sturtzbaugh, and Logan Wright. So if representatives would come to receive those awards, And we have a co-reserve junior ROV award goes to DDA Dameron Northern Lights, owned by Double Diamond Angus, Chrisman, Illinois, and Dameron Angus Farms, Lexington, Illinois. We'll go on and announce the senior ROV Bull Award went to EXAR Blue Chip, owned by Express Angus Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma, Harris Penner, Mill Creek, Oklahoma, and Conley Cattle, Suffer, Oklahoma. Your reserve senior ROV award to DAJS After Effect, owned by Doug Satry Angus, Monte. So if a representative from all of those firms would come to the picture backdrop to receive those ROV awards. Your Red Angus Show, Class 6B. First place, entry number 74, Damar Mimi 101W, exhibited by Damar Farms, Strum, Wisconsin. Second place, entry number 54, WDZ Breeze 405, exhibited by Sydney Zender, Stanchville, Minnesota. Third place, entry number 62, exhibited by Glues Performance Cattle, Manchester, Iowa. Fourth place, entry number 65, exhibited by Weber Land and Cattle, Lake Benton, Minnesota. Fifth place, entry number 67, exhibited by Stuart Moxley, West Friendship, Maryland. Sixth place, entry 69, also exhibited by Stuart Moxley. Seventh place, entry number 70, exhibited by KD Red Angus, Culver, Indiana. Eighth place, entry number 68, exhibited by Lindquist Farms, Fonda, Iowa. And ninth place, entry number 64, exhibited by Wildcat Creek Ranch, Newton, Kansas. In the ring now is Class 7 Red Angus. Immediately following that, we'll be selecting our junior calf champion. We need Class 10 and 11 Red Angus to the makeup ring.
In this class of 3 bulls, once again, we got some differences in types and kinds, but Keith and I both really think this bull that heads up the class is very functional from end to end. We really like the size foot that's in his undercarriage. We like the flex that he's got on all 4 corners and the way he moves out. Really a long-spined individual that has a lot of extension up through his front 1/3. Just a real functional, fresh condition kind of a bull to head up this class. Get down to the second place bull, one that follows him the most alike in kind. We appreciate this bull for his length of top and his stoutness of hip. With that said, compared to the bull that heads up the class, we'd just like to see a little more extension out through his front 1/3. We'd like to see this bull maybe a touch more graceful in terms of stride when he's in motion, but real nice functional bull to go second. Big, powerful kind of bull here in third. Where we'd change this bull up, we get see him a little more attractive off his hip. He wants to get just a touch deeper into his chest cavity there in that brisket area compared to the ones in front of him, but a real solid kind of bull that shows a lot of scrotal, is going to put a lot of performance in his progeny. 3 really nice bulls to represent this class.
Placings in Class 24 Angus Bulls. First place, entry 486, HB Patton Superiority 4, exhibited by James F. Patton, Crawfordsville, Indiana. Second place is entry 487. And if you're following along in your program, if you look at the next in Class 29, by accident, he's Excel Esker Northern Light 101Z, exhibited by Brad Gilchrist, Lucknow, Ontario. Third place, entry 488, exhibited by Destiny Angus Farm, Columbia, Tennessee, Bobby Denton, Cumberland Furnace, Tennessee, and John Underhill of Dixon, Tennessee. We're now ready to select our senior champion bull. Immediately following this, we'll be selecting our grand and reserve grand bull. We need all of those division champion reserve Angus bulls back to the makeup ring. First call for Class 29 cow calves to the makeup ring.
At this time, if you would, once again, let's give these breeders in this division a nice round of applause. Kind of got a little differences in types of kinds once again to represent this division, but Keith and I both think that both these bulls have a lot to offer and a lot of quality, and once again, it depends on what you're going to do and what kind of cows you want to breed these bulls to, but the way we see it, this bull that's first class here, this bull can add a lot of volume and a lot of internal dimension to a cow. Just tremendously deep chested and deep flanked and lots of shape and curve to that underline. For his type and kind, we appreciate the freshness coming out of his brisket on back into the mid portion of his body makeup. We think this bull is sure adequate in terms of structural soundness. Like I said earlier, we like him down his top, out over his hip, and the way he stays at that grow bone. If we're going to nitpick on him a little bit, you might want to keep him just a little more inside his skeleton as he goes away from you, but a bull that still has and represents plenty of longevity in terms of structural soundness. Then we get down to a bull here in the second class that is just extremely long. Lots of extension out through his front 1/3. We appreciate the trueness down his spine and out over his tail head set. He stays smooth in his shoulder. He excels in terms of shape and width of foot, really big foot on all four corners. We appreciate the way he gets around with a lot of length of stride. With that said, this bull here is going to win your division. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Senior champion bull in the Angus Show's entry 486, HB Patton's Superiority 4, exhibited by James F. Patton, Crawfordsville, Indiana.
Well, over here in our Red Angus ring, as we kind of finish out these heifer calf divisions, actually I just had a quick exchange with Dr. Scott Shockey over there about just the tremendous quality of this Red Angus show, and I think that you don't have to be very intelligent to know that all the way through these classes there's just been tremendous cattle. It's been enjoyable to this point, and this class is no exception. A really interesting top 4 females that I'll be the first to admit can go a lot of different ways depending on what some of your personal and program priorities are. I guess for me, this lighter red heifer that wins, lots, again, the things that I just want to reiterate that we've already discussed throughout the day in terms of proportionality and a combination kind of female. It's not about picking average or middle of the road cattle. It's about picking cattle that are just good all over, and I think that she truly represents that. And I think where you can really tie into this one is for this January calf division. She looks like a nice, youthful, fresh calf. She's sleek-necked, good-shouldered, but she must be pretty genuine because she's got a lot of rib to go along with it. Interesting heifer in second, and I'll be quick to admit I knew she was a second or fourth kind of a female in this particular class when I made that first pull. This is a really interesting one, and I encourage those that may be a little disgruntled that this one's as far up the line as she is to really study these next 3 in terms of how much real substance they have. This is the fresh, good conditioned one that looks like a calf, and yet she's interestingly got as much top as those 2 right behind her and actually got as much genuine width underneath. Is she just as impressive and big-footed and durable, structured at the ground? No, but what she is at the ground is impeccably structured, one that truly fills her track, can get out and go, and that one's a good one now, but with management, which I'm sure she'll have, will only continue to get better. I look forward to seeing that one on down the road. I really like this heifer that's in third, and if you study the paper, yeah, she's the high growth heifer, so I guess I would expect her to have the weight per day advantage out here, to look like that growthy, performance-oriented kind of Red Angus. She's all those things. Maybe for me today, as you start to study her on the profile, she just doesn't want to pattern up quite as nicely as a few of those other ones. Maybe just a little bit coarser about her head and her neck and her shoulder, and for me, maybe just looks a little bit farther along in her maturity than to show at Louisville than I'd like to see. A similar kind of heifer that's in fourth, and I think she's similar body to the heifer in third, and that's why we got to go ahead and keep them together. This one's probably a little bit more up-headed. I'm not sure that she's any cleaner fronted, but she's probably a little bit more up-headed, like her on the profile. Probably as you really get in and study her midrib, she actually wants little bit more tubular. Not to say that that one doesn't have enough rib, but again, as we just compare really throughout those top four. A young lady's heifer that's in fifth, again, kind of like the one she showed in the previous class, I can identify with because she's a little bit more conservatively sized and a little bit more moderate, and I think that that's commendable, especially compared to that pair right ahead of her. Maybe though for me it says from that hip back that she's just not quite as coordinated, maybe because she's a little bit shorter in her hip, she's got a little bit of that same concern at the ground, but still going to be a tremendous junior prospect for that young lady. The heifer that's coming out next in really long, and I like that about her. She has that same advantage out of her hip. Maybe the one for me, for that extra shot of size and length that she has, I'd like to see her just be a notch more impressive as she turns and goes. That one just wants to flatten a little bit and narrow to the ground, but I really like her from the side just in terms of her completeness and balance. Exhibitor 85 moved her on up the line after that first pull. I think that's just a really basic kind of a heifer, maybe not as showy or as presented quite to the same caliber as a few of the other ones, but still tremendously sound. Maybe today just doesn't have quite that extra style to give her the edge. A heifer that comes next, one that again, we talk about length and attractiveness and right in their condition, she's those things, just not quite as far along. And finally, the heifer that closes out the class, that one's probably got a little bit more to her. She's got a little bit more muscle, I won't argue that, but she's a little bit coarser just in her overall structure. You can see that in her joints, and maybe just not quite as flexible in terms of some of those angles. Doesn't have as much cushion in her hock and her knee.
We're now showing for our champion Angus bull. Your reserve senior champion bull went to entry 483. EXAR First Advance 5702, exhibited by Express Angus Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma, and the Snore Sisters, Chowchilla, California. In a Red Angus Show, Class 7. First place went to entry number 82, SLGN Peekaboo Bliss 406B, exhibited by Jacob Tabley, Greenbrier, Arkansas. Second place, entry number 170, Top Line Red Ginger 4028, exhibited by Top Line Farm, Tremont, Illinois. Third place, entry number 80, exhibited by Damar Farm, Strum, Wisconsin. Fourth place, entry number 83, also exhibited by Damar Farms. Fifth place, entry number 79, exhibited by Sidney Sninder, Stanchville, Minnesota. Sixth place, entry number 88, exhibited by Bow Creek Farm and Cattle Company, Hershey, Pennsylvania. Seventh place, entry number 85, exhibited by Reba Prather, Nancy, Kentucky. Eighth place, entry number 78, exhibited by Sugar Creek Red Angus, Madisonville, Kentucky. Ninth place, entry number 87, exhibited by Rocky Hill Farms, Petersburg, Tennessee. We're now selecting our junior heifer calf champion in the Red Angus Show. Red Angus Class 11. Red Angus Class 11 to the makeup ring. Class 10 is a single entry, so we need Class 11 final call. Start bringing Class 15 Red Angus to the makeup ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, join Keith and I, and let's give all these exhibitors a very big round of applause. Historically, we know the bull numbers are a little lower here at the North American, and I guess today would be about the same as usual. But with that said, quality-wise, it's sure been good. These cattle have been high quality all the way down through the end of their classes, and it's been a real joy to evaluate the quality that's been brought out here in front of us, and we want to take our hats off to all you breeders and exhibitors from that standpoint. As we go back through this line, we talk a few of these, but we felt like at the start of the day, you know, with our philosophy of structure and going from the ground up, this calf here logically wins that first division for us. We feel like he's got a great deal of future ahead of him. We feel like he represents structure in a very good manner out here in that division. You get down this second class, third division here, a bull that was a unique combination in that division of putting together a lot of mass down his top and stoutness out over his hip and width of hock, but yet he kept it extremely long and a lot of extension out through his front 1/3. If you want to pick on him just a little bit, he might be a little low in his pin set, might want to tuck under just a little bit when he's on the move, but we think that's a high quality individual. It's got a nice future ahead of him. Then we get down to the third division here, a bull that excelled in that division in terms of look and presentation, a bull that's just nice in terms of a profile. We appreciate the functionality of this bull also. With that said, you know, if we're going to pick on any of them, we'd like to tighten him up just a little bit at his shoulder there. He's got a good shoulder with angulation. You just might want to see him a little more refined from that standpoint. Then we get down to the third division here, the bull directly in front of me, a bull that we think is just very functional from end to end. Really nicely presented out here, a bull that stays true down his top and out over his hip with a lot of attractiveness. He carries that way down into his lower quarter. We like the balance of the way he comes out of his flank up into his chest cavity there. If you want to pick on him just a smidget, you might want to see a little more extension out. You might want to see this guy just get a little further in his stride when he goes about the ring, but still he has plenty of structure and longevity from that standpoint. This next individual here in the next to last division here, a bull that we thought was just very functional in that particular division. He excelled that lineup in terms of internal dimension and volume, durability, and structure. With that said, we get him out here in the lineup. Might want to give him a shot more pizzazz to his profile, just a little more finesse from that standpoint, but a big-ribbed individual is sure functional from end to end. Then we end up the lineup with a bull that is very, very fresh in terms of condition. What you see is what you get. He's a big-footed bull that probably carries as much foundation as anything that we've seen up to this point. Tremendous amount of flex to all four corners of his pasterns. He's very smooth in his joint. And for his maturity and level of age, we really admire that about him. At this time, give him another nice round of applause. We'll show you the ones that we would use to breed our cows to, and we'll move on to the cow-calves.
Red Angus, Class 11. Need you to the makeup ring immediately.
Angus division. We have a really, I think,
And your grand champion bulls, entry number 486, HB Patton Superiority 4, owned by James F. Patton, Crawfordsville, Indiana. Go ahead, Judge Griffiths.
well, over here in our Red Angus ring, again, another phenomenal calf division as we make our way into these winter calves. Just three classes in this particular division, but all incredibly competitive. You can see that represented by our seconds that are out here as well. Again, I think really happy with the caliber and quality of these three females. Discussed them ever so briefly. The red heifer that won that first class late February, we talked about her in class. Just cow-like kind of a prospect, proportional in the way that she's made, great in her lines. I think the right kind of rib, really good in her maturity at this point, and then she's really just a model cow at the ground. I like that foot. I like all that durability that she has, yet she's still clean in her joints, just really functional in the set to her hind leg. Some people know it may not be that real banner backdrop photo attractive, but I think that in fact is why she's so functional. Heifer that wins that middle class, we talked about her. In terms of muscle and power and performance, we have yet to see a calf that's just that out there, and I think that you have to give her credit because she's maybe a little bit of an outlier, and I think in terms of a terminal side, could sure add some muscle and some stoutness in a program, make you some bulls as well. She's great in terms of a rib. We talked about all that real rib and then that additional fill that she has today, really muscular. Like so many, with all that substance, maybe she's just not quite as classy as the heifers on either side of her as you study her through her head and her neck and her shoulder. Maybe wants to run downhill a little bit, and as you get her out on the go, maybe not quite as comfortable in her spine, but still, I think from a mass standpoint, that one sure is a player. And the heifer that wins that third class, I think just freshness and correctness as a calf. She's so collected, not only on the profile, but really good up high as you watch her get out and go and how she holds her skeleton. Maybe not quite as much reach if I'm being just ever so critical of that heifer there at the front of the lineup, but I think, again, one that as we continue to study her with time and on down the road is going to be a phenomenal brood cow. I guess for me, there's maybe just a pair that follow a little bit along more so with the precedent that I've already tried to set and will try to continue to set throughout the day. Let's give these Red Angus exhibitors on this winter calf division a nice round of applause.
And champion bull also comes out of the senior division, entry 483 EXAR, first advance 5702B, exhibited by Express Angus Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma, and the Snore Sisters, Chowchilla, California. We'll get pictures with our judges on those two champion bulls. We've got a queen presentation to make, and then we'll be ready for our cow-calf class in our Angus Show, class 29 and 30 cow-calves to the makeup ring. In your Red Angus Show, Junior Heifer Calf Champion, Junior Heifer Calf Champion goes to entry 158. She come out of class 6A. She's Top Line Red Princess 4041, exhibited by Top Line Farm, Tremont, Illinois. And your reserve Junior Heifer Calf Champion Red Angus goes to entry number 82. She's SLGN Peekaboo Bliss 406B, exhibited by Jacob Tabley, Greenbrier, Arkansas. Now ready for class 10 Red Angus. Red Angus, entry 103. Rocky Hill Farms, Petersburg, Tennessee, and entry 96. Feldman family, we need those Red Angus entries to the makeup ring immediately.
just a single entry here in our fall class, the December heifers, and I think just a really nice single representative nonetheless. One that's really nice in the way that she's made. She's, I think, got the right amount of performance and length and puts it on a really nice, structurally correct kind of a package. Really good in terms of the durable way that she's made. I think a really nice heifer, considering that this kind of age of calves are kind of at that yearling stage now. I think that one puts a lot of awfully nice pieces together. Nice single entry.
Class 10, Red Angus, first place. Entry number 92, Justina, exhibited by Rocky Hill Farms, Petersburg, Tennessee. Now ready for Class 11, Red Angus. First call for Class 15 and 18, Red Angus. Red Angus exhibitors, these classes get smaller, so keep those heifers coming on. Well, Angus, spectators, if I could direct your attention out in the ring, today we'll recognize the 2014 and 2015 Miss American Angus. The Miss American Angus contest has been moved to the Angus Means Business National Annual Convention and Trade Show, which was held the first week in November. The Miss American Angus contest is conducted by the American Angus Auxiliary and financially supported by many generous Angus breeders. We'll first recognize the young lady that has served as the 2014 Miss American Angus for the past year, Miss Catherine Harward of Richfield, North Carolina. She has represented the Angus breed over the last year through attending national and regional shows, sales, and other events. She has received the opportunity to speak at events advocating for both the Angus breed and agricultural industries. Catherine has been honored to serve as Miss American Angus and is looking forward to her future in the Angus industry. We would like to thank Catherine for her year of dedication and service to the American Angus Association. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Catherine Harwood, your 2014 Miss American Angus. Let's give her a nice round of applause for her year of service. Now we'd like to recognize the newly crowned 2015 Miss American Angus, and she is Miss Maddie Butler of Vincennes, Indiana. Maddie is currently attending Hutchinson Community College. She's been an active member of the National Junior Angus Association and is looking forward to promoting and representing the Angus breed this year. Ladies and gentlemen, a nice round of applause for your newly crowned 2015 Miss American Angus, Miss Maddie Butler. In our Angus show, we moved right into our cow-calf class. In the ring now is Class 29 cow-calves. Class 30 should be in the makeup ring. Immediately following that, we'll select our Grand and Reserve Grand cow-calves, and we'll be ready to start our heifer show. So first call for Class 33 Angus heifers.
Well, in this fall class, in this division, quite a few more numbers than we had previously. And again, just I think a nice set, some decisions to be made. I think sometimes you get in some of these ages, these Septembers and Octobers, and you get some differentiation in size. And I think that that's a direct reflection of just some different operations, goals. I think where it really becomes competitive in terms of just right size, right made kind of cattle is these top trio here. And I think probably the young ladies that wins the class is just the combination heifer. One that I think combines lots of the things that I like about the two that fall in line right behind her. One that's just really prolific in her look in terms of how the ways that she's built up front. We've talked about cattle that are neatly laid in and well assembled in their shoulder and down to their knee and into the ground. And that one still has more than enough rib, like her uniformity, the right kind of muscle, and then like so many of the good ones can just get out and go. I think that there's just a lot of longevity that you can gravitate towards in that one. I think another different kind of heifer that's in second, probably one that's just a little bit brought to us greener today, and I think that that actually gives her a little bit of a competitive advantage out here. I really like how sleek she is and has a lot of, really I think a lot of collection in how she gets out and goes. Maybe though compared to that one right behind her, I just see a little bit more continuation. I see her with just a little bit more future in terms of remaining good and eye appealing and having some femininity and coming into that body. And I like the way that she's cleaner made in those underpinnings in her joints, and she's really athletic in her stride as well. Tremendous amount of power in the heifer that's in third, and I'm not going to contest that in any way. I realize that that shape and that stoutness up high are all things that are really important, and she offers that. Maybe though for me to tie to her as a real outlier, I just like to see her designed a little bit differently up through her front. That one's maybe just a little bit staler, maybe a little bit thicker necked at this stage. And for those of you that are watching her go out the gate, I think that extra condition that she's carrying in her shoulder actually makes her want to wing out on those front two just a little bit. Maybe that's one that could have dealt with a notch less condition because she's got the body without that extra feed. Kind of the opposite end of the spectrum. Fourth, maybe one that's a little bit borderline. As you think about a September, October, but really just right in her design, so I'm willing to overlook that. You'll like that one from the profile, and for her smaller stature, she doesn't disappoint you in terms of some of her outward dimension and the amount of muscle that she has, but like I said, there's just not enough of her today, but that's a sound, really attractive one. Hopefully she powers up for that young lady as a brood cow. Young man's heifer that's coming out in fifth, one that he does a really nice job with, probably like her better when he gets her stopped on the stand. She can start to come together and fall into balance a little bit better. I think as you ask this one to get out and go, she's just built a little bit lower in her front end, maybe doesn't have quite the same levelness or length out of her hip, and that makes her want to duck and roll and get a little bit general in the set and travel to that hind leg. But I think one that I really like on the stand, and again, there's just some basic real world pieces in her. This entry number 99 that's going to come out in sixth, that's certainly a big heifer, and I realize that we still sell them by the pound and all those things, but I think as we judge them in this kind of environment, while I really appreciate that performance, maybe just today a little bit out of place, and that's just kind of why she drifts to the center of this particular lineup, but that there's an awful lot of performance and an awful lot of grow in that female, and no doubt, you can't argue she's got some flesh and some doability. The young man's calf that comes out next, entry 95, one again, get her on the stand, you really like her, ask her to travel, and I just don't think she's athletic or functional enough in the way that she's built out of her hip, just a little bit short there in that rear step. Young lady's heifer that comes out in next, one that I think is probably maybe just a little bit more middle of the road compared to the heifer ahead of her, and I mean that as a compliment, really smooth in the way that she blends, maybe compared to that one right ahead of her, and she doesn't offer quite that extra attractiveness, maybe not quite that extra look. Young lady in that brown sweater, one that again is probably more so like that one that's right ahead of her, maybe though as you really get in and study her at the ground and in her joints, she's maybe a bit coarser there for not having as much power up high as she does, but that one's got some length and extension. And finally, the light red heifer that closes. Again, we talked about performance a minute ago. I can't deny she certainly offers probably as much weight per day of age as any, but for me, she just wants to plane up, maybe a little bit farther along in terms of her condition, and that just makes her look a little bit out of balance and a little bit out of place in this particular class of red Angus heifers.
in this first class of Angus cow-calf pairs. Two really good pairs to represent this particular class. And when we cow them out here, we're going to go with the female that heads up the class. Just loads of internal dimension. Keith and I appreciate the depth of flank and the undercarriage that she carries up into her forerib. We like the frame score, the mature frame score that she's got at this point. A female that represents and other quality, doing an awesome job with this heifer calf behind her. Really a calf with a lot of quality and future. We like the structural soundness of this calf also. Just a real nice pair to head up the class. Another nice pair here in second. A female that's a little different in her design. We appreciate the length and extension out through her front 1/3 and the way that crest comes out of the top of the shoulder. She stays with a lot of angulation there. She comes back real attractive off the back end of her makeup there over that hip. If you're going to pick on her a little bit, you might tone her down just a bit there at her tail head. You might give her a little more internal dimension in comparison to the cow that heads up the class. Get down to a real nice heifer calf following there. We really like this heifer calf in terms of balance. If we was going to change her up today, we might free her up out of her hip on down to the ground there when she's in motion, but two really nice pairs to represent this class.
Class 29 cow-calf pairs Angus. First place, entry 497. Cherry Knoll Alicia 1146, exhibited by Trista Bates, Manhattan, Montana. And that cow is also the cow-calf ROV of the Year Award winner. Second place, entry number 496, QVS Georgina 4142, exhibited by Jake Smith, Coleman, Alabama. And coming into the ring now is class 30, single entry in this class.
Another nice pair here, a female that's very maternal in her kind. Once again, we appreciate the internal dimension capacity that this cow represents, the maternal look that she has all the way through. If we're going to pick on her a little bit, you might tone her down just a little bit in terms of her teat size. Got a real nice scrappy bull calf behind her with a side, represents a lot of structural soundness there as he goes. Another nice single entry here.
Class 30 Angus cow-calves. Single entry in this class. First place, entry 498, DC Kansas Kitty 210, exhibited by Leslie Craig, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. We're now ready to select our grand and reserve grand champion cow-calf pair.
Well, over in the Red Angus ring, again, ready to pick another division of our fall calves. And again, maybe a little less in terms of quality or in terms of quantity, but I think really tremendous in terms of quality. And it's always nice to see when a plan kind of comes together and cattle, as you go through the day, are starting to look similar in terms of those divisions. And not to rush through this one in any way, but I think that there's a pretty logical pair of heifers that I'm going to go ahead and use. But with that being said, this is just a great point, I think, to really realize that the excitement of this particular Red Angus show is we're kind of at this midpoint here. Great job to all of these fall Red Angus exhibitors. Let's give them a round of applause.
They call us senior calves.
79.
And 100. Your fall heifer calf champion, Red Angus, goes to entry number 179. She was first place in class 11. She's SLGN, Monty's Ariana 3403, exhibited by Carly Porsche, Clarence, Iowa. The reserve out of that same class, entry number 100. She's WCR Miss Tinsel 3268A, exhibited by Inglewood Farms, Lancaster, Kentucky. Continuing with placings in class 11, third place, entry number 102, exhibited by Kip Wallace, Emerald, Wisconsin. Entry number 97, exhibited by Emma Foster, Crossroads, Pennsylvania. Fifth place, entry number 94, exhibited by Andrew Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee. Sixth place, entry number 99, exhibited by McMurphy Farms, Alvea, Oklahoma. Seventh place, entry number 95, exhibited by Brady Shillington, Carrollton, Illinois. 8th place, entry number 101, exhibited by Reba Prather, Nancy, Kentucky. 9th place, entry 103, exhibited by Rocky Hill Farms, Petersburg, Tennessee. And 10th place, entry number 104, exhibited by Shady Bottom Red Angus, Crossville, Tennessee. There are no entries in Class 14, so this is Class 15, Red Angus. Single class in this division, so this will automatically be your intermediate champion female in reserve.
In the Angus Show, get these females lined back up here. Just a really nice trio of pairs out here in the lineup. They exemplify what Keith and I are looking for in terms of functionality and mature frame score and structural soundness. Just real good doing kind of cows out here, doing a nice job with these calves that have a lot of future ahead of them. There's a couple of these pairs that suit us quite well. Before we pick our champion and more reserve, join us and let's give these breeders a nice round of applause.
Your grand champion cow-calf goes to entry number 497 in the Angus Show, Cherry Knoll, Elsha, 1146, exhibited by Trista Bates, Manhattan, Montana. The reserve out of that same class, entry 496, QVS, Georgina, 4142, exhibited by Jake Smith, Coleman, Alabama. We'll get pictures of those two cow-calf pairs. We'll be ready to start our heifer show, class 33 and 34 heifers to the makeup ring. We'll recognize the reserve ROV of the year cow-calf pair goes to QVS Georgina 2031, exhibited by Jake Smith, Coleman, Alabama. So if you come to the picture backdrop for that ROV award. Angus entry 5 to the makeup ring. Angus entry 5. Taylor Prusa, we need that heifer to the makeup ring.
Well, over here on the Red Angus side, as we try to pick our summer division winner, our intermediate heifer, we have a really nice May representative, and we had another entry, but I could certainly see how she would have scared off some of the competition. And you know, this division is one that it's always interesting to see what kind of quality that you can get, but I have to tell you, this is yet again another awfully nice Red Angus female to go ahead and represent your breed as we think about bringing them back out for the grand drive. I think just going to be a really nice cow. Again, the body, the proportions, everything we talk about, I'm pretty excited because that one's going to fit rather nicely with those other three. Nice Red Angus heifer. Let's give her a round of applause.
Class 15, first place, and automatically your intermediate champion females. Entry 109, MF Cali 3160, exhibited by Cassidy Day, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Now ready for Class 18 Red Angus. Class 19 and 20 to the makeup ring. Entry 5, Angus. Entry 5, Taylor Prusa. Final call. Start bringing class 34 heifers to the makeup ring. We're ready to start our Angus Heifer Show. Bring on class 33. Bring them in, guys.
Well, over here on our Red Angus side of the ring, certainly kind of entering into the exciting and fun division, I think, of any heifer shows. We get into these big breds and even some of these younger April heifers. Just a really nice class all the way through, but I think a pretty incredible pair at the top end that's kind of in a league of their own. They're both really different, both good, and I think it just depends on maybe where you want to place your priorities. I guess even for as close as they are, the heifer that's going to go ahead and win, she's probably, I can go ahead and comfortably call just more my kind of cow. Love how fresh and youthful she is in her head. We've been talking about how ones are assembled in their blade and their shoulder. She's so good in that regard, and then feeds back into all that rib. And why I think she really has the upper hand in this particular class is as you study her from her hooks back and her pins down. I love the stout hip shape and quarter in that one, but it's still functional. It's still a soft kind of muscle. I think that there's a lot of genuine power in that one. Young lady's heifer in second again, another really nice one, similar in terms of body shape and her midrib. Maybe just not as much flank, maybe just not powered up behind for as much shoulder as she's pulling it with compared to that one right ahead of her. But again, a really nice pair of Red Angus heifers. Not to take away anything from the young man in third, and I saw Dan Hogue wandering around a minute ago, and whenever I was practicing reasons, I had this infamous phrase of talking about I'm going to put the paper in my pocket and just judge cows. Well, I will comment on this one. This is really a curve-bending performance and growth kind of a female on paper. I do think that should be noted and talked about, and you know what? She actually has that kind of phenotypic look. There's a lot of weight per day of age and growth and substance in this one. Unfortunately today, there's also those other two heifers in class, and maybe comparatively, this longer wants to plane up a little bit and maybe push in a little extra condition that I actually don't think she needs, because I think she's got enough natural rib without that extra feed. Young man's heifer that's going to come out in fourth, one that I really like when he gets her stopped on the profile from about her fore rib back. I like that hip shape. It's maybe a little bit more comparable to those at the top end of the class, though I think as we really begin to get critical in this highly competitive, she's just not quite as comfortable in the way that she gets out and goes, particularly out of that hock. But again, that's just a really small critical thing on an awfully good female. And finally, the heifer that's going to go ahead and close, maybe just not quite the same style as a few of the other ones, but I think still in terms of flesh and doability and all of those things that Red Angus cattle offer, that one's sure still good. It's just an awfully good class.
Class 18. Well, first, we need Angus entry 19, Andrew Graves. Angus entry 38, Jesse Cosbay. To the scales immediately. Final call. First call for class 35, Angus scales. In a Red Angus Show, class 18, first place, entry number 113, WDZ Cover Girl 314, exhibited by Sydney Zender, Stanchfield, Minnesota. Second place, entry number 112, TC Lola 81A, exhibited by Cooper Harris Rogers, Elk City, Oklahoma. Third place, entry number 116, exhibited by Caleb Roy, Nancy, Kentucky. Fourth place, entry number 115, exhibited by Ben Spencer, Gibbon, Nebraska. Fifth place, entry number 111, exhibited by Bailey Tarter, Nancy, Kentucky. Coming into the ring now in a Red Angus Show is class 19. Class 20 should be in the makeup ring. First call for class 21 and 24 Red Angus heifers.
In this class of Angus heifer calves, tremendous amount of quality represented all the way through the lineup. This female that we used to win this class does so quite handily for Keith and I. We think she's a unique package in terms of overall profile and balance and functionality. Tremendously good in terms of structure. We like the smoothness to her joint. We think she excels a little nicer up through her shoulder and her front 1/3 compared to the female in second. Female in second, no doubt. Big bone, wide-based individual that gets around with a lot of authority, big down her top and out of her hip and stays wide at her hock. With that said, we would like to refine her just a touch out of the point of her shoulder and extend her out through her front 1/3 if we're going to try to get her in front of the heifer today that heads up the class. Get down to a very nice kind of a female here in third, one that we also appreciate in terms of structural soundness. We like the overall maternal look that she carries from end to end. We like the extension up through her front 1/3. We like the way she covers her tracks as she goes. At the end of the day, we just think she needs to be a little stouter quartered, maybe just a little more conditioned to compete against the females in front of her. Fourth place female is a female that follows the kind of in suit here with this particular scenario. She's a female that's got some width and dimension down her top. Where we'd change her up the most, we'd down in her tail head set just a little bit in comparison to the others. And then we end up the class with a female that looks really nice on the stance, but once we get her in motion, she's about a half stride short in her movement as she goes. Very nice class of heifers to start the heifer show off with.
Class 33 Angus heifers, first place, entry number 1, Cherry Knoll Rosebud 1456, exhibited by Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California. Second place, entry number 7, Streamside Alicia 46B, exhibited by Trista Bates, Manhattan, Montana. Third place, entry number 9, exhibited by Peyton Herzog, Robinson, Texas. Fourth place will go to entry 2. If you're following along in your program, she'll be a write-in entry. She's EF Envious Blackbird 668, born May 23rd, 2014, and she's exhibited by Enright Farms, Renfrew, Ontario. Fifth place, entry number 12, exhibited by Michaela Mailer, Plymouth, Indiana. In the ring now in our Angus Show, class 34. Class 35 should be in the makeup ring. First call for class 36 Angus heifers.
Well, as we talked at the beginning of the day, I guess we had a little bit of inclement weather, and certainly as cold of a Louisville as I can remember. And I think that maybe that cold was getting us prepared for this heat that's in the ring. And as my significant other is standing down there, he'd probably tell you that when I don't know how to communicate, I talk about the weather, but I think we could talk all day about these cattle. Especially this top pair of heifers, I think that they're awfully competitive. A young lady's heifer that wins is one that I think is just tremendously powerful. Great in her rib, really like the muscle that she offers. I think she's right in her bone and her footwork all matches. I think she's plenty sound enough for as powerful as she is. And I think where she gets the upper hand over the heifer right ahead of her, I just like her in her head and in her neck. And I think that that's a really unique component to have that kind of front end and then feedback and all that real genuine spring and power. A really nice female to win. Heifer in second is certainly awfully good as well. Probably a heifer that remains a little bit more level in her top, both on the stand as well as she gets out and goes. One that can strike a tremendously good profile. This one's no doubt the bigger footed, bigger boned one at the ground. Maybe though, as we get to analyzing her specifically to that one right ahead of her, for that extra shot of flesh that she has, I'm not real sure she's the bigger ribbed, thicker option. You can't call that one flat, but there's just not quite as much to her as that one right ahead of her, and then she doesn't offer that real sleek neck to kind of the bow on the hat. A young man's heifer that's in third, another tremendous female, just ran into two awfully powerful, awfully good ones. I'll admit this one's quite a bit more conservative and right in terms of her size, and maybe though for me she just wants to read a little bit plainer. There's just not quite as much of her when you have the caliber of two heifers there ahead of her, but still an awfully nice one for that young man. Sure, he's done well, and he'll continue to have an awfully nice cow to put back in his program.
Placings in Class 19 Red Angus. First place, entry number 186, J6, Miss Samantha, A316, exhibited by Hunter Royer, West Point, Indiana. Second place, entry number 119, Damar, Bonnie Bell, A185, exhibited by Damar Farm, Strum, Wisconsin. Third place, entry number 117, exhibited by Andrew Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee. Coming into the ring now is Class 20 Red Angus. Class 21 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 24.
tremendous amount of quality represented from end to end in this particular class. And you get up in the top 4 or 5 of these females, gets down to personal preference, but we really like the structure of the female that starts this class. Female just gets around with a lot of authority and length of stride and just stays really good at her joints and stays nice from the ground up. If you proportion her out, she carries as much depth of flank and undercarriage up into that forerib as anything out here in the lineup. We think she's going to be really ideal size and make a very, very nice cow once she goes into production. We appreciate the female in second for her overall performance and weight per day of age. Big top, big hipped individual, one that also really shows off her structure with lots of longevity represented. Where we would change her between the one in front of her, we'd like to tighten her up just a bit at her shoulder compared to the female that heads up the class. We think that there's a tremendous amount of future in this female in third. Really like this kind in terms of her maternal look. We really like the structure from the ground up. She also stays very smooth in her joints, stays nice at her knee, really extended up through her front 1/3. She just needs more time at this stage of the game, a little more mass to go any higher in this class, but it's got a lot of good days ahead of her. Entry 23 here in fourth. When she first came in, both of us felt like she was in contention to win the class, but then we get her in motion, just like to see her a little freer off that rear leg. Like to see a little more pizzazz up through her front 1/3. Entry 42 next, coming around the corner here. Really a good kind of female. We really like this one on the stance. We think she's put together down her spine and out over her hip. Where we'd change her, give her a little more angulation to her shoulder, maybe a little more shape to her forerib. Next female here, another high profiling kind of female. Where we would change this one today, we'd just stouten her up at the hock. When she goes away from you, she wants to hock in just a little bit, like to widen her up from that standpoint to bring her up any higher. Big stout top, big hipped individual here next. With that said, she wants to get up in that top just a little bit when you put her in motion, just like her, relax her just a little bit from that standpoint. Next female in the line, a lot of internal dimension, just needs to be toned down her tail head and a little bit of a more of a look. And then we end up the class with a high volume kind of female, just needs to be a little stouter to go any higher today.
We're here in the Red Angus ring. We have yet another class here in our yearling division, and the heifer that's going to go ahead and win this particular February class is just one I like rather well. I think that there's a lot of quality in these first two, but for me, I just think that there's just a little bit extra in this one that's our class winner. Tremendously long female. I think that's where she's got the decided advantage over that heifer right ahead of her, and yet she puts an awful lot of substance, an awful lot of muscle on that extra extended package. Really good at the ground. I think she's got the right kind of bone and foot to fit that upper body. Is she one that maybe you'd like to see just a little bit thinner neck? Sure, but actually I think she's got the same amount of shoulder as the heifer in second, but she's got a lot more power that feeds out right behind it. Quite a bit more conservative, moderate heifer that's in second, and I don't mind small cows. Ours tend to trend more moderate. But this one I really like on the profile. Young man gets her put together extremely well. She's an up-headed, really level one. Maybe there's just not quite as much of her. And for heifers that should be starting to get heavy bred as we think about these age at these fall majors, I just don't know if she's overwhelming enough as you study her through her center rib and her muscle. But young man, that's still an awfully nice heifer. She just had to go second today. Another nice heifer in third, and she's got some of that center body, probably more like I'd like to see on the one right ahead of her. My concern with her is maybe that extra mid-rib makes her want to come in a few more pieces to either end. She's a little weaker topped, wants to break behind her shoulder, and that's one that gets just a nickel higher in terms of the set to her tail. Dark red heifer in fourth. Really like this one as you get in behind her. I think that she's actually got some shape even underneath that maybe extra shot of condition that she has. Maybe just not wanting to show the best today, and that one is just a little bit plainer naturally anyways. She's a little bit shorter through that that front extension maybe doesn't pattern up quite like a few of those that floated towards the top end of the class. This entry number 129 that leads out next, that's an awfully powerful heifer. Weight per day of age, growth, she can offer all those things. That's certainly one that I'd like to see produce some bulls for our outfit. What my concern is, just as you study her up through that shoulder, maybe because she does have all that power, she's just a little bit more open there, maybe a little bit coarser, and that carries down in terms of her joints, just not quite as mobile out of that shoulder. An entry that comes next, another really nice heifer, long, extended, maybe just isn't quite as attractive both on the stand and as you ask her to get out and go, but I think that there's still some real practical pieces. And finally, 125 that rounds out the class with a little bit darker red heifer. He can certainly get that one with a striking look on the profile. Maybe though, as you get her out in lead, she's one that just isn't quite as stable off those rear two, maybe gets a little bit higher in that tail head, just doesn't balance up like a few of the others, but still awfully nice class. Once again, a fun top pair to sort.
Angus entry 65, Mary Patton, and Angus entry 80, Dwayne Plymale. We need those heifers to the makeup ring immediately. In Class 20, Red Angus females, first place, entry number 128, SLG and Nikki Zadale, 345A, exhibited by Gary Taylor, Winchester, Kentucky. Second place, entry number 120, exhibited, she's TCLE 224, exhibited by Cooper Harris Rogers, Elk City, Oklahoma. Third place, entry number 127, exhibited by Emma Foster, Crossroads, Pennsylvania. Fourth place, entry number 124, exhibited by Hannah Martin, Bargersville, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 129, exhibited by Miller Smith, Pendleton, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 121, exhibited by Greystone Cattle, Stockport, Iowa. Seventh place, entry number 125, exhibited by KD Red Angus, Culver, Indiana. In the ring now is Class 21 Red Angus. Immediately following this, we'll be selecting our junior champion. We need Class 24 to the makeup ring. First call for Class 25 and 26 Red Angus. If you've just joined us today, our judges for today's show, over on our Red Angus side, our judge today is Miss Emily Griffiths from Kendallville, Indiana. Over on our Angus show, our judges are Chan and Keith Phillips from Maysville, Kentucky.
Well, over here in our Red Angus division, just 2 entries actually in this January bred heifer class, and some differences I think in terms of height in these two, but certainly not my job to size them out here. I think we can just go ahead and sort quality in these 2 particular heifers, and the bigger heifer, the young man's that wins. This is just a well-fit, well-fed, nicely presented one, and then yet she's proportionally made, and really a nice kind of a combination piece that just looks like a class-winning kind to win this particular class. Also, just a comment, really like the udder on that one. Her teat size and I think refinement will be good and on down the road. Of course, I think sometimes it's hard to tell how those first calf heifers' udders are really going to turn out, but just a nice kind of a complete female. No doubt, quite a bit more conservatively sized heifer that's in second, and I think that this one's got worlds of brood cow utility. She's that easy keeping kind that I think can certainly make an impact on the bottom line just because she's so low maintenance. Maybe today, that smaller stature and package that she comes in, she's just a little bit shorter in some of her extensions, maybe just a little bit more conventional in her pattern, but I think that there's still some great economy in that one.
Once again, in an Angus Show, a lot of quality in this particular class. When we start at the ground up, the female that heads up the class does so quite handedly, in our opinion. She excels out here in terms of width and dimension down her top and out over her hip. She gets around with a tremendous amount of length of stride and hits her track every time when she's on the go. The second place female follows her the most liking kind in terms of type and kind. We like her on the stance. We considered her for first, and we had her in stance. But once we get her in motion, we'd just like to see her a little more fluid off that rear leg to compete against the female that's in front of her. We really like the future of the female in third, a female that's very maternal in her kind. We appreciate the sharp look that she carries out of her brisket and up into her jaw area, the length of muzzle, the pole and femininity that she represents out here in the lineup. Where we would change this one today, we'd like to see a little more forerib right in behind her shoulder compared to the females in front of her. We'd like to tone her down just a touch and her tail head set compared to the 2 females in front of her in this class. Fourth place female, another big, stout, big middled individual that has as much internal dimension as anything out here in the lineup. Said we'd just like to see a little more finesse to her profile. We'd like to see her a little fresher out of her brisket and up through her front 1/3. Same holds true for entry 55 here. Another big ribbed individual, one that we appreciate from that standpoint. But once a young man gets her in motion, just like to see her a little more fluid off that rear leg. We'd like to see a little more extension out through her front 1/3. Young lady's female next in the lineup, one that you really got to appreciate when you got her on the stance. Another maternal, feminine looking kind of a female. Just like to see her with a little more ease of movement when we go around the ring. And then we get down to a little plainer kind here. Entry 62 here, a female that's got a tremendous amount of rib shape, going to make a very nice cow. Just needs more extension all the way through. And then we end up the class with a female that's very maternal in her look, just needs a little more time, a little more condition, a little more style to go any higher in this class today.
Placings in Class 21 Red Angus females. First place, entry 192, SLGN Shebas Ashton 310A, exhibited by Tim Johnson, Gelbvieh, Iowa. Second place, entry number 130, KD Crystal 33K, exhibited by KD Red Angus, Indiana. In the ring now in our Red Angus Show, we're selecting our junior champion female. Class 24 and 25 should be in the makeup ring. In our Angus Show, Class 35, first place, entry number 60, top line Erica 4048, exhibited by Austin Betzold, Nokomis, Illinois. Second place, entry number 56, Kramer's Lady 4009, exhibited by Morgan Kramer, Farina, Illinois. Third place, entry number 61, exhibited by Logan Boyd, Maislick, Kentucky. Fourth place, entry number 49, exhibited by Danielle Foster, Niles, Michigan. Fifth place, entry 55, exhibited by Austin Mussman, Grant Park, Illinois. Sixth place, entry 52, exhibited by Brett Roberts, Monterey, Indiana. Seventh place, entry 62, exhibited by Tyler McGinnis, Shelbyville, Kentucky. And eighth place, entry number 57, exhibited by Evan Neese, Gosport, Indiana. In our Angus Show, in the ring now is class 36. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our spring heifer calf champion. Class 39 should be in the makeup ring. First call for class 40 Angus heifers.
Over here in the Red Angus ring, we're beginning to pick our junior yearling division champion, and I encourage you, regardless on what side of the ring you think that maybe your affiliation should lie, if you appreciate good cattle, I think you have to take in these four class winners. Just tremendous representatives of this particular Red Angus breed. Really honored to have been able to sort them. They come together extremely nice out here today. We're going to talk about them a little bit individually because I think at this stage these young people deserve that. Young lady that wins that first class, we talked about that April heifer. Really proportional made and really intriguing. To get one that's that youthful and that fresh, she's still really good in her shoulder and yet feed back into a really appropriate amount of rib, and I think that that one's right in terms of her muscle. And then what I can always most identify with, all that's up high doesn't matter. When you start to build cattle at the ground, I think that's where that one gets really good. Love her in terms of her foot and her bone and how it matches her appropriate amount of power, and yet she can still really get out and go and cover a track with a ton of flexibility. Young ladies heifer that won that second March class, I believe, that's a big old powerful heifer. We've been talking about those that offer that growth and weight per day of age. There's no contest that she's probably that option out there. She's really has a lot of substance, truly has a lot of muscle. Maybe if I was going to get just ever so critical on this one, I think because she has all that power, she's maybe just not quite as comfortable off those rear two, and I think that's maybe just her overall mantra today. She's just not quite as comfortable out here, but I think she's got all that power, so that's one that you sure have to appreciate. The heifer that won that third February class, that was an awfully difficult decision, and they were different in terms of their kind, and she's certainly big, but she's long to go along with it. I really like her from her shoulder back. I think she's a real honest, genuine kind of heifer in terms of what you see is what you get. Maybe not quite as attractive, quite as sleek up front as a few of the other heifers out here, but still, that one's awful good from there on back, and I certainly don't mind females like that because at home, I'm trying to breed and sell bulls. And finally, that January class, she was a really good kind of class winning representative in that class of two. We get her back out here. I think she still represents lots of extension and lots of length. We talked about longevity perspective, she's good built, and I think really probably as good as any in terms of her udder development at this stage. But again, a really nice heifer to represent that January class. I guess for me, maybe there's, again, two that just kind of fit together and I think are going to be an awfully good contribution as we think about that Grand and Reserve Red Angus female. Again, let's give all these exhibitors one big round of applause.
Your junior champion female in the Red Angus Show is entry 113, WDZ Cover Girl 314, exhibited by Sydney Zender, Stanchville, Minnesota. That brings in entry 112 for the reserve selection.
worthy female in this particular class is that heifer that was second to our respective division champion. And again, that was a tough decision in that particular class. I think just because of some of those other unique components that she offers. We talked about her maybe not just being quite as thick as that heifer that beat her, and maybe that's the same story as we get her back out here, but I think there's still some interesting components and breeding pieces on that one. I'll go out and select your reserve.
Your reserves junior champion female comes out of that same class. She's TC Lola 81A, exhibited by Cooper Harris Rogers, Elk City, Oklahoma. Attention in the barns, Gelbvieh exhibitors. We should be on track to start your show at your posted 1 o'clock time.
In this class of Angus females, Keith and I really like this female that heads up the class here. One that's just super sound at the ground, and she stays low in that flank and carries that with curvature up into her chest floor. We appreciate the way she comes out of her crest and on down her spine and out over her hip. Just a real nice cow prospect to start the class with. Get down to second place female here, one that really promotes performance and weight per day of age. Really nicely presented out here in the lineup. With that said, we'd like to see this female just a little freer out of her shoulder with a little more extension compared to the female that heads up the class. Maybe clean her up in her underline there at her navel just to make her a little more attractive compared to the class winner. Then we get down to this third place female, one that's a little greener in her type, but she's one that's the third best or second or third best structured to win in this class, I would say. She's very maternal and fresh in her condition. We really appreciate it down her spine and out over her hip. She'll have a nice future ahead of her on down the road. Young ladies female next in the lineup, we really like her in terms of the way she's put together. Lots of width and dimension down her top and out over her hip. We appreciate the internal dimension she carries down into her lower third. With that said, where we would change her, we'd like to give her a little more flex to her pastern when she gets in motion. Next young lady's female here, female that we like on the stand. She puts herself together pretty nice from that standpoint. When we get her in her stride, she gets up in her top, wants to tuck there in her hip just a little bit. Then we follow down with a real maternal kind, one that excels out here in the lineup in terms of being up-headed and fresh up to her front 1/3. Just gets a little more refined in her bone work. We'd like to see her a little wider at her hock when she is on the go. Young man that came in late here has got a real stout kind of a female, long-sided individual. It's got some natural rib shape. Just gets a little bigger out here in this lineup. Needs to be a little longer strided to go any higher. We really like this female here next in the lineup when she's on the stance. But once we get her into motion, she wants to get a little tight out of her hock, carries that on down into her pastern, gets up in her tail head off her hip. We just like to see her a little more refined there. Then we end up the class with a big rib kind of a female, one that's just a little plainer in her look, needs a little more time, a little more style to go any higher today.
Placings in Class 36 Angus heifers. First place, entry number 68, Seldom Rest, BRMF Bear Dot 890, exhibited by Danielle Foster, Niles, Michigan. Second place, entry number 63, WCC Mignon 550, exhibited by Devin Brown, Bloomington, Indiana. Third place, entry number 79, exhibited by Emma Nowotny, New Braunfels, Texas. Fourth place, entry number 71, Abby Kleinworth, Walker, Iowa, and Nathan and Tammy Foss, Elwood, Illinois. Fifth place, entry 64, exhibited by Haley Conley, Plainfield, Ontario. Sixth place, entry 72, exhibited by Champion Hill, Bidwell, Ohio, and Selena McGuire, Meeker, Oklahoma. Seventh place, entry number 80, exhibited by Dwayne Plymell, Jackson, Ohio. Eighth place, entry number 67, exhibited by Lawson Rowlett, Hurricane Mills, Tennessee. And ninth place, entry number 75, exhibited by Matthew Woods, Benton, Mississippi. We're now selecting our spring heifer calf champion. Class 39 should be in the makeup ring. Class 40 to the makeup ring.
Well, over here in the Red Angus ring, we have two senior yearling females, both Septembers, I believe, and I always appreciate and give compliments to exhibitors that are able to bring these fall senior yearlings back, and I truly believe that, especially for these being Septembers, they all have a calf to their side and be in pretty good condition and come back from that having experienced fairly well, and both of these represent the Red Angus breed in extremely good regard. I guess for me, although they're both a very nice pair with, I think, similar aged calves, and they're probably similar in terms of their bloom and condition. I guess for me, we can kind of just single trait look at a hind leg structure on the cow that's going to win. I think one that just more functionally handles that hind leg, probably just see more longevity in her as a result. And then you take her from there up, and she's still incredibly attractive, really level, and you can see that she's given that to her offspring as well. Maybe we'd like to see a little bit more rib in her, but still, she's doing an awfully nice job with that little Red Angus calf. Probably the heifer in second is a little bit more my kind, just in terms of her conservative size. I think she's got a little bit more fill, a little bit more natural rib shape, and it matches her more conservative utility and size. For me, though, as you watch this one get out and go, she's just not comfortable enough off those rear two, gets a little bit outside of her skeleton, and I guess for me, that's just my concern on her, but it's apparent that that one's got an awfully nice udder, and obviously given plenty of grow to that nice bull calf, still a really good pair of heifers to represent your Red Angus senior yearlings.
Class 24 Red Angus. If you're following along in your program, the class break should have been after entry 133, obviously, because she was in that class. So first place went to entry 132, SRA Paint Bucket, exhibited by Hannah Taylor, Tennyson, Indiana. Second place, 133, BHC Miss Hannah, exhibited by DNA Farms, Delphos, Ohio. Now coming into the ring is class 25, single entry in this class, entry 135. Angus entry 87 and 93 to the makeup ring. Angus entry 87 and 93 to the makeup ring.
Well, over in our Red Angus ring, just another single entry in this particular class, a 2-year-old cows, but I think still a really nice division, representative, a good kind of a cow with a really high-performing April calf. It's apparent that not only is she utilizing some of that feed and fill to put some finish and some cover on herself in terms of bloom to show her today, but yet obviously injecting quite a bit of power into that calf as well. Really like the cow, nice calf. Maybe if we're going to just get critical of the pair, just like to make that calf a little bit more stable off of a rear too, but still I think a tremendous pair that it's a nice representative and could have stood some more competition.
Folks, let's give these people in the Angus ring a really, really nice round of applause. Awesome set of heifer calves out here. Really fun to evaluate the 4 that we have out here in the lineup. Keith and I would love to own all 4 of them if it was possible, but kind of go off this first class here. A female, it's just really neat when you look at her down her spine, out over her hip. What we really appreciate about her is the way she stays wide at her hock when she carries herself on down to the ground. Once she fills her pants, she's going to be very massive on down the road as a bred, and when she goes into production. If we could change her out here in the lineup compared and being really picky on her, you might want to tighten her up just a little bit in her lower shoulder, but really good functional kind of a female there out of the first class. We really like this female that's in class 2. She really, like I said earlier, she hits her track every time. She's really perfect in terms of flex on all 4 corners. We like the way she moves out of her shoulder. We like the way she sets up into the top of her shoulder and that crest and stays high at that point. She carries a lot of balance and freshness out of her brisket on back into her flank area. If you're going to pick on her at all, you might want to see just a little more dimension down into her lower quarter, maybe widen her up from that standpoint, but that's being picky on an awfully nice one there in class 2. Then we get down to class 3 here, one of the longer bodied females out here in the lineup. We appreciate her for that. We like the spine that she carries on behind the shoulder and down over the grow bone and into the tail head set. She stays stout down into her lower quarter. She carries herself with some depth of flank and chest there as she goes on through that undercarriage. If going to change her up today, you might give her a little more refinement up through her front 1/3. You might give her just a touch more extension with a little cleaner jaw and neck going into her brisket compared to some of the others in this lineup. But once again, a real functional, big-time kind of heifer there in 3rd. Then we get down to this 4th class, one that just really has a really neat presence out here in the lineup. We like the way she puts herself together from the shoulders forward. We like the length of muzzle, the pole, and the way her crest comes into the top of the shoulder. She relaxes on down her spine and out over her grow bone, her tail head set. She stays very maternal in her look off the top of her hip and down into her lower quarter. And with that said, she's near flawless in terms of her stride and the way she gets around from the ground up. Let's give them a real nice round of applause, and we'll select your champion in reserve.
Well, just a single entry here in our mature cow division, and actually just a 3-year-old cow. And, back home, it seems like we always get calls about, well, you got any cows for sale? Sure. What age do you want? Well, those 3 to 5-year-old cows, the kind that are worth their weight in gold right now, that have already begun to prove themselves, they're kinds of cows like these that are just good. And the best part about them is they outproduce themselves. This is a phenomenal pair, just a single entry, but certainly could have stood quite a bit more competition. Just a really prolific looking cow. She's in the right kind of condition, I think, relative to her age. Just really, I think, a picture of good, functional, any breed cattle. And she's doing a really nice job with this March calf, one that I think certainly could have been competitive in the single calf show, and it's apparent that cow's good. And kind of our standard at home for showing a pair, and really it should be an industry standard, is if we're going to show a pair, the calf's got to be better than the cow. The cow has to outproduce herself, and that's happened here. Just a tremendous pair, I think, that deserves some discussion. Let's give them a round of applause.
In your Angus Show, Spring Heifer Calf Champion went to entry 68, Seldom Rest, BRMF Bear Dot 890, exhibited by Danielle Foster, Niles, Michigan. Your Reserve Spring Heifer Calf Champion, entry number 16, Seldom Rest Sandy 920, exhibited by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. In our Angus Show, coming in the ring now is Class 39. Class 40 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 41. Over on our Red Angus Show, Class 25. First place to entry number 135, 6 Mile Maiden 56Z, exhibited by Nolan Pettit, Seabreak, Kentucky. In Class 26, first place, entry number 139, MNS Shiana 1750, exhibited by Madison Shuley, Corning, Iowa. We're now ready. Was this 140 a scratch? We're now ready to select our senior champion female, Red Angus. Immediately following that, we'll be ready to select our grand and reserve grand female, so we need all those division champion reserves, Red Angus, in the makeup ring. Start bringing those first Red Angus bulls to the scales. Angus entry 108, 117, and 122 to the makeup ring. Class 40, Angus heifers to the makeup ring. Well, ladies and gentlemen, while I have a moment here, as many of you know, here at the North American, we always have the National Collegiate Livestock Judging Contest, and those awards were given out this morning. And if you'll focus your attention down here in front of the announcer's table, we're going to recognize the high team this year. And the high team this year went to Purdue University. Team members Josh Stratmatter, Logan Reinhold, Brianna Lawyer, Callie Eddy, Mark DeGollier, and they're coached by Matt Clays. Ladies and gentlemen, your high collegiate team from Purdue University. Give them a round of applause, folks. Dr. Hunsley just told me it's been a long drought for Purdue since 1978, but welcome back to the winner's circle, gentlemen and ladies. Mm-hmm. And for those of you interested, your second place team was Oklahoma State University, third place team Colorado State University, fourth place team Western Illinois University, and fifth place team Texas Tech. Congratulations to all of those young people on a great career and always a cumulative event here at the North American for the National Collegiate Contest.
Well, over here in the Red Angus ring as we begin to pick our senior female, everything from our fall senior yearling to our aged cow here on the opposite end. Again, yet just another tremendous kind of lineup, and we won't take the time to talk about them, tried to describe them pretty well in class. I think that there's one that just suits me rather nicely that just represents an extreme amount of quality. You know, I have to maybe tell on myself a little bit, you know, you get out here and maybe you get through those junior yearling classes and you start to formulate what you think might be competitive as you try to line up your grand drive. And you know what? For as many cow-calf pairs as I showed, shame on me for not thinking there could be a great cow-calf pair too that might have to come into contention. And I think that there's one of those out there, and it's going to be a tremendous Red Angus female lineup. Give these exhibitors a round of applause. This mature cow's awfully good.
Your senior champion female in the Red Angus shows entry 139, MNS Shiana 1750, exhibited by Madison Shuey, Corning, Iowa. There was not a second in that class, so we'll be ready to select our reserve. Reserve senior champion, entry 132, SRA, exhibited by Hannah Taylor, Tennyson, Indiana. We're now ready to do our grand champion female drive in the Red Angus show. Need all those division champion and reserves into the ring. Start bringing those first classes of Red Angus bulls to the scales. Angus entries 108, Angus entry 117, Angus entry 122, Angus entry 142. We need you to the makeup ring immediately. We'll take a moment and recognize a few more of our Angus ROV Award winners. Your Junior Heifer Calf ROV Award goes to EXAR Frontier Gal 3734, owned by Cali West, Paris, Texas. The Reserve Junior Heifer Calf ROV Award to DAJS Sally 928, owned by Haley Herzog, Robinson, Texas. Your Senior Heifer Calf ROV Award, Dameron Blackbird 2161, owned by Tyler Coleman, Modesto, California. And your Reserve Senior Heifer Calf ROV Award to APS Forever Lady Cameo, owned by Ann Patton Schubert, Taylorsville, Kentucky. So if representatives from those four would come to the Angus picture backdrop to receive that ROV award.
No doubt there's likely good quality over on the other side of the ring, but I think that these exhibitors deserve your recognition just as far as taking a look at this impressive lineup of Red Angus cattle, because I think that they're truly phenomenal. You know, I guess I was really excited when I got this opportunity to judge here at the North American, obviously, but particularly this breed. Just because I think that it's one that's so viable. You know, I don't have to tell you, now is a great time to be in the beef business. It's exciting. It doesn't matter whether you're selling seed stock or commercial bulls or you're selling fresh meat out of the case. The consumer wants what we have, and that's certainly exciting. The fun thing about all the livestock sectors is that cattle, we get to differentiate ourselves a little bit, and on the seed stock end, we're able to do that through kind of identifying with the breed and trying to work towards making our breed better, because that's what makes the industry better when it's comprised of all of those great kinds of cattle and great breeds. And you know, I really recognize the dedication and the continuous commitment of this breed to flat making good cattle, and this is proof of that. And it's the fact that they're so phenotypically phenomenal, because I think these division winners represent that. But you know, they can do those other things too. I think that are really hard to navigate and to be successful at. And that's to be industry accepted, to be commercially focused, to continue to work on those terminal attributes, and like I said, keep them as pretty nice looking cattle that you'd like to go out and check and make sure they're calving okay at night. And you know, they're great cattle. The cattle are great, but like any breed, you know, as somebody that grew up raising Gelbviehs, I guess, trying to have and build that commercial bull base and bull clientele, you know, you should look at what other breeds and other individuals are doing, and I guess the Red Angus are, because of those things that I talked about, and because they're just good cattle, and I can certainly appreciate those, are one that you have to look in on, and I've done that over the years. The other thing, though, that I've noticed, not just are the good cattle, but are truly the great people and the great families that are in the Red Angus breed. It's generational, there's history, there's heritage in this breed, and that's really exciting. As somebody that grew up in a family operation, breeding cattle and working towards a goal, that's exciting. The other thing, though, for all that history and tradition that this breed has and the market share that it continues to gain, is it's pretty appealing to that younger generation. And right now, the breed that's going to thrive, the breed that's going to be successful, is the one that appeals to that next generation of cattlemen, because somebody's got to be producing our food. So this Red Angus breed is phenomenal. I think that they deserve that credit. And you know, as I was thinking about those things, I thought, it's okay, because I'll have a lineup that'll back that up, and this one certainly does that. These are great cattle, like I talked, great families, great exhibitors. It's not about knowing people, it's just good people that have good cattle. And again, those representatives are out here. I think for me, there's maybe some things that I recognize and can identify with, and I think that you have to take that into consideration as you pick your grand. There was a pretty tough division. There were some things that I noticed in terms of numbers in some of those later divisions, and then I think some credit that maybe needs to be due for those females that can make it to the next step. But these are all individually great. Let's give them a round of applause. I'll go out and select your Grand and Reserve Red Angus female.
$113. Your grand champion Red Angus females, entry number 139, MNS Shanina 1750, exhibited by Madison Shuey, Corning, Iowa. That brings in the reserve senior champion female for the reserve grand selection. I gotta believe it's gonna be 113. And your reserve grand champion, Red Angus, out of your calf division, she's entry 24, SLGN Peaks Bahama Breeze, exhibited by J.K. Red Angus, Aberdeen, North Carolina. We'll get pictures of those two champion Red Angus females, and then we'll be ready to move right into our bull show. Go ahead, Judge Phillips.
In the Angus Show, really nice setup here in terms of the top end of this class. This trio of females out in front of me here, there's some differences in kind, but they're still very high quality. And where Keith and I felt the combination heifer of this class is going to win the class. One that excels out here in terms of width and dimension and mass out over her hip and down into her lower quarter. She has as much bone as anything in the class, just really stout from end to end and balances up good through that underline up into her chest cavity. Just a real nice cow prospect to start the class. The finesse heifer of the class is the one that's in second. She gets to this point in terms of structural soundness. We like the way she is in motion and the way she hits her track when she's on the go. She stays very smooth in her joints, just a real nice maternal kind. She gives up just a shot of overall mass to compete against a female that beats her in this class. Third place female is one that shade on the stance. We get her in motion. We like her in terms of the way she flexes off that rear pastern. But with that said, where we'd like to change her today, we'd like to see her a little more relaxed there in her loin. She wants to get a little tight in her loin when she's on the move, but a real nice cow prospect there in third. Fourth place female is one that you really like from the side. We appreciate the balance and the depth of chest and flank. Where we'd like to see this one a little different is when we get behind her, we'd like to widen her up a little bit at her hock, like to see a little more shape in their lower stifle. Young ladies female next is one that is very unique out here, and someday she may make us look like a fool because she's got a lot of neat parts today. Really extended up through her front 1/3. We really like the way that goes up high out of her shoulder. We like the way she covers herself at the ground in terms of length of stride. With that said, we'd like to change her there out of the top of her shoulder and the way she goes into the crest of her neck. We'd like to see a little more forerib in this one to go any higher in the class today. Really a big top, big hipped individual next in the lineup, one that carries herself real low down into her stifle. Just like to see a little more lower third in this one. Like to see a little more angulation there to her shoulder compared to some of the others. Next female here is one that we appreciate in terms of maternal kind. She's one that stays fairly smooth in her joint. We just like to see her power up a little bit compared to some of the others. Wants to get maybe just a touch restricted off the rear leg when she's in motion. Next one here in the lineup is one that we like. We like her a lot when she's on the stance. Like we had said earlier, if we could change this one, we'd like to see a little more substance of bone there off the rear leg. Like to see her a little more relaxed when she put her in motion there going about the ring. Young ladies female here next. We like her in terms of a cow prospect. We like the dimension. Just gets up a little bit in her top line, her tail head when we get her on the move. Like to see her a little more relaxed and agile off that rear leg. Same holds true with the female. It ends up the class. Just needs to be a little sounder at the ground to go any higher today.
Placings in Class 39, Angus females. First place, entry number 86, Lazy H, Bar, TLF Forever Lady, 483, exhibited by Abby Clinworth, Walker, Iowa. Second place, entry number 99, EXAR Penny, 4759, exhibited by Cade Clark, Lubbock, Texas. Third place, entry number 103, exhibited by Leslie Craig, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Fourth place, entry number 88, exhibited by Tyler Coleman, Modesto, California. Fifth place, entry number 90, exhibited by Leslie Rogers, Patoka, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 92, exhibited by B&K Cattle Company, Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. Seventh place, entry number 95, exhibited by Cade Patton, Frankfort, Indiana. Eighth place, entry number 83, exhibited by Jake Smith, Coleman, Alabama. Ninth place, entry number 96, exhibited by Ethan Howe, Wagontown, Pennsylvania. And 10th place, entry number 105, exhibited by Jade Zimmerman, Reinholz, Pennsylvania. In the ring now is Class 40 Angus heifers. Class 41 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 42 Angus heifers to the makeup ring. Attention in the barns. Gelbvieh exhibitors. Attention in the barns. Gelbvieh exhibitors. I'm going to predict a 1:30 start time. I'm going to predict a 1:30 start time for the Gelbvieh show.
Really a nice trio at the top end of this class, and you know, there's some decisions to be made between the top three heifers here. You can make an argument any way you want to go here, but we feel like the combination female for this class is a female that we're starting with. She's just really unique in terms of maternal. She's really unique in terms of freshness and presentation out here. We like the extension up through her front third and the way she comes off the top of that shoulder into that crest. She stays with some angulation. She's soft down her spine and out over her tail head set there. She carries a nice maternal muscle down into that lower quarter. She stays wide and smooth at her joint with a lot of length of stride. We feel like there's a lot of future in that female that wins the class. Really high quality female here in second. One that we'll argue that does have maybe a little more top in her, maybe a little bigger hip. She comes out with some shape and curve out of the top of that spine and brings that on down into a real nice lower third. If we could change her today compared to the female that wins the class, we give her a smidget more extension out of her front 1/3. We'd level her off from her hooks, or give her more length from her hooks to her pins in comparison to the female that wins it. Another nice female there in second. High quality female here in third. One we appreciate in terms of moderation. We like the size foot and the length of stride that she takes in comparison to the two in front of her. She's maybe a touch more stale in terms of brisket and up through that chest cavity compared to the ones in front of her. You might want to see her with just a little more width of hock when you look at her from behind compared to the two in front of her in this class. Then we get down to the fourth place female. This is a female that Keith and I can really appreciate in terms of being production oriented, wanting to go out and make a nice cow and be very low maintenance when she goes into production. With that said, we'd like to see a little more pizzazz to her front 1/3. We'd clean her up in her underline just a little bit there at her navel, but a real nice breed cow prospect there. Gentlemen's female next here in lineup's one we really like on the stands. We appreciate the look and the extension she carries up through her front 1/3. We like the length from the shoulders back and the way she goes back to that spine. If we could change her up today, we'd give her such more substance of bone on all four corners. We'd give her a little more lower third, and that undercarriage just deepen her up just a touch compared to some of the others. Young lady's female next here, we really like this one on the stands. She's really complete from end to end. She really bounces out. She shows a lot of functionality. With that said, she just wants to get up in her top line a little bit when she's in motion. Same holds true with the next heifer. Really a big stout individual here. Really wealth and dimension down her top, big out over her hip, brings that down into her lower quarter. Just gets up in her top a little bit when you get her in move. Then we get down to a female that's got a lot of moderation. We just like to see this one with a little more gas in terms of performance and wait for day of age to go any higher. Really a nice looking one here. This is one that'll take a great picture. We love her from a profile standpoint. Get her in motion, she gets a little tight in her pasture and wants to snap there. Needs a little more internal dimension to go any higher. Then we end up the class with a female that just needs to be a little stouter off any chin. She needs a little more class and profile to compete against these other heifers in this class.
Red Angus bull, entry 14, Diamond P Cattle Company. We need that bull to the makeup ring immediately. Final call. Class 33, Red Angus bulls to the makeup ring. Placings in class 40, Angus heifers. First place, entry number 115, Wallace Frontier Gal 49, exhibited by Sam Wallace, Stott City, Missouri. Second place, entry number 114, 4WA Emma 411, exhibited by Jared Radcliffe, Weston, Wisconsin. Third place, entry number 106, exhibited by Brianna Chandler, Alicia Fields, Texas. Fourth place, entry number 116, exhibited by Jackson Heyman, Cloverdale, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 110, exhibited by Champion Hill, Bidwell, Ohio, and Tony Mays, Speedwell, Tennessee. Sixth place, entry number 119, exhibited by Avery Bates, Manhattan, Montana. Place, entry number 111, exhibited by Kerry Wiley, Marysville, Indiana. Eighth place, 118, exhibited by Lawson Rowlett, Hurricane Mills, Tennessee. Ninth place, entry number 108, exhibited by Travis Fruling, Homer, Illinois. And 10th place, entry number 107, exhibited by Samantha McHugh, Gosport, Indiana. In the ring now in our Angus Show's class 41. Class 42 should be in the makeup ring. First call for class 45, Angus heifers. Ready, Emma? All right, we're ready to start our Red Angus Bull Show. Class 32, bring them on. Red Angus entry 47. Red Angus entry 47. Solution Genetics. We need that bull to the scales. We need class 36 bulls to the scales as well. Red Angus exhibitors, these bull classes are small, so keep those bulls coming along.
Well, here we just have a pair of April bulls to start off our Red Angus Bull Show, and really like both of this particular pair of calves. I think in terms of their condition today and the way that they're presented, really like that combination of looking like juveniles, yet still having some bloom and some fill today. I think between the two, though, I just like the extra masculinity. Maybe there's a little more stoutness, a little more broadness and power in the bull that's going to go ahead and win. I think maybe just at this stage of his maturity, he's just a little bit more uniform in his body depth and maybe maintains a little bit more of an But not to take anything away from the bull in second, because that one's tremendously long. I think he's actually quite a bit longer, particularly out of his hip. Maybe, though, if I was going to get just a little bit critical on this bull calf, just as you study him from his midrib back, maybe he's just a little bit plainer. He's a little bit higher in his flank, maybe a little bit more general to the set to his hind leg, but both are really structurally correct. Nice pair of bulls to start off our show.
Class 32 Red Angus Bulls. First place, entry number 146, WCS Net Worth 433, exhibited by Cundiff Farms, Nancy, Kentucky. Second place, entry number 147, GCC Thunderstruck, exhibited by Greystone Cattle Company, Stockport, Iowa. Coming into the ring now, big 3 Red Angus Bulls. Immediately following this, we'll select our Spring Bull Calf champion. Class 36 and 37, Red Angus Bulls to the makeup ring. Karen. Start of the show. We got 8 sets of sheets and they're all up. Well, I have a moment here, and if I can get you to focus your attention over on the Red Angus side, introduce a young lady that's been helping out all morning. Miss Margaret Spencer is here from Gibbon, Nebraska. She's the North American Junior Red Angus event first queen. So appreciate all Margaret's help. Give a wave there, Margaret. Folks, give her a nice round of applause. Appreciate her help throughout our Red Angus show, making it run so smoothly.
Well, over here in the Red Angus ring, we have a little larger class here in our March bull calf. And I think a really interesting trio of bulls to go ahead and sort. And for me, I think the combination of our bull in second and third is obviously our class winner, and he kind of becomes the logical place to start. For me, he's one that I really like him from the profile. He patterns up in a really smooth, soft kind of a manner. I like him in terms of his hip shape, and where I think he really has the advantage is at the ground. Just a really sound, structured kind of a bull, really developed in terms of his testicular development, and one that I think just offers maybe a little bit more rib than the bull right behind him. Really a long, extended, dark red bull in second. I like that added length that he has, probably a little bit longer hip than the bull right ahead of him. Tremendously sound and good as he goes at the ground. Maybe today he just doesn't have quite that center body capaciousness and depth of that bull right ahead of him, but still, in terms of those functional aspects of structure, I think that one is a nice second to our class winner. Bull in third is really an interesting little creature, and I can see that if you like his outline, the way he's stamped on the profile, he might be for you. This one's got a unique look. He's really compact in terms of his extensions, but that gives him kind of that nice proportional air. Maybe for me, he's a little bit too short up front. He's kind of a little short out of his hip, and I think that's what prevents him from taking that nice, long, fluid stride as he gets out and goes. An interesting bull. I just wish maybe today he offered a little bit more grow and a little bit more continuation. The bull that's in fourth has a little bit more altitude, no doubt, has the definite advantage in extension, but compared to those that let out right ahead of him, there's just not as much underneath him in the lower part of his skeleton, and maybe just not quite as far along in some of his bloom and condition. But that one's got some really good design elements, some really nice parts and pieces, and there's no doubt I think that you could turn him out with some confidence as well. The bull that leads out in fifth is one that we talk about their mid-rib a lot today, and he's got that really round, robust rib. Maybe him to either end of his skeleton. He just wants to come in a few more pieces. He's a notch higher in his flank, maybe a little bit tighter in his forerib, and not quite as masculine in his feature to move him on up the line, but I think I really like his practicality and especially that depth that he offers. And then finally, the bull that's going to close the class, one that's really smooth, blends really nicely, balances up well from the side. For me, though, maybe just one that's not quite as coordinated as he gets out and goes. Leave, and he wants to fade and funnel a little bit in the way that he's made in his hip, at the ground compared to his size, but still a really nice bull, good class with a nice top trio.
Apologize for taking so long here, but we had some differences in types and kinds here, and at the end of the day, Keith and I decided to cow it out here because the female that's going to head up the class is the female that carries the most internal dimension and overall body capacity. We appreciate her lower third and undercarriage. We think she excels there compared to the female that's in second. If we could change this female just a smidget, we get her in motion, she might get a little down in that loin just a touch, but really a lot of cow power there. We like the profile and the presentation. Female in second. We like the extension out through her front 1/3. We like the angulation to her shoulder. With that said, compared to the female that wins the class, she wants to get up just a little bit in her tail head there. We'd like to give her just a little more shape up into her forerib. Third place female, we'll admit, is a little plainer in her type and kind, but we think this one here is very functional. She carries a very big foot under all four corners. She stays sound at the ground. We appreciate the balance that she has out of her chest and up into her flank area. She stays good down her spine and out over her tail head set. At the end of the day, if you're going to move her up the lineup, you just want to give her a little more extension out through her front 1/3. Next female here is another high quality female. We really like this one on the stance. We like the overall design of this female and the maternal look. The reason we went ahead and slid her where she's at today, we'd like to change her up just a little bit when you're down here at ground level at her tail and the way her pin set is in relation to her hook bone there. Just like to see her a little more attractive, a little more extension off that hip. Young lady's female here next. We really like this female in terms of being complete and functional. One that's very maternal in her kind. With that said, she just gives up quite a bit of performance out here in this lineup. We just like to see her with a little more stoutness to go any higher today. really an interesting female right here. This one here's got a lot of really good parts, we think. We commend the exhibitor from that standpoint. Tremendous amount of width and dimension down her top. We like the way she stays out over her hip. We like the way she comes down into that lower quarter. We get her out here on the side profile. We just like to see a little more shape to her. We'd like to see a little more internal dimension going up into her heart area. Just like to fill her up there behind her shoulders just a touch to go any higher today. Next female here in the lineup, big stout kind, just needs to be a little sounder. Then we get down to the next one, same holds true. Big boned individual, a lot of length, just be a little freer moving off each end. Same holds true with the trio of females coming up the line. Just like to see them a little more graceful in their movement as they go in motion around the ring today.
In our Red Angus Show, Class 33, first place, entry number 149, WDZ Brickhouse 414, exhibited by Sydney Zender, Stanchville, Minnesota. Second place, entry number 155, MNS Ultimatum 4724, exhibited by Madison Shuey, Corning, Iowa. Third place, entry 151, exhibited by Camille Bloom, Brooklyn, Iowa. Fourth place, entry 153, exhibited by J6 Incorporated, Gibbon, Nebraska. Fifth place, entry 156, exhibited by Lindquist Farms, Fonda, Iowa. And sixth place, 57, exhibited by Shady Bottom Red Angus. We're now selecting our Spring Bull Calf champion in the Red Angus Show.
As we bring our April and our March class winning bulls back out here in their respective seconds again, I think it's just indicative of the kind of quality that we'll have in the bull show. I understand maybe not as many numbers, but certainly looking forward to it. I think in this particular division, it maybe just comes down to the basics, and you have to consider and keep in mind that when we're only talking about animals 7 months old, a month between them can make a lot of difference in terms of just their maturing and their development and their growth. And I think that holds true as we start to compare the bulls in this division. For me, it kind of breaks out rather nicely. There's a pair to use of those bulls from that March class. They'll be your champion in reserve. Let's give them a round of applause.
Red Angus Bull 163 to the scale, please. Red Angus entry 163 to the scales. Your Spring Bull Calf champion, entry number 149, WDZ Brickhouse 414, exhibited by Sydney Zender, Stanchville, Minnesota. The reserve, entry number 155 out of that same class, MNS Ultimatum 4724, exhibited by Madison Shuey, Corning, Iowa. Now ready for Class 36 Red Angus bulls. In our Angus Show, Class 41. First place went to entry number 139, EXAR Penny 4000, exhibited by Sydney Snore, Chowchilla, California. Second place, entry number 125, FCF Missy 409, exhibited by Taylor Adcock, Montweka, Illinois. Third place, entry 133, exhibited by Larry and Joe Horseman, West Lafayette, Indiana. Fourth place, entry 140, exhibited by Justin Teeter, Mount Ulma, North Carolina. Fifth place, entry 126, exhibited by Ashley Cox, Eagle Point, Oregon. Sixth place, entry 85, exhibited by Topline Farm, Tremont, Illinois. Seventh place, entry 132, exhibited by J-Star Livestock, Beachburg, Ontario. Eighth place, entry number 130, exhibited by Serena, Indiana. Ninth place, entry 131, exhibited by J-Star Livestock, Beachburg, Ontario. And 10th place, entry number 124, exhibited by Brad Gilchrist, Lucknow, Ontario. And 11th place, entry 123, exhibited by Matthew Woods, Benton, Mississippi. In the ring now is Class 42 Angus heifers. Immediately following this, we'll be selecting our winter heifer calf champion. Class 45 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 46. Red Angus entry 175 and 177 to the scales. Red Angus bulls 175, 177 to the scales.
Here's we begin into our next division in our Red Angus show. The class of February bulls really deep in terms of quality, but this bull that wins this class, I can just succinctly say is flat good. Next animal, please. The bull in second is one that I think is interesting to study from a length and extension and attractiveness standpoint. He's tremendously long. I really like this one out of his hip. He doesn't disappoint you at the ground in terms of his mobility and how he meets the surface in terms of that amount of foot and bone. I think just that great one that's right there ahead of him, maybe he pales in comparison a little bit as you study him through the center portion of his body. He's just not quite as round in his rib, maybe not quite as sappy bellied today as that one that wins. The bull in third, who you want to talk about a really performance kind of generating sire. This one could offer a program a lot of bottom line growth and profitability. He's got muscle, a tremendous weight per day of age. He weighs up among these contemporaries out here. Maybe though all that added substance is starting to begin to work to his disadvantage, and I'm a little less lenient on that at this younger age. You can see he's starting to get a little bit more open in his shoulder, maybe just a little bit a notch coarse up front compared to those other two ones that are maybe just a little bit fresher, a little bit more neatly laid in. The young lady's bull that's going to come out in fourth, one that again has a little bit more altitude. He's really long. I think with that extra frame though, maybe I'd like to give him just a little bit more lower substance, but in terms of those right functional traits of still having a lot of future and being good at the ground, he represents that. 161 with this dark red bull, that's another really big one, and we like those sometimes tall-shouldered cattle. Maybe though for me, he's just a little bit coarser, a little bit bigger in terms of his joints, and maybe doesn't handle his underpinnings quite as well as he gets out and goes. Maybe wants to struggle just a nickel in that regard. And finally, the young lady's bull that's going to close the class, a little bit more toned down and conservative in terms of his utility and today, though, unfortunately, there's just not as much of him to run with the top end of this class. Well, over here in the Red Angus ring, just a single entry actually in our January calf class. One though that I think could have stood quite a bit more competition. Unlike maybe the bull that this young man showed in the previous class, this one does have a similar amount of power, but I really like the extra amount of rib that he has. He's really tremendously soft, good at the ground. I think just a really good functional kind of cattle that'll represent this particular age break rather nicely in the division.
I got to check that one. That was automatic winner.
Oh, I got it. Junior bull.
Yes.
In a Red Angus Bull Show, Class 36, first place, and automatically your Junior Bull Calf Champion, entry number 174, AHL Flashback 446B, exhibited by Ladue Ranch, Agenda, Kansas. Second place, automatically your Reserve Junior Bull Calf Champion, entry 167, Daymar Cash, B584, exhibited by Gary Taylor, Winchester, Kentucky. Third place, entry 165, Cowtrax Ranch, Tipton, Iowa. Fourth place, entry 164, exhibited by Rocky Hill Farms, Petersburg, Tennessee. Fifth place, entry 161, exhibited by Sugar Creek Red Angus, Madisonville, Kentucky. And sixth place, entry 162, exhibited by Lindquist Farms, Fonda, Iowa.
Another pass with one in.
In our Red Angus ring, as we begin to select our junior bull calf champion, I think even though maybe not as many numbers, still really two nice representatives. Certainly, there's probably no secrets here. Probably gave it away in class, and after all, our wonderful announcer, I think, already announced this division, and that's how it's going to go. We're going to go ahead and use that pair of February bulls. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Over here in the Angus ring, really one of the probably the challenging class for Keith and I, just trying to figure out which direction we're going to go here and to kind of stay on track with what we've been doing today. We feel this heifer that wins the class fits what we do at home and what we're looking for today out here in this lineup. Just a real nicely made female that's very complete from end to end. We like the freshness of her condition. We like eyes together down her top and out over her hip. She's a female that stays pretty solid in terms of structural soundness. She gives up a little performance in comparison to the female that's in second, but we think she's sure adequate that way. We really think the female in second has a lot of good to her. We appreciate the forerib and the internal dimension that she got and the way she comes down into her flank. She gets out pretty solid and with some authority in terms of structure as she goes. Just doesn't quite get as complete for us today compared to the female that wins the class. Female in third here is the one that's the maternal one of the class. We really like her from that standpoint. We like the rib shape. We like the moderation. With that said, to get her on up the line, we just like to stouten her up in her lower quarter and modern her out just a little bit at her hock. Fourth place female here is one that we really like on the stance. She's a female that's got a lot of shape to her rib. She carries back nice into her flank area. With that said, we just like to see this female a little fresher in terms of condition, just like tone her down just a little bit that way. This is kind of what I'd say the problem child for us of the class. We we really appreciate this kind here. This is the kind that we can turn out in the harsh environment and survive on fescue, and we really like the internal dimension of this female. With that said, we'd just like to maybe give her a little more pizzazz to her overall profile out here in this particular environment to get her on up the line, but a really nice cow prospect there. Then we come in next here with another real solid kind of a female. We like this one a lot on the stance. She was in contention for the top end of the class when we looked at her from a profile. When you get her in motion, she gets a little more restricted out of her hip, carries that on down to the ground into her rear leg. Really like a lot of things about this heifer right here. We like the way she's put together down her spine, out over her hip. In this particular scenario, she just needs to be a little stouter down in that undercarriage, a little more lower third to go any higher. We think this female has a lot of good days ahead of her. Just not quite ready today, doesn't quite power up enough with the others, needs a little more shape in her forerib to go any higher in the class today. And then we end up the class with a female that's going to go out and make a nice productive cow. She'll be an ideal frame score at the end of the day. Just kind of needs to be a little more pizzazzed in terms of a profile, needs a little more style and balance to go any higher in this class.
On the Red Angus ring, we just have a single entry. Actually, we had several last-minute scratches, and it seems to be a kind of the case on several of these classes through the Red Angus show. Maybe these standout individuals scared away the competition, but we were left with a pretty nice one to go ahead and win this November class. Just has a tremendous amount of good in terms of practicality and functionality, really sound, like the way that all of his pieces blend, and yet he's still, I think, age-appropriate as you study him in his head. Just a really nice kind of a bull that's well fit, well fed, and well presented, and does a nice job of representing this November class.
In our Red Angus show, I misspoke a little bit there. That class 36 wasn't a single class in that division, but I did announce the right champions. Class 37, the class was won by entry 171. SC Red Redemption 1404B, exhibited by Sugar Creek Red Angus, Madisonville, Kentucky. Class 40, class, entry 176, A1, Amato 9A, exhibited by the Amato, Mays, Kansas. Now coming in is class 41, 2-inch class. Placings in class 42, Angus. First place, entry number 153, Gamble's Elbera 1094, exhibited by Holly Gamble, Clinton, Tennessee. Second place, entry 147, WCC Forever Lady B4, exhibited by Olivia Wilson, Ogden, Illinois. Third place, entry 150, exhibited by Caitlin Tunstall, Fayetteville, Arkansas. Fourth place, entry number 141, exhibited by Haley Herzog, Robinson, Texas. Fifth place, entry 152, exhibited by Daniel Foster, Niles, Michigan. Sixth place, entry 149, exhibited by Tom, Tricia, and Tyler Bullerman, Adrian, Minnesota. Seventh place, entry 145, exhibited by Kaylee Dahlquist, Washington, Pennsylvania. Eighth place, entry 143, exhibited by Werner Angus, Cordova, Illinois. And ninth place, entry number 146, exhibited by Calvin Levisay, Creston, California. In the ring now, we're selecting our winner heifer calf champion. Class 45 should be in the makeup ring. First call for class 46 and 47 Angus heifers to the makeup ring. Angus entry 172. Carson Patton, we need your entry 172 to the makeup ring immediately. Final call.
In our Red Angus ring, we have a pair of September bulls, both really different in their types and kinds, but I guess just more my kind is probably going to be the more moderate bull that goes ahead and wins this class. I appreciate that about him. I think he's got that look like he's got some doability. He'll be easy maintaining, and yet he's more than sound enough in terms of looking ahead to being able to cover some cows. Maybe if I was going to just get a little critical, he's a nice bull. It's in terms of the design and his hip. He's one that wants to drop just a little bit in his hooks and pins, maybe get underneath himself a little bit on the go on those rear two, but again, being critical of, I think, a pretty nice proportionally packaged bull. The bull in second, one that's no doubt got a little bit more height than altitude. He's tremendously longer, especially out of his hip, probably better designed in that region. Maybe though for me, for that extra shot of size that he has, he's just not quite in the same league as you watch him turn and go. He wants to narrow and funnel a little bit from his hooks back and his pins down, maybe just not as much spread and width underneath to accommodate that shot of extra scale and size he has.
The Red Angus Bull Show, Class 41, first place, entry 180, Bow Creek, heavily armed, 310A, exhibited by Bow Creek Farming Cattle, Hershey, Pennsylvania. Second place, entry number 181, Shady's Jackhammer, A612, exhibited by Shady Bottom Red Angus, Crossville, Tennessee. We're now ready to select our Fall Bull Calf champion. Class 45, 48, 50, and 51. All Red Angus bulls should be in the makeup ring.
At this time in the Angus Show, Keith and I, let's give these breeders a real nice round of applause. Really nice division here. Kind of briefly run back through these class winners. We feel like the female that comes out of this first class did so in terms of just power and over mass and volume and internal dimension. Just a super cow prospect here, and one that handles herself quite nice when you get her on the move. And we just think this one's got a lot of good to her from end to end, and she'll be a neat tool to work with for the breeder to go on with. You get her out here in this lineup with all the good that she has, and as much as we respect her, if we could change her just a touch, we'd like to tone her down just a little bit in her shoulder makeup, maybe refine her just a little bit up through that front 1/3 if it was a perfect world for us. Then we get down to the second class, a female that's just very, very elegant. We appreciate this female in terms of femininity and maternal look and freshness of condition and presentation out here. Just a really nice maternal kind. If you want to pick on her a little bit, when you get behind her, you might want to see her a little stouter made at some areas, but we think this one here has got a really good future ahead of her and is really complete in terms of her type and kind. Then we get down to the third class here. This is the one that excels out here in the lineup in terms of a neat combination of maternal but yet power. We think she's got a tremendous amount of width and dimension down her top and out over her hip. We appreciate the lower flank and the undercarriage in third that she's got up to that forerib. She's a female that gets around with some length of stride and sets that pastern back on all four corners. You get her set up here, and she's got a nice profile up through that front 1/3. If you was going to change her just a little bit, you might flatten her out just a touch at her shoulder, but she has plenty of angulation to go along with that. So real nice cow prospect there in Class 3. We really like this one in 4. She come out of a class that probably took us longer to sort than any up to this point of the day. There was a lot of good cattle within that class, but we felt like this was a combination heifer. We felt like this was a heifer with the most future ahead of her. We appreciate the way she's put together in terms of structure and the smoothness of joint. She resembles a lot in terms of her condition at this stage our Class 2 winner in terms of type and kind. She's going to have a lot of good days of her on down the road. Let's give them a nice round of applause, and we'll select your champion in reserve.
Winner heifer calf champion in the Angus Show's entry number 139 EXAR Penny 4000, exhibited by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California.
Well, over here in our Red Angus division, as we go to select this fall calf, I think two, again, really different bulls. And actually, if I did go ahead and took a look at the data, just as they were talking that division in the Angus ring, I think they truly represent what that reflects. We have the Cavigny's option here that wins that November class, just one that's really smooth in his pattern. He's one of those really flat-shouldered bulls that's really flawless in terms of his underpinnings. As you look at his foot size, his ankle, his proportional amount of bone to the top side shape and power that he has, I think just a really smooth package that needs to be commended in those areas. You have the growth option that wins that September class, and you can see that in him. He's one of those really muscular bulls, and all that substance is bundled into a really interesting, shapely package. Maybe, though, for me, that shot of extra substance wants to work to his disadvantage. He just comes in a few more pieces as you compare him to that really smooth, well-balanced bull right ahead of him, and we talked. Although he's sound, just in terms of an aesthetic point, he wants to get underneath himself just a little bit on the go, but I think bulls that, depending on your program priorities and maybe what you're trying to do and the direction that you're trying to take your operation, you and the audience can decide, today I'm going to go ahead and use this November bull.
Reserve winner heifer calf champion Angus went to entry 115 Wallace Frontier Gal 49, exhibited by Sam Wallace, Stock City, Missouri. What do you do?
180 was reserved.
Who was champion? Your fall bull calf champion Red Angus went to entry 176 A1 Anamato 9A, exhibited by the Anamato Group, Mays, Kansas. Reserve fall bull calf champion, entry number 180, Bow Creek heavily armed 310A, exhibited by Bow Creek Farm and Cattle Company, Hershey, Pennsylvania. There's no entries in class 44 Red Angus bulls, so this will be 45. Single entry in this class, single entry in the division, so he automatically intermediate champion bull. Gelbvieh exhibitors, we'll have a 1:30 start time for your show. Gelbvieh exhibitors, a 1:30 start time for your show.
A nice Mabel representative in this single entry class in our Red Angus show, one that's incredibly shapely as you read him in all of those outward dimensions. This one's a really stout, square-hipped one. He maintains that genuine width all the way to the ground, and that kind of also facilitates, I guess, just that durability and rugged look that he has. Just a really nice representative. I think that will fit rather nicely as your intermediate champion and your champion Red Angus bull lineup.
Angus entry 185, Colton Payne. Angus entry 188, Austin Betzold. We need those entries to the makeup ring immediately. Class 45, Red Angus. First place and automatically your intermediate champion bull, entry 182, J6 Rock Revival 3036, exhibited by Edward Spencer, Gibbon, Nebraska. We're now ready for class 48, Red Angus. Single entry in this class. Red Angus makeup, you want to go on and send in that Class 50 bull, Class 51 bull. We got 3 classes in this division of the Red Angus show. They're all 3 single entries. We're just going to bring those 3 class winners in, and our Judge Griffiths can evaluate them and talk them as she selects her division champion. So bring on that entry 188 and 191. So in our Red Angus show, in the ring now is our first place, Class 48, entry 183, Majestic Cowboy Way, A34, exhibited by Kunda Farms, Nancy, Kentucky. Class 50, first place, entry 188, Majestic Lionheart A25, exhibited by Stuart Moxley, West Friendship, Maryland. And first place in entry 150, in Class 51 is entry 1. WCS Ironman 304, exhibited by Kunda Farms, Nancy, Kentucky. 3 class winners for your junior champion division. Red Angus entry 193, Red Angus Bull 193, Cloyd Farms. Red Angus entry 196, Greystone Cattle. We need those bulls to the ring immediately. Final call.
Well, over on the Red Angus side, we've elected to bring back those individual single entry, what would be class winners into this division, kind of out of respect for time, and I'm sure my crew would be appreciative of that back in the barns getting cattle ready. But all 3 of these bulls, I think, still deserve a little bit of time, and we can discuss them individually. The young ladies bull, I believe in April, that would have won that first class is one that's just incredibly smooth in the way that he's patterned. Maybe not as masculine as a couple of the bulls behind him, but as you would expect. Just really soft in his feature, has that same advantage at the ground as you watch him stride, really long and extended, one that's got some definite upgrow as well. The bull that stands in the center of the ring, one that's incredibly powerful, and I think certainly within this particular lineup, just has a significant amount of class about him, one that's really good from his fore-rib back. I like how he's shaped and he's made. I think he's plenty good at the ground. If I was just going to get ever so critical, maybe he wants to start to drop out in his chest floor just a little bit, but I think still a tremendously good bull, and just like some of the things that he represents. And finally, the bull that would have won that January yearling class, one that, again, he kind of bookends the bull on the other end of the lineup just in terms of his size and his length and his scale. Again, one that's sound and really practical at the ground. Maybe just doesn't have quite as much middle today, maybe not quite as much condition. I think he likely probably comes to us in his working clothes, and that's commendable as well. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve. I think that there's one that handles it rather nicely, but nonetheless, all three individuals brought their bulls to town, so let's give them a round of applause.
Junior champion bull goes to entry number 188. Majestic Lionheart A25, exhibited by Stuart Moxley, West Fringe. Reserve junior champion bull, entry 183. Majestic Cowboy Way A34, exhibited by Cundiff Farms, Nancy, Kentucky. We're now ready for class 54.
In the Angus Show, got a really nice set of females at the top end of this class, and Keith and I both agree that this female here wins this particular class quite handily for us. Just really nicely shown and presented out here, a female that gets around really good on the ground. She stays balanced up from the side and has a lot of functionality. She's very maternal in her kind. We like the way she stays at her shoulder and the way she carries that on forward up into her jaw. Just a real nice cow prospect to start the class with. Get down to second place female. We felt like she followed her the most alike in kind. Really a nice long-sided individual that has some width and dimension down her top. She stays good out over her hip and over at tail head set. If we could change her up today compared to the one that wins the class, might tighten her up just a touch at her shoulder and give her a little more extension at her front end, maybe give her a little more softness to that undercarriage. We really like this female in third when she's on the stance. Female that's beautiful in terms of a profile. She's very freshly presented out here in terms of condition. With that said, get her in motion. She'd like to free her up off her rear leg just a little bit. Like to see her hit her track a little nicer when she goes around the ring. One of the stouter females in the class, a female that tremendous in terms of width and dimension down her top and out over her hip. She carries a tremendous amount of substance of bone in terms of bone work on all four corners of her foundation. With that said, we'd like to see her a little more refined out of her shoulder, just like to see her a little more maternal from that standpoint. Then we get down to the youngest female in the class, and I appreciate the integrity of her being a December 30th. She gives up a few days in this particular class, but one, it's very functional in her type and kind. She's got a really nice lower undercarriage in terms of volume and internal dimension. Just needs a little more pizzazz to her front end to go any higher in the class today. Young lady's female next in the lineup's a high profiling type female, tremendously long spine, gets a little more refined in her bone work, need to stouten her up from the ground up. Then we get down to the next female here, one that's got her rib, just needs to be a little sounder off all four corners. Same holds true with the next female in the line. We appreciate the width and dimension down her top. Just like to see her a little easier moving as she goes. Same holds true with the next female here. We really like that one on the stance. Just needs to be a little more relaxed out of her shoulder and off that rear leg as she goes. And then we follow up the class with one that has some natural turn to her top and hip. Just need a little more time balance to her overall profile to go any higher today.
Class 54, Class 54, Red Angus, first place, entry number 193. Exhibited, he is SC 1232Z, exhibited by Cloyd Farms, Marion, Kentucky.
Out here in the Red Angus Show, we just have a single entry fall senior bull, one that really at the stand I think that you have to appreciate just for his thickness and his masculinity, really out there in terms of on all of his corners, and I think that that's a result of that tremendous amount of width that he has, really rugged in his foot and his bone work, and hangs a great underneath him. Just a nice fall senior representative. Let's give him a round of applause.
Coming into the ring now is Class 55 Red Angus bulls. Class 55 was another single entry Red Angus class. First place, entry 194, GCC Navigator, 1233, exhibited by Greystone Cattle, Stockport, Iowa. Coming into the ring now is Class 56, your final class of Red Angus bulls, 2-year-old bulls. Immediately following this, we'll select senior champion. Then we'll be ready to select our grand and reserve bulls. So we need all those champion and reserve bulls divisions into the makeup ring. Red Angus exhibitors, if you're interested in competing in group classes, we need those animals in the makeup ring as well. We will do group classes before we take pictures. Red Angus exhibitors will do group classes before we take pictures. We've got a Gelbvieh show to start in exactly 30 minutes. So produce a dam, senior get, junior get, if you're interested in competing. In our Angus show, Class 45. First place, entry number 173, Champion Hill, Georgina, 8547, exhibited by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. Second place, entry 168, PVF Lucy, 3219, Conchico Cattle Cooperative, Lake Charles, Louisiana. Go ahead, Judge.
And a really nice pair in the Red Angus Bull Show. To conclude just our classes, and although they both have tremendous quality, I still think it's a fairly easy decision that this 190 really needs to be the kind of bull in the place to start. Tremendously smooth and how he's patterned, and my hat's off to this exhibitor, because I know that can be challenging as you get into these older, heavier weight bulls, but he really puts all of his substance really smoothly on his framework and yet can get out and go tremendously well. That one's sure a little big in terms of his height and size, but I think just the way that he puts everything together has to be commended. Bull in second is another one that's really long, really extended, especially out of his hip. Maybe though for a bull that's kind of similar to our class winner, he just doesn't power up quite as well, especially as you study him from his mid-rib back, but still a tremendous pair of bulls to close out our classes in our Red Angus show.
Class 56 Red Angus. First place, entry number 197, ATKN, Zaxby, exhibited by Atkinson Red Angus, Pulaski, Tennessee. Second place, entry number 196, Red Blair's Cash 29Z, exhibited by Greystone Cattle Company, Stockport, Iowa. We're now ready to select our senior champion bull. We need all those division champion reserves in the makeup ring. Continuing with placings in Class 45, Angus. Third place, entry 166, exhibited by Wyatt Jester, Newcastle, Indiana. Fourth place, entry 181, exhibited by Lauren Enright, Renfrew, Ontario. Fifth place, entry number 160, exhibited by Werner Angus, Cordova, Illinois. Sixth place, entry 177, exhibited by Catherine Cowles, Rockfield, Kentucky. Seventh place, entry 167, exhibited by Wyatt Walker, Lexington, Alabama. Eighth place, entry 179, exhibited by Justin Wood, Willow Spring, North Carolina. Ninth place, entry 165, exhibited by Alexis Wright, Philippi, West Virginia. And 10th place, entry number 180, exhibited by Circle R. Angus, Alma, West Virginia. In the ring now is Class 46 Angus. Class 47 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 48 Angus.
Well, in the Red Angus ring in our final division, within the Bulls show, we have our senior bulls out here, two different class winners, and then our one respective second, all tremendously good bulls. Just to talk about them real quickly, those two class winners. The bull that wins that first fall class is one that we talked about, him really being out there on his corners, and that's thanks to his shape and the muscularity that he offers. Really want to like him on the stand. Maybe my one struggle with him today is he's probably been at the North American just a little too long. He's starting to act a little sore and a little tender. I think he's probably really good structured on a good day. Maybe Louisville's just got the best of him. Maybe I'll probably feel like that come about Friday. Really nice bull that wins that second class. We talked about him. He's a big bull, but he's really smooth in his pattern, and for all of that extra bulls that's there, he handles it on a really mobile, athletic structure. Does he have quite as much substance, quite as much muscle and thickness as that bull right ahead of him? No, but I think that he's probably from a structural integrity standpoint, in terms of picking big bulls, he'll be your division champion. Let's give him a round of applause.
Senior champion, Red Angus Bull, entry 197, ATKN, Zaxby, exhibited by Atkinson, Red Angus, Pulaski, Tennessee. And the reserve senior champion bull, entry 194, GCC Navigator, 1233, exhibited by Greystone Cattle, Stockport, Iowa. Now ready to select our champion and reserve champion, Red Angus Bull. Red Angus exhibitors, if you're interested in competing in group classes, we need those cattle in the makeup ring as well. Red Angus group classes, we need you in the makeup ring.
Once again, a really nice class of females out here in this lineup. We feel like it's fairly close placing between first and second here. These two females are a little different in types and kinds, but we elected to go with a female that's got a little more finesse all the way through for us today. A female that's really elegant up through her front 1/3. She stays nice down her spine and out over her hip. We like the balance that she has and the way she presents herself out here from that standpoint. Really a big ribbed individual here in second, female that carries a lot of lower third in terms of depth of flank and the way she comes up through her chest. If we could change her up today compared to the female that heads up the class, we'd like to tone her down just a touch in her shoulder. We'd like to design her a little different there off top, her tail head set in comparison to the female that wins the class today. Next female here in third, we really appreciate this one on the stance. We like the rib shape. We just like to change her up in terms of the way she moves and structure. And same holds true with the one here in fourth. Really a nice modern frame female. It's got nice shape to her rib, going to make a tremendous cow. We get her in motion, just want to free her up a little bit off that rear leg as she goes. Then we get down a real attractive kind of female here next in the lineup, long-sided kind of female with a lot of extension. We'd like to tone her down just a touch in her frame score, maybe soften her up just a little bit there in her midsection, fill her up through her forerib just a little bit. We really like the type and kind of the female next here, one that's got some depth of flank and depth of forerib and chest. At the end of the day, we just like to freshen this one up out of her brisket and on back into her udder and her pin set, just like to see her a little fresher to go any higher in the class today. Same holds true with the one that follows up the class. Female just needs to be a little more attractive on the move to go any higher.
Placings in class 46, Angus heifers first place, entry 191. Dameron, BF, Elba, 320, exhibited by Madison Stockdale, Waynetown, Indiana. Second place, entry number 184. SRF, BRMF, Blackbird, 864, exhibited by Logan Wright, Philippi, West Virginia. Third place, entry number 194, exhibited by Lauren Grimes, Hillsboro, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 190, also exhibited by Lauren Grimes, Hillsboro, Ohio. Fifth place, entry 198, exhibited by Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California. Sixth place, entry 186, exhibited by Casey Pitchford, Athens, Texas. Seventh place, entry 187, exhibited by Circle R Angus, Alma, West Virginia. Coming into the ring now is class 47 Angus heifers. Class 48 should be in the makeup ring. First call for class 51. Entry 219, Angus entry 219, Mary Oliver. You need that entry to the makeup ring immediately.
Well, over here in our Red Angus ring, as we think about selecting our champion bull and concluding the show today, again, as I was kind of, I guess, getting ready for Louisville, as many do, Dad happened to come in the washroom one day and show me this pin. And it was a North American International Position exhibitor pin from 1980. Dad didn't exhibit cattle in 1980. He actually qualified for the Great Lakes Circuit Finals Rodeo, and he admitted to me he didn't even walk through the cow barn, wasn't even interested. So things certainly change, just like this year, if we want to come to present day. You know, there's a lot of change, I think, in conversation among the exhibitors on some of the different things that the North Americans done, and I think that's neither here nor there, but there are a few things that never change. And that's that, in my opinion, of the options that you have for the fall majors, there is no place like showing cattle and the green shavings at the North American. It's great hospitality. It's a great place to house cattle. It's a great place to show cattle, and a great place to watch cattle show as well. One thing that certainly hasn't changed for me either is I kind of like showing bulls, and we have several in our string, and actually I kind of have a unique opportunity today, and certainly honored and privileged and understand the responsibility of evaluating the cattle and being on this side of the mic, and but we still have Gelbvieh cattle that will actually follow these in the ring that I'll be exhibiting. So I understand that responsibility and just how important this is, because like many, especially in this breed and those ones across the aisle, it's not about breeding show cattle. It's about showing your breeding cattle. We use this as a marketing tool. I'll be the first to admit we come to win, but this is a marketing tool. It's not a means to an end, and so for me out here, I guess I understand the responsibility of just evaluating the cattle, because it's a lot of time, it's a lot of work, it's a lot of energy, and I think that keeps you honest. It keeps you out of the weeds, and I know that my dad, who, if any of you know him, knows that he's very passionate about the cattle, so that certainly changed. What keeps me honest is selecting those that I can unload from the trailer in front of him if he told me to go out and pick a bull or pick a bred female or pick cows to bring back to the herd. Phenomenal lineup of Red Angus exhibitors. I certainly appreciate this honor as the North American and everything they do, not just in this show or this year, but for years. It's a great event, second to none. Let's give the North American, all of the exhibitors, and specifically the Red Angus exhibitors, a round of applause.
And ladies and gentlemen, how about a nice round of applause for our Red Angus judge today, Miss Emily Griffiths from Kendallville, Indiana. She's done a great job sorting through our Red Angus show. Your grand champion, Red Angus Bulls, entry number 174, AHL Flashback 446B, exhibited by Ladue Ranch, Agenda, Kansas. And the reserve, your reserve grand champion bull, entry number 188, Hart, A25, exhibited by Stuart Moxley, West Friendship, Maryland. We're now ready to do group classes, Red Angus. Final call for group classes. We'll do those before pictures. Go ahead, Judge Phillips.
In the Angus Show, got a really complete modern frame kind of female to start this class with. We just really like the cow look of this individual and just the way she's put together down her top and out over her hip. Sets real attractive off the top of that rump and goes down nice with a nice muscle pattern into her lower quarter. She gets it done on the ground from there up, just a real complete kind that sure has adequate performance for us to win this class today. Then we get down to the second place female. We felt like she followed her to the most alike in kind in terms of frame score and internal dimension. Female, it's got some nice shape to her rib, got a nice look down her top and out over her hip. With that said, she gives up just a little bit up to the front 1/3 in terms of her profile compared to the female that heads up the class. Really a beautiful kind of a female here in third, one that is on the outer limits of frame score for us today, but one we appreciate in terms of her overall structure from the ground up, the way she moves agile out of her shoulder and gets on down through the ring there, really graceful. If we could change her, we'd just tone her down a little bit in terms of her frame score to compete against the two females in front of her. Then we get down to a little more moderate frame female next, one we like on the stance. We like the balance and functionality of this female. With that said, we'd like to see her with a little more substance of bone down in that lower cannon. Then we get this young man's female next. Keith and I both agree on the stance. We like her as well as anything in the class. Once we get her in motion, she just needs to be a lot longer strided to go any higher in this particular class today. And then we end up the class with a big top, big hipped individual, just a little plainer in her type and kind. Just needs a little more profile to go any higher today.
In our Red Angus Show, is this produce a dam? Over on the Red Angus side, I want to say a special thanks to these young people. If you've watched them around ringside today and back in the makeup ring wearing the gray vest, your national junior board members for the Red Angus, we appreciate their help today. Made the show go so smoothly. In our Angus Show, Class 47, first place, entry number 214, top line LE 3065, exhibited by Brady, Shillington, Carrollton, Illinois. Second place, entry number 207, Voyager, Georgina 657, exhibited by Carson Call, Gallipolis, Ohio. Third place, entry number 204, exhibited by Kelsey Faulkner, Tooney, Alabama. Fourth place, entry 208, exhibited by Fred Fry, Drewmore, Pennsylvania. Fifth place, entry number 205, exhibited by Daniel McFarland, Keithville, Louisiana. And sixth place, entry 201, exhibited by K.M. and K. Dorothy Malcolm Macomb, Illinois. In the ring now is Class 48 Angus. Immediately following this, we'll be selecting our senior heifer calf champion. Class 51 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 52. Gelbvieh exhibitors, 10 minutes till showtime. Gelbvieh exhibitors, 10 minutes till showtime. Start bringing those first classes to the makeup ring. What was that? Was that produce? All right, we're now ready for senior get. If there's any senior get. Produce a dam. In a Red Angus Show, first place to an entry from Solution Genetics, Cushing, Iowa. Second place from entry from Lindquist Farms, Iowa. And then they were also third place as well on another produce a dam. In our Red Angus Show, Junior Gitta Sire, first place to entry from Zender Cattle Company, Stanchville, Minnesota. Second to Lindquist Farms, Fonda, Iowa. In your Senior Gitta Sire, first place to TC Reds, Ringgold, Wisconsin. And second to Solution Genetics. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our Red Angus Show. Red Angus exhibitors, we appreciate your attendance and support of the North American. We'll be starting our Gelbvieh show momentarily. Gelbvieh exhibitors, we're going to start with your Gelbvieh for Charity. Gelbvieh for Charity at 1:30. Gelbvieh for Charity entries. We need you to the makeup ring. Gelbvieh for Charity entries to the makeup ring. Red Angus Premier Breeder goes to Solution Genetics. Premier exhibitor, stealing calculations. Fresh off the presses, Premier exhibitor, Kunda Farms, Nancy, Kentucky. Angus class 51, Angus class 51. Need you to the makeup ring immediately. Dr. Johns, we've got the book. Dr. Johns.
Really nice set of females once again, and really to evaluate a class like this. But the female we're going to use to win this class is the one that hit bad, and we never look back with it. Keith and I both agree that this is the female that we really like in this class in terms of just freshness and presentation, the way she puts herself together down her top, the attractiveness out over her hip, and the way she comes down into her lower quarter. She balances up really good out of her underline, going up into that chest cavity. Just a really nice, complete kind of female that is right frame score for us today, and one we appreciate in terms of structural soundness. We think there's a lot of quality in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 females in this class. We get a little bigger in this next female, but that's okay here at this point. A female that we really like on the stance. We feel like she represents as much mass and width as anything in the class here. We like the way she's put together into her chest and the way that comes back into her flank area. Where we would change this one up a little bit is we'd like to tie her up a little nicer there at that loin, just like to put her together a little neater there across the top of her loin as she goes down her spine. But a real nice female there in second. Then we get down to a real unique female here in third, one that we considered winning the class at one point, and one we considered putting second. But at the end of the day, we appreciate this one for a lot of good all the way through. Where we would like to change her up just a touch is we'd like to tighten her up just a little bit at her shoulder, give her a little more extension out through her front 1/3. Really another nice kind here next in the lineup. Big ribbed and lots of internal dimension into her chest cavity and back into her flank. With that said, might want to free her up just a little bit out of her shoulder when she's on the go compared to the females in front of her. We like the young man's female next here in the lineup when she's on the stance. Very maternal kind. When she gets on the move today where we'd change her up, she's wanting to get up into her pastern and pop that pastern a little bit. She's getting a little tight out of her loin because of that and getting up in her top line, but nice brood cow prospect there. Entry 234, another nice female that we really like on the stance, really complete in her type and kind. Get her in motion. She wants to waddle a little bit off her front end, get outside her skeleton just a little bit off her rear leg. Next female in the lineup, big stout, big hipped individual, just a little too short in her stride. Next female here is one that's got a lot of good to her. Nice look all the way through. She's got a lot of grow and a lot of growth to her. Tremendous amount of length to side. We'd like to freshen her up down into her brisket. We'd like to clean her up from that standpoint to move her up the lineup. Then we get to this next one here, more moderate kind of female. Wants to get up in her top just a little bit. Like to see her a little more extended up through her front 1/3. Next female here in the line, one that's got some rib shape, internal dimension. Just needs some more angulation to her shoulder. Same holds true with the female that ends up the class. Nice moderate kind here with a lot of rib. Just like to see a little more angulation to that shoulder to go any higher in the class.
Over in our Gelbvieh show, we're going to get started this afternoon first with the Breeder's Choice Gelbvieh Futurity. And this was created by the Gelbvieh Association. Opportunity for members of the Futurity to come in and evaluate these animals with scored balloting. They'll select the champion heifer, and then we have a drawing, correct, William? Then we have a drawing amongst those Futurity members to see who wins that champion heifer. All right? So, all right, Futurity members, where you want them? They got all right, Futurity members, if you'll come into the show ring, William McIntosh will get you with your ballots, and you can start bringing those Futurity heifers into the ring. Placings in class 48 Angus heifers. First place, entry number 224 EXAR Envious Blackbird 7813, exhibited by Austin Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. Second place, entry number 237, PVF Proven Queen 3184, exhibited by Lucas Mosier, Larchwood, Iowa. Third place, entry number 217, exhibited by Emily Brooks, Prophetstown, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 235, exhibited by Trent Ray, Abingdon, Illinois. Fifth place, entry 236, exhibited by Logan Boyd, Maislick, Kentucky. Sixth place, entry number 234, exhibited by Tyler Coleman, Modesto, California. Seventh place, entry 230, exhibited by Chase Anderson, Chrisman, Illinois. Eighth place, entry 221, exhibited by Joseph Hawk, Hamilton, Missouri. Ninth place, entry 218, exhibited by Leslie Craig, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. 10th place, entry 227, exhibited by Madeline Taylor, Lubbock, Arkansas. And 11th place, entry 231, Wiley, Marysville, Indiana. We're now selecting our senior heifer calf champion. Class 51 should be in the makeup ring. Class 52, first call to the makeup ring. Gelbvieh exhibitors, we need Class 1 and Class 2 Gelbvieh heifers to the makeup ring. We're getting started in our Gelbvieh show, as we said, with our futurity. And if you don't have a program, entry 1 in the futurity is Butler's Bianca 534B. She's consigned by Butler Creek Farms. Entry 2 is CIRS 16B, entered by Circle S Ranch. Entry 3, Blue Well Leanne 231A, consigned by Blue Well Farms. Number 4 is Twilight, entered by Double Diamond Farms. Number 5 is R Pearl 1376A, consigned by Reininger Cattle Company. Number 6 is Carolina 3303, exhibited by C Cross Cattle Company. Entry 7, MV Missadale 257A, entered by Maple Valley Farm. Entry 8, B-Lick Stones Redbud, consigned by B-Lick Gelbvieh. Those are your 8 entries in your futurity. Now's your chance to be in the ring and vote for your champion futurity female. Red Angus guys, those of you waiting for pictures, I get a few of you to come up to the left of the announcer, some of you to go over to the right. Our camera, you're right in the camera view, internet camera of our show. Some of you can go, a couple of you can go over to the rail if you want.
Folks, another awesome division of cattle out here in front of you, and extremely good quality, and all these exhibitors. Once again, please, another round of applause for these breeders and exhibitors for an exceptional set of heifers out in this lineup. Keith and I both really appreciate this female out of the first class. You get her in motion, she gets it done with nice grace and just really fluid as she goes. We appreciate the length of spine that she's got and the way she sits out over her tail head and her grow bone there. The way her crest comes up out of the top of her shoulder, she stays nice and smooth in that shoulder. We think she carries a tremendous amount of lower third out of that flank, and the way she comes up into her chest cavity. When she goes into production, she's going to have a picture perfect udder too. Just really nice teat size, and her spaced out good there at this stage of her game. We're going to pick on her a little bit, and that's what we got to do out here at this level. You know, you might want to see her with just a little less brisket compared to some of the others out here in the lineup. But, you know, that's probably why she's got the rest of it to go behind it. Just a real nice functional first class. Then we get down to the second class. This one's a lot like her in type and kind, frame score and so on and so forth. This one comes out here and represents that class quite nicely, in my opinion, and we appreciate her too. Once again, the way she's put down her top and out over her tail head. She's one of the bigger hipped, lower, wider quartered females that we have out here. She carries herself maybe with a little more bone work on all four corners than some of the others. But with that said, then it throws a little more shoulder to her, and she gets a little more crestier up through that front 1/3 compared to a couple other heifers in the lineup. Get down to the third class here, a female that's also lays really good down her top. We like the frame score and mature level that she's going to at this stage of the game. This one here is extremely long. And with that said, at times it'll make her appear maybe not to be as much undercarriage in this one as some of the others, but this female is adequate in terms of internal dimension and rib shape and all that. If we could change her up today just like the one in front of her, you might give her just a little less shoulder. You might want to see her just a little tighter out of that brisket and up through her jaw compared to some of the others in this lineup, but a real nice one there too. Then we get down to this last class, a female that's really nicely presented out here. We think she's very maternal in her kind. We appreciate the smoothness of joint. We like the way she's put together down her spine again, and the way she stays flat at that grow bone and tail head set. Very maternal looking, coming out of an attractive hip down into that lower quarter, and we think she comes out really nice in that flank and up through that lower third, coming up into her chest. We think that's a neat combination, a big rib, but yet not getting too chesty up front. Really nice looking when she's got her head up coming out of the top of that shoulder, really long from the muzzle to pole. Very fresh in her appearance. At this time, let's give them another round of applause. We'll talk about it a little bit, and we'll select you a champion in reserve.
Senior heifer calf champion Angus is entry number 224, EXAR Envious Blackbird 7813, exhibited by Austin Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. Reserve senior heifer calf champions, entry number 173, Champion Hill, Georgina, 85-47, exhibited by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. Angus, entry 258, Kendra Cosbabe, need you to the makeup ring. Coming into the ring now is class 51. Class 52 should be in the makeup ring. Immediately following 52, we select intermediate champion. So first call for class 55. All right, we're ready to get started with our Gelbvieh show. Class 1, Gelbvieh females, single entry in this class. So Class 2, Gelbvieh females should be in the makeup ring. Our judge for today's Gelbvieh show, definitely no stranger here to Freedom Hall, Mr. Scott Shockey, who's a professor at Kansas State University. We called him our own here in Kentucky for a little while. He's still a Wildcat, but Scott, of course, teaches and advises at Kansas State University and is actively involved with his family in raising a Simmental cattle operation as well. Scott's judged throughout the U.S., Canada. He's had the pleasure to travel to South America and Mexico to judge as well. And his wife, Candy, have 2 boys, Shane and Shiloh. If you were with us this weekend for the steer show, Shiloh exhibited very competitive steer in our steer show this weekend. So it's indeed a pleasure to welcome back here to the Freedom Hall Mr. Scott Shockey to evaluate our Gelbvieh show.
Testing. There we go. I've been so excited to judge the Gelbvieh show. I showed up at 7:30 this morning, didn't I, Brother Burke? So that shows the enthusiasm that I have, and it is Emily's such a great job talking about the enjoyment we get to come down here and be a part of, the ceremony down here on the floor. Good cattle, good people, and she's exactly right. And so it's fun. It's fun to come back and do these things. First class, it always makes you feel good, too, as a judge, to know there's one in here. You can get off to a good start. This little June heifer that, again, as I think about this female down the road and some of the things that she offers, a breeding program, she's going to have enough actual performance in terms of weight per day of age or EPDs to read right where they need to be, kind of in the middle here, no extremes. She herself has plenty of rib and muscle, and, I think she's good enough in terms of skeleton. There's just a lot of long female here. So we get off to a good start. Congratulations to this young lady here for getting us a good start on our female show here in the purebreds.
In the Angus Show, once again, a lot of quality at the top end of this class. Real nice, moderate frame kind of female to start this class with. We really appreciate the way this one here gets off the ground and goes with a lot of length of stride and authority. You analyze her from the shoulder forward, really keen off the top of that shoulder, really a lot of extension there. And this is where she excels over the female in second. Female in second, we sure like in terms of depth of chest. The way she comes into her flank. We just like to give her a little more extension, a little more pizzazz up to her front 1/3 compared to the female that heads up the class today. Get down to 244 here in third place, a female that sure got a lot of good to her. We really appreciate this one for the way she's put together down her top and out over her tail head set. With that said, you get her in motion, she gets a little waddle off the rear leg there, just a touch, maybe just a little bigger than we would desire today, but a real nice kind there. Another little bigger frame female here next in lineup one that's got a nice look to her. She just gives up a little bit in terms of fore rib and depth of flank and lower third and that undercarriage to go any higher in this particular class. Next female here, big top, big hipped individual. Freshen her up in her brisket and out over her pin set to go any higher today. And then we end up the class with a very nicely presented female, just a little tight out of her shoulder, needs a little more angulation there, a little more freedom of movement off the rear leg.
Placings in Class 1 Gelbvieh females. First place, entry number 1, SBSF Belick Brianna, exhibited by Samuel Smith, Crab Orchard, Kentucky. In the ring now is Class 2 Gelbvieh females. Immediately following this, we'll do our spring heifer calf division. We need Class 4 and 5 Gelbvieh heifers into the makeup ring. In our Angus Show, Class 51, first place, entry number 245. PVF Proven Queen 3177, exhibited by James Moxley, West Friendship, Maryland. Second place, entry number 238. Triple C Kate A400, exhibited by Cheyenne Jones, Franklinton, Louisiana. Third place, entry 244, exhibited by Coleman, Alabama. Fourth place, entry 241, exhibited by Trent Ray, Abingdon, Illinois. Fifth place, entry 242, exhibited by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. And sixth place, entry number 240, exhibited by Jim Kramer Jr., Worthington, Minnesota, and Brandon Lismore, Minnesota. In the ring now is Class 52 Angus heifers. Immediately following this, we'll be ready for intermediate heifer. We need Class 55 in the makeup ring. First call for 56.
do me a favor? This production index, I think there's a something, we're missing something here. I don't know if we're missing if it's a 7 or a 6, so. In fact,
Yeah,
looks like we're
it's wrong
missing
on that
the
one.
first digit on several. If you wouldn't mind writing those in for me? Okay. All right. We had a little typo here on the indexes. We're missing a number for me, and I'm going to look at the data. I'm not smart enough to tell you how to incorporate the data in your breeding program. I think as a general rule, as I look at the other parameters outside of the indexes, I think these cattle all fit within a very, very acceptable range. Some are a little better than others in other traits. But I think for me, what it boiled down to is you've got a lot of quality in this class. There's 2 heifers here that to me come together just a little better in terms of the build and design of these cattle and their hip and their hind legs. They get out and travel. I think this is a close call here on top. And today at this stage of their life, I think there's just a little more stretch and length here in the heifer that wins the class. I probably like the shape of her neck, the way she's made right down in through her jaw as compared to the heifer here in second. Now, she does need to be changed a little up in her shoulder and her front knee. She probably doesn't go quite as comfortable out of her front end. She's just naturally built a little low-headed as she travels anyway, and I think when you add to that being just a nickel steeper up in her front end, that's probably the big concern that I would have with that one. A younger heifer here in second, and again, there's some things about her that I like as we look at her in terms of a little extra bone and spread and dimension from one end to the other. I think she holds that advantage over the heifer that we have winning the class. Maybe just a little chuffier up in her front end. She's a little shorter constructed in her neck, a little extra skin up front. Probably the big thing too, if I could just fix her from her hooks and especially right back into her pin bone setting, level her up just a notch like we see in the class winner, I think again that placing becomes close because there's so much give and take up there on the top end. Now, if you're in search of one that's got more muscle and length, this is the heifer that we have here in third. And again, probably a little nicer up in her jaw and her throat. No doubt from one end to the other, this one's probably got as much red meat and muscle. Easy there, sis. Don't you hate it when you have faulty equipment? Like your, I'd get a hold of John Sullivan. So we gotta get some better equipment. Okay, a heifer here, as we get her stopped, I like a lot of things about her. Again, her length, her muscularity, she's a little nicer up in through her jaw and her throat, like we said. A little more set to her hind leg, and as we get her out and we travel her, especially from her hooks back, that would probably be the area I'd like to fix her the most. Start with her tail head, the set and design of her hind leg. Heavy-duty heifer here in fourth, and I say that because of the exceptional bone that she has, length of body, extra substance in this heifer here. Right now, at this stage of her life, she's just a little coarser up in her head and her neck, and again, just doesn't blend it all together quite as nicely. And I would say that's really because of she's just a little raw looking, a little more skeleton and bone to that female, and so I don't think she's quite as smooth. And I'm going to say the term feminine, but I'm going to use that very loosely here in the way I would describe that one. This one here that completes the class, she's just skinny. You know, I tell you what, that one is good looking. She's built nice structurally. She's got a good rib cage. There's a lot of things about that heifer that I think's really good. Babe, she's just behind the game right now in terms of bloom and weight, but do not give up on that one. I think there's a lot of good people there.
Placings in Class 2, Gelbvieh females. First place, entry number 8, 3G Cowgirl 449B, exhibited by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Second place, entry number 2, BCFG Butler's Bianca 534B, exhibited by Butler Creek Farms, Milton, Tennessee. Third place, entry number 3, exhibited by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 5, exhibited by Circle S Ranch, Canton, Kansas. And fifth place, entry number 7, exhibited by Karen Eby, Duncan, South Carolina. We're now ready to select our spring heifer calf champion. Class 4 and 5 Gelbvieh should be in the makeup ring.
Okay, just real quick in this first calf division, the last two heifers that we discussed will be our champions out here again, just on the stand, a little more length and presence here, and your champion, a little nicer made up in her front knee and shoulder is reserved. So we'll keep them two just as they stood in class. Congratulations.
Really a nice class of Angus females once again over here in this lineup. We're going to start with what we feel is the combination heifer in this class, one that is just a real neat combination, a brood cow, but yet has a tremendous profile from the side. We like the maternal look that she has. We like the way she handles herself at the ground. Just a real nice female to start the class with. We felt like the female in second followed her the most alike in female that's really neat down her top, down over her tail head set, and stays very fresh at her hip. We appreciate the maternal look that she carries down into her lower quarter. If you're going to change her up compared to the female that heads up the class, you might want to see her with a little more extension out through her front compared to the heifer that wins the class. Third place female is one that we think is really unique. We think there's a lot of quality there. We think she's a neat breeding piece like a lot of those others out here in the lineup. We appreciate the look that she's got out here and so on and so forth. With that said, we just like to tone her down just a little bit in terms of frame score, maybe moderator just a touch that way, but a real nice functional kind of female to go in third. Then we get down to the fourth place female, one that we really like on the stance. We think she's going to make a nice brood cow prospect. When she's coming at us, she wants to get a little wide out of her shoulder, just like to tone her down just a touch. Same holds true with this next female. Real performance-oriented kind of female, big top, big-hipped individual. With that said, we'd like to see a little more angulation out of her shoulder to move her up the line. Young ladies female next in the lineup, we appreciate this one for the rib mass and the lower third and undercarriage that she's carrying today. With that said, we get her in motion. She wants to get a little tight out of her hip and takes it on down into her loin. Just like to see her a little more relaxed down her top as she's on the go. Really like the completeness and so on and so forth of the female next in the lineup. A female's got a tremendous amount of dimension from her shoulders back and on back into the flank area. Just like to extend her up there through that shoulder, like to get her a little longer fronted to go any higher in the class today. Nice kind of a profiling female next, just like to see her a little sounder on the ground. Same holds true with this next one. Big ribbed individual, just like to see her a little more attractive off that rear hock when she's on the go. And then a young man that ends up the class, he's done a really nice job with this female in terms of presentation, highly fitted out here in the lineup. With that said, we'd like to freshen her up in terms of condition. We'd like to see a little more angulation to her shoulder. We'd like to see her a little freer moving off that rear leg.
We just have one entry, February heifer here, and again on the stand, there's some things about her we can sure like. She's youthful and clean in her conditioning. She's got plenty of length, plenty of bone for a female. For me, rib cage is okay on this heifer here. Probably if we was to fix her some, as we kind of study her down her top, the way she's built in her loin, the way her tail head's set up in her spine, maybe smooth her up just a little bit in that area and give her just a touch more flex off her hind leg. But good youthful heifer. She's growing well, and she's got plenty of continued gas left in the tank, I think, to make a good big yearling.
In our Gelbvieh show, Spring Heifer Calf Champion went to entry 8, 3G Cowgirl Belinda 449B, exhibited by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Your reserve Spring Heifer Calf Champion, entry 2, BCFG Butler's Bianca 534B, exhibited by Butler Creek Farms, Milton, Tennessee. Class 4, single entry in that class. First place, entry number 9, CIRS 16B, exhibited by Ranch, Canton, Kansas. In our Angus Show, Class 52, first place, entry number 252, PVF Proven Queen 3175, exhibited by Esther McCabe, Elk City, Kansas. Second place, entry number 260, Cherry Noel Lucy 1955, exhibited by Courtney Dahlquist, Pennsylvania, Washington. Third place, entry 51, exhibited by Morgan Kramer, Farina, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 262, exhibited by Lizzie Schaefer, Onawanaka, Illinois. Fifth place, entry number 253, exhibited by Jack Fort, Knightstown, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 250, exhibited by Hunter Royer, West Point, Indiana. Seventh place, entry number 264, exhibited by Austin Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. Eighth place, entry 261, exhibited by Savannah Levisay, Creston, California. Ninth place, entry 256, exhibited by Lawson Rowlett, Hurricane Mills, Tennessee. And 10th place, entry 248, exhibited by Austin Mussman, Grant Park. In the ring now, we're selecting our intermediate champion heifer. Class 55 should be in a makeup ring. First call for 56. Angus entry 270, Callie Knott. We need your heifer to the makeup ring immediately. Final call, Callie Knott, entry 270.
Once again, in the Angus Show, we've got two really nice class winners to represent this division, and a couple seconds over there, and then a lot of cattle didn't make it back out here. But as we analyze these, we think there's a lot of similarities in these two class winners here. We think they're both high-quality brood cow prospects, and it gets down to the little things at this point to separate this division. They're both really suitable for us either way we go here, but when we get them in motion, if you want to get nitpicky on them, this female of the first class does things really nice. When you look at her out of that shoulder on down to the ground, look at her from the hip on down to the ground off the rear leg, she's just really agile when you put her in motion. In comparison to the female of the second class, you could loosen her up just a touch, but she's super sound, folks. I'm being nitpicky on a real sound one there. It has lots of longevity from that standpoint. Let's give them a nice round of applause, and we'll select a champion in reserve.
Well, in the Gelbvieh Show, again, this is just one of those classes where I probably don't need to sugarcoat it. There's one for everyone in here and maybe not one for me. I think there's all different shapes and kinds inside. That one that really puts it all together that I think needs to win it is a little tough for me to find out here. The one we're going to start with, again, obviously just from a gain standpoint right now at this stage of her life, she's probably not up to speed with some of the other bigger, heavier heifers here in the class, but I'm also going to say with the kind of conditioning she comes to us in the show, the youthful look that she has, the shape of her rib and her hip, I've never seen a show heifer that we couldn't get fat enough, and I bet you she'll go ahead and put on some condition. She'll be fat enough someday, and especially as a cow. I think there's ability for this female to get kicked out on grass and forage and convert it. And again, she doesn't come perfect. I think if I was to make this one better, I would probably build her a little differently up in her shoulder blade, the way she ties her neck into her shoulder if we could. But I don't know if there's a heifer in here that's really built right out of her front end. So, again, I think from there back, there's some strengths to this heifer, her cleanliness of conditioning, her youthfulness. She's got a nice set of numbers behind her, especially from a growth standpoint, that will go ahead and keep her up on the top end. A huge advantage in just sheer gain and weight of the red heifer here in second. You know, she has the extra length and muscle and power, and you put all that together, she's going to weigh more. Again, just a little more maturity up and through her neck and her shoulder, a little more conditioning up in her front end, and she too, I think, struggles a bit more than we would really like for her to in terms of movement out of her front end. Long-bodied heifer in third, big boned. Again, lots of grow in this heifer because of the extension that she has. I would say right now, today, she just kind of reminds me of my teenage son sitting up here on the stand, just a little gangly right now. She doesn't have the rib, the heart, the volume for her frame size, and I don't know if she's ever going to give you that kind of impression as she continues to grow and develop, just because she's so big and long in terms of her skeleton. Very stout heifer in fourth, and again, I kind of float this one up and down my mind too, where we want to put her. You know, she doesn't read quite as nice in terms of some of her indexes and numbers. For as big boned and thick as she is, I'm going to also say that she might be just a little on the coarse side for me in the way she's made up into her neck and her shoulder, and especially the way her tail head sets up on top of her back there, just like to smoothen that heifer up. So again, a very challenging class to put together, just a little bit of difference in type and kind.
In our Angus shows, intermediate heifer champion went to entry number 245, PVF Proven Queen 3177, owned by James Moxley IV, West Friendship, Maryland. Your reserve to entry number 252, PVF Proven Queen 3175, exhibited by Esther McCabe, Elk City, Kansas. In the ring now is Class 55 Angus heifers. Class 56 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 57. In your Gelbvieh show, Class 5, first place, entry number 12, RID, I'm a Lady, 1403B, exhibited by Reininger Cattle Company, Deer Trail, Colorado. Second place, entry number 11, 3G Cowgirl B, 426B, exhibited by Samantha Smith, Crab Orchard, Kentucky. Third place, entry number 13, exhibited by Jen Joe Farms, Clinton, Kentucky. And fourth place, entry number 15, exhibited by Double Diamond Farms, Cynthiana, Kentucky. We're now selecting our winner heifer calf champion, Gelbvieh. Class 7 should be in the makeup ring. Class 8 and 9. First call, Class 8 and 9, Gelbvieh to the makeup ring.
283 and 286.
Angus entry 283 and 286. Angus entry 283, Emily Campbell. Angus entry 286, Austin Betzold. We need you to the makeup ring.
Okay, in this division, perhaps your younger heifer built just a little better up in her neck and her shoulder blade or movement out of her front end. The two older heifers, I think, are built better from their back in terms of strength and levelness at top, the build and design of their hind leg structure, their hip, I think just a little better makeup in terms of skeleton from their back. And I think the other thing is pretty obvious when you get them out here, they're just more shape, a little more cow here at this stage of their life, this age of maturity. So I think for me it makes sense to keep those two older heifers together again to represent our division. So the black heifer and red heifer here will be our grand reserve in this calf division.
Winner heifer calf champion, Gelbvieh, entry number 12, RID, I'm a Lady, 1403B, exhibited by Reininger Cattle Company, Deer Trail, Colorado. Second place, reserve division champion, entry number 11, 3G Cowgirl B, 426B, exhibited by Samuel Smith, Crab Orchard, Kentucky. Coming into the ring now is Class 7 Gelbviehs, Class 8 and 9 to the makeup ring. We'll announce a few more of your ROV awards, and if you've been announced as an ROV award winner, they would really like you to come and pick up these awards rather than waiting till the end. So if you could send someone to pick up these ROV awards. Your intermediate ROV award winner in the female show, Champion Hill, Georgina, 8250, owned by Madeline Taylor, Lavac, Arkansas. Your reserve intermediate All-American or ROV winner, Champion Hill, Georgina, 8205, owned by John Reeser, Wildwood, Georgia. Your junior champion ROV of the year, Cherry Hill, Pleasant Elsa, owned by Logan Wright, Philippi, West Virginia. Your reserve junior champion ROV of the year, EXAR Envious Blackbird 2611, owned by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California.
Okay, this is a for whatever it's worth kind of speech for you. This class again is a real challenge for me, and as I come in the gate, I just real quick I put a real quick evaluation movement and structure, and I tell you every one of these really they're struggling, okay, and probably some a little more than others, and it's not so much I think in their hind leg. I think a lot of the problems I'm seeing here. And with or without my glasses, it's out of their front end, okay? And these cattle, again, they're just a little ouchy out here. Of the four, I thought maybe this one here felt the most comfortable out here on the move. She's one that we can watch her travel. I think she's sure acceptable in her joints, her hind leg, the way it's built. She's got her shoulder, and Again, I'm not a hog person, but the hog guys would talk about how this one's built in her knee, a little softer in her knee, and I think that's the advantage she has over the other heifers here in the class. And again, not a bad heifer either. She's a little off in her tail head and her pin setting, and she doesn't have quite the fluffy hair of the heifer here in second, but that's a good heifer. I think there's some quality in that female, and again, I'm going to give her enough of an advantage in movement and structure today that I think she needs to go ahead and win the class. As we stop them, no doubt, there's way more presence in the heifer here in second. And some mornings I get out of bed, and this is how I feel like when I get out of bed and walking to the bathroom, I'm just ouch, okay? And that's the way this heifer hits me. She's both ends, just a little too tight, wanting to roll up in her back and her top, too tight in her hip. And again, I don't know if it's just too much concrete, too much Louisville like I'm feeling right now, or if she's just, I think on the stand, beautiful presence. Nice neck, shoulder, rib cage is good. A lot of things about this heifer I like. Probably on the move, I like her the least out here in this class. Can we use the heifer in third a notch higher? You maybe could, but again, I'm going to say a little more problems out of her front leg or front shoulder, knee, better off her hip and hind leg. Obviously, more length of body in that heifer. I think again, for the extra length, she needs just a shot more rib cage and volume to her. Big, stout, high-performing heifer here next to red heifer. Again, no denying this one's got the muscle advantage, the bone, and again, just too straight for me up front, up on her knee and her shoulder, and a little more coarseness in the neck. So if you like the extra power, I would not disagree. We could just as easily start with that heifer there. So again, challenging class.
Class 7, Gelbvieh females, first place, entry number 21. JTPF Blue Whale Astro, exhibited by Blue Whale Farms, Lebanon, Tennessee. Second place, entry number 22, JTPF Blue Whale Leanne 231A, also exhibited by Blue Whale Farms, Lebanon, Tennessee. Third place, entry number 20, exhibited by Colton Clark, Greensburg, Kentucky. And fourth place, entry number 16, exhibited by Haley Allen, Hillsboro, Ohio. Coming into the ring now is Class 8 Gelbvieh females. Class 9 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 11 and 13 Gelbvieh females.
Really a nice set of females all the way through this lineup. If you look at the female we pulled out first down here on the just a lot of good there, you know. Freshen her up a little bit in terms of condition, she can move on up the lineup. But Keith and I really like this female that's heading up the class in terms of just real being balanced and functional and complete from end to end. We like the way her teeth out there to that other female that's just really fresh in her underline, and this is where she gets in front of the heifer behind her today for us. Just tremendous freshness in terms of condition, and we appreciate her. She stays really tight at her shoulder. She shows some extension up through that front 1/3. Just a real nice functional one to start the class with. We appreciate the mass and the volume of the female in second. Big top, big hipped individual, female that gets around the ring, sure good enough in terms of length of stride. If we could change her up compared to the female in front of her, we'd freshen her up just a little bit out of her brisket. We'd see her just a little tighter at her shoulder when she's in motion. Same holds true in terms of freshness with the female that we have in third. We would like to just see her a little fresher up through that front 1/3 and the way she carries it back into her underline. But yet a female that has a lot of good to her, a lot of rib shape, a lot of internal dimension, real nice kind of female that's going to make a tremendous brood cow there in that third position. Another high volume heifer here in fourth. Big flank, big ribbed individual that's going to have tremendous internal dimension all the way through. If we could change her up today, we'd make her just a touch more agile out of her shoulder, give her a little more extension out of that front 1/3. Young lady's female next is one of the big massive females of the class. We appreciate the bone and the substance on all four corners. Where we'd like to change her up is there at her knee set. She's just a touch tight out of her knee. We'd like to see her with a little more angulation out of her shoulder, but a really nicely presented one out here in the lineup. Same holds true with this next female. It's a little overdone for us in terms of condition. We'd like to freshen her up that way. We appreciate her overall volume and mass, just like to freshen her up. And then the female that ends up the class, long-sided individual. It's got a nice front to her, just is a little overboard in terms of condition for this stage of the game.
Okay, in our Gelbvieh ring, again, I'm going to probably just tell you, I just put these together here as they stand. Again, I think there's just some things we have to decide in terms of movement and structure. Each of them just a little give and take in terms of problems, and not enough of a difference between them that I think it really makes an impact on the placing, in my opinion. So as they stand, I think it's pretty apparent to see that the black heifer here, just a little more bone and substance and muscle, and as she stops, she stays very collected out of the top of her shoulder, has some hip in her, has a good rib cage in this female here, you know, partly because she's got a little extra conditioning, but also I would say she has the ability to put the extra conditioning on. So again, a little tighter moving for me, not as sleek made up in her neck and shoulder as you'd like for a breeding heifer, but I think a lot of power, a lot of substance, and certainly from a bone and get her stopped, the standpoint of having some muscle, she excels here in the group. Second is really where the decision comes for me. I probably thought on the stand the heifer in second holds together a little better than the one we end up in third. As they travel, I would switch them because it's pretty apparent here as you see the heifer moving now. She wants to roll up a little more in her top, doesn't set her tail head out quite right. And again, I think it's a function of being just a little steep off both ends. But I will say once you get these cattle stopped and put together, she also held together a lot better down her top. She's got a little more presence out here, the way her neck sets up in the top side of her shoulder blade, than the one we end up running in third. Now, again, within this class, if I was to say, is there one that's approaching, you know, being a little more right underneath in terms of her running gear, I would say it's probably this heifer right here in third. I think it's probably, you know, primarily because of her length of hip. She's built a little more correctly in her hock design. So on the travel, I like this heifer a lot. In seconds. We get her stopped. She just doesn't come together quite as well. She's just a little lower headed, a little deeper in her neck, loose enough built in her top that she doesn't strengthen up quite as nicely behind her shoulder, but good long bodied, long hipped. And again, if there's one in here that I felt a little more comfortable on the move, especially off the hind leg, it's probably hers. Easily the big growthy heifer in class in terms of just sheer weight is the one we have here in fourth. Depth of body's really good. Just a little plain again, babe, here in terms of the way she's made up in her front end. For the extra frame, I'd like to give her just a little more shape to her rib as we get up on top of her.
Placings in class 55, Angus females. First place, entry number 260, Old Lady, 1356, exhibited by Logan Wright, Philippi, West Virginia. Second place, entry number 275, EXAR Princess, 3893, exhibited by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla. Third place, entry number 274, exhibited by Andrew Hodges, Lebo, Kansas. Fourth place, entry number 267, exhibited by Lauren Grimes, Hillsboro, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 266, exhibited by Callie Beyer, Ringgold, Wisconsin. Sixth place, entry number 271, exhibited by Jared Radcliffe, Weston, Wisconsin. And seventh place, entry number 272, exhibited by Abby Clendworth, Walker, Iowa. In the ring now is Class 56 Angus females. Class 57 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 58. Enter Gelbvieh Show. Class 8. First place, entry number 26, RLKL Miss 101, exhibited by Lindquist Farms, Fonda, Iowa. Second place, entry number 17, CIRS AT 122, exhibited by Circle S Ranch, Canton, Kansas. Third place, entry number 25, exhibited by Double Diamond Farms, Cynthiana, Kentucky. And fourth place, entry number 24, exhibited by Spring Valley Farm, Lebanon, Kentucky. In the ring now is Class 9 Gelbvieh females. Immediately following this, we'll be selecting our senior heifer calf champion. Class 11 and 13 and 14 Gelbvieh up ring.
We need 3
Angus entry 304, Haley Boyd. Angus entry 305, Callie Rumbolt. And Angus entry 309, Veda Vicklin. We need you to the makeup ring.
On this set of fall heifers, again, the red heifer is, I think, pretty easily as they come through the ring right off the bat, the one that I like on the move. She's the best at the surface here. Again, it's pretty easy to see if you just want to muscle them up and put a little more extra power and punch in one. She sure has it. And I think, too, this is probably the first heifer that's hit the ring that's worth noting as we look at the performance information I've been given. She's given you a nice spread from birth to yearling. She's got a little extra quality in terms of marbling here and that figure that she has with enough ribeye to go with it. So there's a lot of good valuable things I think in this heifer here. Again, maybe just a little more coarseness ahead and neck and shoulder, kind of comes with the turf, if you will, because of the extra muscle that she has and boldness and spring of rib that particular you probably would come to expect to have a little more of that. Again, I think the decision might be here in second today, just in terms of just volume and substance. This red heifer we end up using in second has that advantage. There's not just a lot of difference in the performance information. I think both cattle, again, maybe struggle just a little bit structurally, both of them out of their shoulder. The blessing that the black heifer has is she's got a little more cushion down in her ankle and her feet's a little bit better, and so as she travels, to me, she stays just a little more collected in her hip and her top line than the red heifer. And I think that's what makes this placing close. I guess even though I'd like to set her off her knee a little differently, I think the hind leg construction than the red heifer. Today, just a little tighter made in terms of her heart and her rib, a little shallower and greener looking at this stage of her life. But I think that placing there for your second hole is really the decision here in this class.
Placings in Class 9, Gelbvieh females, first place, entry number 32. Kit Penny, exhibited by Colton Kitley, Flora, Illinois. Second place, entry number 21. LKSG Belick Nutmeg, exhibited by Samuel Smith, Crab Orchard, Kentucky. Third place, entry number 27, exhibited by Ridinger Cattle Company, Deer Trail, Colorado. We're now ready to select our senior heifer calf champion, Gelbvieh, Class 11 ring.
That's a good snide right there. I like that 281.
Okay, in this fall division, I think there's two that kind of meet the needs for me, and if you could just put them two together and come up in the middle, then we would have, I think, the perfect one out here. In this particular case, again, structure, I think, sure kind of favors the dark red heifer. She backs that with a nice set of progeny differences and indexes. Again, a lot of extra punch and dimension when we get in on the backside of this one here. She's going to be our champion, and then we're going to go with the other end of the line here. We're going to pick up our younger heifer, the November. I like the refinement, the neatness of head and neck, and the way she blends her shoulder in together. Again, we talked in that class. I think in her class, she probably was the best moving one that we worked with. I don't think she's quite as strong in the way she's built in her hip and her hind leg like the dark red heifer, but I think she's our very logical reserve in this division. I bet you do. Hey, don't worry about it. I raised Simmental. I know.
Your senior heifer calf champion, Gelbvieh, goes to entry number 32, Kit Penny, exhibited by Colton Kitley, Flora, Illinois. Your reserve senior heifer calf champion, entry number 21. She is LKSG Belick Nutmeg, exhibited by Samuel Smith, Crab Orchard, Kentucky. Coming into the ring now is Class 11 Gelbviehs. This is a single class in this division, so they'll automatically be your intermediate champion in reserve. We need Gelbvieh class 13 and 14 to the makeup.
In the Angus Show, got a real nice set of females once again. The female we're going to use to win this class, we feel is a combination heifer out here in the lineup. She shows us a lot of maternal and a lot of brood cow characteristics. We like the way she gets around from the ground up, and we appreciate the fresh presentation that she has out here in this lineup. Just a real functional kind of female to head up the class. We felt like the female in second was the most alike her in kind. We appreciate this one here too from the ground up. Just really maternal kind here. She doesn't have as much pizzazz as some out here in the lineup, but she's just really modest all the way through and real complete in her type and kind, and we appreciate her for it. We get down to the third place female. Young Daly's doing a really nice job with this female here. One that we appreciate in terms of depth of chest, or forerib, and the way she comes back into that flank area. We like the internal dimension and the moderation to her frame score. With that said, if we could change her up out here today, we'd like to tone her down just a touch in her condition to take her up any higher in the class. Really a stout made female here next in the lineup. A female that's got a lot of rib shape and internal dimension. She's one of the bigger top, bigger hipped individuals in the class. With that said, we'd like to tone her down just a touch out of her shoulder and just make her a little more refined up in that area. Then we get down to this real attractive, nicely presented female next here, one that we really like on the stance. But once we get her in motion, she gets a little short in her stride. This needs to be a little more agile at the ground. Carries that on up into her top line, gets a little tight at her loin. Next one coming out in front of me here is a female that's just really massive all the way through. Just like to freshen her up in terms of condition. Young man's got a real nice heifer here. When you look at her on the stance, just like to free her up off her rear leg. And then the young lady is doing a nice job here, comes out next. Got a real long-sided individual, a female that's got some natural turn to her top. We'd just like to see her a little more attractive off that rear leg to go any higher in the class today.
Placings in class 56 Angus females. First place, entry 277, Boyd Abigail, 3306, exhibited by Blake Boyd, Mayslick, Kentucky. Second place, entry 278, Conley Enchantress, 3100, exhibited by Sydney Schnorr, Chachilla, California. Third place, entry number 290, exhibited by Haley Conley, Plainfield, Ontario. Fourth place, entry number 281, exhibited by Morgan Kramer, Illinois. Fifth place, entry number 287, exhibited by Morgan Moore, Alton, Illinois. Sixth place, entry 285, exhibited by Savannah Browning, Finksburg, Maryland. Seventh place, entry number 284, exhibited by Daniel McFarland, Keithville, Louisiana. And eighth place, entry number 282, exhibited by Isabella Bear, Aurora, Indiana. In the ring now is class 57 Angus females. Class 58 should be in the makeup ring. First, class 59.
All right, again, just a real challenge. Thank God there's only 3 and not 30. We might be here all night trying to figure out how to line them up. A lot of times you hear us judges say, yeah, she's going to make the best cow, she's the best show heifer, and honestly, we don't know which one will make the best cow. But based on things that we see out here in terms of a cow in my country, in Kansas, big-bodied, easy-doing, flexible sound, that's what this one I see in her. And again, not necessarily a beauty queen that's always going to bring a banner home from the show. And I hope, hope this is the kind that does all of her winning in the pasture. and she does have a lot of things that I think are useful. Obviously, being pretty and attractive is not one of those. You know, it's just a big-bellied, sound, flexible heifer, and because of that, that's why she's going to win the class. You know, she can get out and travel and move, and she has all the durability that she needs. On the stand, I would probably switch. In fact, on the stand, I could just easily put her third and use these two cattle here that have a little more look and design to them. The dark-haired red heifer here in second, big bone, long top, very muscular. I'm just going to say a little more coarseness than what I like in terms of her neck, her shoulder, her bone work's a little rounder. Maybe not the rib and the volume to her that we have in the heifer that wins the class. The black heifer on the stand's the prettiest one in here. Really nice neck and shoulder in her. Again, I'd like to assemble her just a little differently in her running gear if we could and have her come a little truer to the ground. And probably right now at this stage, the way she comes to us today, just a little shallower built again in her rib cage.
I need to correct a mistake I made. My wife would tell you that's doesn't happen very often. Your senior heifer calf champion division in the Gelbvieh show, the reserve division champion was entry 21, not 31 as I announced. So your reserve division champion was entry 21. JTPF Blue Well Astro 234A, exhibited by Blue Well Farms, Lebanon, Tennessee. I apologize for that. Placings in class 11 Gelbvieh. First place and automatically your intermediate heifer calf champion, entry number 40, SSMK Golden Streak, exhibited by Double Diamond Farms, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Second place and automatically your reserve division champion, entry number 39, Ojai MV Missadale 257A, exhibited by Kelsey Sheely, Hillsboro, Ohio. Third place, entry number 34, exhibited by Colton Clark, Greensburg, Kentucky. Coming into the ring now is class 13 Gelbvieh females. Class 14 should be in the makeup ring. First call for class 16 Gelbviehs. Attention Gelbvieh exhibitors and Gelbvieh spectators, we will announce the Breeders' Choice Gelbvieh for Charity winner at the conclusion of the Balancer Heifer Show. So if you're interested in knowing the winner there, we'll announce that right after the Balancer Heifer Show.
All right, and this pair of heifers, again, you know, if you want to use the data to sort them, I don't think there's any number in this information that I've been given that can really split these two apart. Heck, they're both going to fall in the same percentile within your breed for every trait you can measure in here, basically. And again, these two cattle are quite different from one another. I'm going to stick with one that I think, again, of the two, I would say just a little sounder. She looks a little more comfortable out here, especially out of her front end. Again, the obvious difference is if you think of the term refinement and femininity or female character, I think that's stamped on this one here based on the shape of her neck and her shoulder. gorgeous little udder she's putting together underneath her, and I think, again, better days ahead for her, at least I hope, as she lays down and has a calf. I think she's going to have a picture-perfect udder down the road. Not to say the red one won't here, she's just not as far along in baby. That one's really stout, big boned, much thicker, heavier muscled. Again, maybe gets a little base wide for me from behind with the extra muscle, and again, I would say just a nickel on the coarser side than what I prefer for a breeding female. But if you like the extra length that she has and dimension, then obviously you'd want to switch that pair of heifers. I think both of them, though, are pretty good in terms of kind.
Placings in Class 13 Gelbvieh females. First place, entry number 43, JTPF Blue Whale 208A, exhibited by Blue Whale Farms and Avery Brown, Lebanon, Tennessee. Second place, entry number 41, RBLG B. Lick Stones Redbud, exhibited by Samuel Smith, Crab Orchard, Kentucky. Coming into the ring now is Class 14 Gelbvieh females. Immediately following this, we'll be selecting our junior champion female. We'll need Class 16 single entry in that class, single entry in that division. Following that, we'll be ready to select our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Gelbvieh female. So we need all those division champion and reserves at ringside. And you can start bringing that first class of balancer heifers to the makeup ring.
Again, this is a nice class. We've got good quality out here to work with, and presentation's good on these cattle. And again, I would say you can bounce back and forth here. I'm not going to disagree. I think as they move, this one just looks a little more comfortable in the way she's kind of built up in her shoulder blade and down out of her front end. And I like the way she has, even though she's a little chubby, I like the way she gets her neck up out of the top of her shoulder blade, and the way they're laid in a little nicer and tighter. Length of top is really good, and again, we hear discussion. I've sat here and watched a lot of shows the last few days, and we're all saying, well, this one's too big, and maybe not, or moderate's the term we're using. And I tell you, if you got enough feed to feed a big one, what these cattle are worth, big ain't all bad. And so I'm not going to tell you, you guys need to raise bigger ones, littler ones. I'm just going to tell you, I don't mind having a big one in my house, especially now the corn's gotten a little bit cheaper. But she's the best one out here, in my opinion, right now at this stage. There's a little more growth behind that one, and the data tells you that. It's pretty obvious when you look at her. The trade-off is, and I guess, again, I'm going to buy into the data pretty heavily, if we look on the maternal side of it, I think that's the strength what the red heifer has. I would start at her udder. I think the construction and the build of her udder, even though she's probably not as far along in baby as the black heifer is a lot nicer here in the red heifer. And yet she's still a heifer when you get in behind her. Again, she just labors a little more out here and trying to get her to go. I like her on the stand very well. I'm probably just not quite as keen and wild up about that one as we put her out here on the lead. Heifer in third, again, length and muscle and substance is good on this heifer here. Again, just a little steeper built up in her shoulder blade, and as a result, you'll notice as she's coming to you out of the ring here, she wants to roll in a little more out of her front end. And again, like so many cattle we've seen, I think we just need to assemble those a little better up in their shoulder, set that blade back more correctly, and set them down a little more correctly from their knee down to their toe, and that's probably the biggest thing I'd like to change on that particular female.
Once again, really nice class here in the Angus Show, and getting in some differences in types and kinds at this stage of the game and the maturity of these animals. But the female that we're going to use to win the class, we feel is one of the fresher conditioned females out here in the lineup. She's a modest frame score. She's very complete in her kind, and she's very maternal from end to end. We feel that she's as sound, as structured as anything that's out here in the lineup. We really like the female here in second for a lot of different reasons. Tremendously long spine. We love her, the way she comes up into her front 1/3. Once again, we appreciate her freshness out of her brisket on back into her udder area. If we could change her up today, we'd just like to see her hit her track when she's in motion. She wants to get a little short there as she goes. Then we get down to another female here that's very massive in her kind. We appreciate her for that. We appreciate the internal dimension capacity that she's got at this point of her life. With that said, we'd just like to freshen her up out of that underline, up in that brisket area. Just take a little bit off of her and see her a little fresher out here in her appearance. Same holds true with this next female. This is a big, massive individual that's got a tremendous amount of dimension and lots of capacity. With that said, we'd just like to tone her down in terms of condition out of her udder and up into her brisket area. It's getting to the point where it's making her wanting to waddle off all four corners. Next female here is one we really like on the stance. We appreciate the look that this one's got out of the front 1/3. We like the way she's put together in terms of dimension and rib shape there. Just gets outside of her skeleton a little bit when she walks away from you. Just like to narrow up on her stance as she goes there. Then we come down to a female that we really appreciate in terms of power and mass and volume. With that said, she gets a little deep chest, boulder in her shoulder, just like to refine her up just a touch. Then next female here is a female that it's got some rib shape once again. When she comes out of that rear portion of her body, she might get just a touch tight-hearted for us. That's why we went ahead and pulled her in. Young lady here next in lineup, really got a nice kind of female. We appreciate the overall volume and cow look she's got. We just like to see her fresher out of that udder, take a little condition out of that underline. Next individual here is the one that you really like on the stance. Once you get her in motion, she just needs to be freed up out of her hip and down into her lower leg. And then we get to a female that's a little more moderate than we would desire out here. She has a little harder time on all four corners getting it to go. Just like to see her a little sounder at the ground to go any higher in this class.
Okay, it kind of seems like every division we've had, they've come in pairs, and again, I'm going to keep this pair together that came out of class. Just a lot of presence and quality out of here in the show. We've discussed them in terms of the good and maybe the things we change in each of them. Again, congratulations to these two exhibitors in this particular division.
In Class 14 in your Gelbvieh show, first place, and she was also just named your junior champion female. Entry 45, BCFG Butler's Lulu, 549A, exhibited by Allie Rab, Markle, Indiana. Second place, and just named your reserve junior champion female. Entry 48, 3G Athena, 312A, exhibited by Connor Durham, Piedmont, South Carolina. Third in class, entry number 46, exhibited by Kelsey Sheely, Hillsboro, Ohio. In the ring now in our Gelbvieh shows, class 16, single entry in this class, the cow-calf class, and the single class in this division, so that'll make her automatically your division champion female. She's entry 49, SVFG Dolly, exhibited by Spring Valley Farm, Lebanon, Kentucky. We'll be ready to select our grand and reserve grand champion Gelbvieh females. Need all those division champion reserves into the makeup ring.
Walk over here and we'll get your ribbon. Okay, these young ladies brought us a pretty good productive pair here, a 4-year-old cow. Obviously, milk production's good. She's got a January bull calf that's got ample performance and growth to them. So, nice pair of cattle. I appreciate it. I know it's always more work to bring a pair like that, and so I appreciate these young ladies bringing North American.
In class 57, Angus females, first place, entry number 301, EXAR Envious Blackbird 3860, exhibited by Carissa Pfeiffer, Orlando, Oklahoma. Second place, entry number 294, Cherry Hill Rosebud 1331, exhibited by Claudia Hissong, Greencastle, Pennsylvania. Third place, entry number 314, exhibited by Lake Davis, Doe Run, Georgia. Fourth place, entry number 311, exhibited by Taylor Adcock, Monweka, Illinois. Fifth place, entry number 297, exhibited by Cade Clark, Lubbock, Texas. Sixth place, entry number 310, exhibited by Ann Patton Schubert, Taylorsville, Kentucky. Seventh place, entry number 299, exhibited by Tyler Coleman, Modesto, California. Eighth place, entry number 298, exhibited by Reese Anderson, Chrisman, Illinois. Ninth place, entry number 303, exhibited by Olivia Briggs Sullivan, New Hampshire. 10th place, entry number 296, exhibited by Glenda Gillette, Reelsville, Indiana. In the ring now is class 58 Angus heifers. Class 59 should be in the makeup ring. First call for class 60.
Well, just real quick, it's been a pleasure to go through the purebred show here, the Gelbvieh show, and again, lots of challenges in every class, every division, and even back out here. I'll just tell you, I don't think there's an easy winner out here. There's different options, and again, just kind of depending on what your tolerance is for structure. I was probably just a little critical, on skeleton in a lot of these classes, and I would still say. I think every one of them out here we could just modify just a little bit, and some need probably a little more work than others. But as a general rule, I think about these cattle. We've got a lot of them in Kansas, and I'm very proud because I think we've got a lot of really good breeders in Kansas, and these cattle are built for growth and muscle. The carcass weight deal right now is such a big thing. We got to get some performance in the cattle, and we can turn the breeds like this to do it. And so we have that out here in this lineup. You don't maybe have the really sharp-built show cow out here, but you've got, I think, a set of cattle that can do what this breed does best, and that is to add growth, add muscle, and yet still stay very, very good in terms of the maternal thing. And so do that well, keep it up. I'm going to go out and select the two that I like. Again, I think it really boils down to, we could use the calves. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I like the dark red fall heifer out here. She's a little different in her build, very muscular. Or the two breds that we just looked at here in Division 5. And again, I think it becomes a bit of a close call to me. The one that really kind of puts the most good out here for me at the show ring is the black heifer here that just won this division not too long ago. So she'll be our champion. Let's give him a nice hand. He kept this one together, didn't let her get away, and the equipment held up. So congratulations.
Your grand champion, Gelbvieh females. Entry number 45, BCFG Butler's Lulu, 549A, exhibited by Allie Rab, Markle, Indiana. That brings in entry 48 for the reserve selection.
Again, for reserve, I think it's a much closer race, and I don't know that, again, you have two cattle that really are like out here in your show. I think we're left with, again, the decision. Do you take a little extra problems in structure? Do you take cattle that have a little more femininity, a little more balance and look to them, or do you take a stout heifer? So, again, I'm not smart enough to tell you, which ones you all like. I guess the next second best one, even though she's not quite right in her shoulder, but the one that gives me, again, that look of some balance and quality and presence is down here on the other end, and we're going to use our calf champion to be reserved. So congratulations here.
Your reserve champion, Gelbvieh females, entry number 8. Girl Belinda, 449B, exhibited by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. We'll get pictures of those two champions with our judge. Then we'll be ready to move right into the balancer show. So balancer heifers, class 1 and 2 to the makeup ring. your ROV award? All right. Get any of them, the rest of them I hadn't announced too.
Once again, I know you get tired of me saying this, but tremendous amount of quality represented from end to end in this class, and apologize for taking so long, but Keith and I, we understand from an exhibitor standpoint, you know, how it feels to be on the other side of this microphone, and we're just trying to make sure that we analyze every different angle that we can. And this female that wins the class here, she's just really complete in her type and kind. She's adequate in terms of length of front and the way she's put together there. Where we think she excels over the heifer in second is the way she stays fresh in that brisket, brings that in through her chest cavity and stays with the line as anything in the class back into an udder that's going to be awesome on down the road with the teat spaced out really nice. She stays really good down her spine. We think she's a little truer off her rear leg when she goes away from us compared to the female in second. Female in second, we really like this one a lot. A female that's just very maternal from end to end. We appreciate the rib shape that she's got and the internal dimension. We think she excels over the class winner in terms of the way she comes out of the top of her shoulder high on that crest. She carries a lot of femininity from muzzle to pole there, and we appreciate that about her. If we could change her compared to the heifer that wins the class, we'd freshen her up just a touch out of her brisket. We'd like to see her just a little straighter at her hock as she goes away from us, but two really nice heifers go at the top of this class. Real nice heifer here in third. Maybe doesn't quite have the fit that the two in front of her's got today, but a female that we appreciate from the ground up. Tremendous amount of length, one that's extended out through her front 1/3. We like her moderation to her size and the cow look that she's going to have in terms of balance. Just a real nice female from that standpoint. Female gives up just a little bit in terms of weight per day of age, would be this one in fourth, but that's not a problem for us here today. We really appreciate this heifer in terms of her types and kind and her frame score at this point. She's one that's going to go out and make a very productive cow. Where we would change this heifer up a little bit, we'd like, once again, like see her a little fresher out of her udder there and on up into that brisket, but a real nice functional kind of heifer that gets around nice around the ring. Then we get down to the fifth place female, a female that has got a lot of good to her also. We like the moderation to this frame score on this young cow prospect here, one that gets out and travels real nice. When I compare her to the females in front of her today, just don't quite have the extension up front compared to the ones that are in front of her in this particular class, but we sure like that one from the shoulders back. Then the next female here, big barreled individuals, lots of middle, just gets a little tighter out of her shoulder, needs some more angulation in comparison to the females up ahead of her. Another nice cow prospect here, next in lineup, super good down her top and out over her tail head set. We just like to see a little more pizzazz to her front 1/3 for her to go any higher in the class. Young lady's female next. Top, big hipped individual. With that said, she gets a little more tight in that hock and down into her pastern. We get her in motion. Then we get down to the next female, a female that has some good to her in terms of width and dimension. Just like to see a little more structure in her. Young lady's female here next. I'm sure she's, I know she's really proud of her, and we appreciate her for what she is. Lots of rib, lots of dimension here. With that said, we'd like to see her a lot fresher in her condition to move her up the lineup. Next individual here in lineup, female. It's a moderate frame female. Gives up just a little bit in terms of overall look. We'd like to freshen her up from end to end. We'd like to extend her out through that front 1/3. Then we get the next female here, same deal, just a little fresher, and then we end up the class with the female. It just need to be slowed down with the feed bucket just a touch to go any higher in this class.
Placings in class 58, Angus females. First place, entry number 318, PVF Blackbird 3071, exhibited by Austin Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. Second place, entry number 333, EXAR Forever Lady 3436, exhibited by Brianna Chandler, Elysian Fields, Texas. Third place, entry number 329, exhibited by Alexis Wright, Philippi, West Virginia. Fourth place, entry number 331, exhibited by Lauren Moole, Lexington, Illinois. Fifth place, entry number 320, exhibited by William Harsh, Radnor, Ohio. Sixth place, entry 332, exhibited by Chase Anderson, Chrisman, Illinois. Seventh place, entry number 319, exhibited by Avery Bates, Manhattan, Montana. Eighth place, entry 316, exhibited by Olivia Heltzley, Kansas, Illinois. Ninth place, entry 324, exhibited by Brianna Burke, South Windsor, Connecticut. And 10th place, entry number 335, exhibited by Tyler McGinnis, Shelbyville, Kentucky. In the ring now is class 59. Class 60 should be in the makeup ring. What was that number? We need entry 365, Savannah Levisay. We need that entry to the makeup ring. First call for class 61, Angus heifers. In our Gelbvieh show, we've started our balancer show. In the ring now is Class 1 balancer heifers. Class 2 should be in the makeup ring.
Get her a buddy here in a minute. Off to a good roaring start in our balancer show. We've got a little May baby here in front of us, and lots of potential in this one here. I like the added length of body, the dimension she's able to take out of the back of her shoulder. Really a good heifer from behind her pin set and down to the ground. A little additional bone and foot underneath her. Just a lot of things I think we can say very positive, and the only thing this one needs is just time to grow. That's a good entry here to get us started.
Class 1 balancer females, first place, entry number 2, 3G Cowgirl Banshee 484, exhibited by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Coming into the ring now is Class 2 balancers. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our spring heifer calf champion. Class 4 and 5 should be in the makeup ring. You Gelbvieh exhibitors waiting for a picture. We need you to come on up so our clerks can see the classes.
Okay, again, just really, really nice here in this class. All three heifers, I think, sure have some value to them. And again, if we're going to, you're going to give me the information and we're going to incorporate data if it's necessary in the show ring, this is sure the spot to do it. Man, we've got one here that is just exceptional in her spread from birth to yearling. She's high in marbling. Her carcass traits are really good. Maternal looks good. There's just not much wrong. You look at the indexes that you'd want to fix on this one here. I'd say within the breed, she's sitting at, in the top 5 traits, and yet just a beautiful presented heifer in terms of refinement. Got a nice rib cage, enough muscle for a heifer. Her and the heifer in second, again, I'd tweak them a little bit in structure. I don't think there's enough difference between them skeletally wise that I want to make that call. I think the big thing, again, I maybe would like to improve just a little here in our class winner. She's just a little so petite and so pretty that I'm going to say she's maybe a little too refined in her jaw and her bone. And, for within this breed type, in my opinion, for whatever it's worth, I think she could have just a nickel more substance, but a beautiful heifer and incredible data to be behind it. Red heifer's good. I like her length, the substance. That one's set really good when we get in behind her. Pin bones set out wide, that tail head out there where it needs to be with some length of top and hip. And again, I think probably right now at this stage, she's just a little greener built in her shoulder, a little looser made in her skeleton, and just not quite as far along and bloom like the class champion. And again, the data, they're both good in quality. I'm going to go ahead and say the data can sort that pair here today. This is a nice heifer in third. She doesn't have quite the strength of hind leg underneath her, but yet she's still very functional in her skeleton. She's got muscle and rib. She's got enough femininity to her. Again, maybe just not quite the show ring look like we have in them first two, but I think a functional, good kind of a female to wrap these three up. Lots of quality at the top end of this class. The female we're going to use, we feel like she's the combination out here in terms of structural soundness and freshness and condition for this stage of the game. Nicely presented, nice female that just stays real maternal in her look. We really appreciate this one quite a bit in this particular class. Then we get down to the second. It's a little give and take between her and the third place female, but we felt like this one had more natural fore-rib in her when you look at her right behind her shoulders, and she carried that on back into her flank area. If we could change this female in comparison to the one that heads up the class, we would take just a touch of brisket out of her, and we'd like to see this female maybe just a touch more agile on the move. She's got plenty of good structure for longevity, but just like to see her hit her track a little nicer. We really like this female in third. Really nicely presented out here, a big ribbed individual that shows a lot of middle. With that said, wants to get maybe just a touch tight up for her forerib in comparison to the rest of her body mass. That's why we're putting her third today, but a real complete kind that goes there in the third position. That young lady's female next in the lineup is one that we appreciate again for the maternal look and the presentation she has out here. If we was going to change her today compared to the ones in front of her, we'd like to see her just a little more mass out compared to the females up in front of her. Give her a touch more substance of bone on all four corners to go any higher in the class today.
Entry 351 next here is a female that really big top, big hipped individual. We like the attractiveness that she has from her hooks to her pins. With that said, she appears to be just a touch tighter in that hop front ear, and when she goes into motion, just like see her a little more agile that way. Young man's female next here is the one that's got a tremendous amount of top in her. She's got a really nice hip and goes down into the lower quarter with that. With that said, we just like to see more shape and capacity there in that midsection to take her up any higher. 343 here next is the one that we like in terms of depth of chest or depth of forerib and flank. Just gets a little stable condition. Then we get to the next female in the lineup. Gives up just a little bit of balance. We'd like to see a little more balance in this one to bring her up the line. And then we end up the class with a narrow, easy doing kind of female. It's working against her today, just like to freshen her up, to move her up the line.
All right, real quick in this balancer show, and I shouldn't say real quick because I like all three of these heifers out here very well. Just off to a great start. Again, you can make a case in point for either any of these to win. I think this first May heifer, you know, the unique blend of putting a little extra length and dimension. She's probably just a little heavier dutier built down at the ground in terms of her foot and her bone work, and yet still handles her skeleton, I think, very well out here on the move. I think it makes her very, very unique. And just as unique, except differently, is the other class winner, ultra refined and pretty, and we said backed by just an exceptional set of progeny differences and indexes. And I think you can make a strong case for either heifer to win. You know, out here for me, and again, with just my background with a little extra semi-blood in me, I like a little more punch if we can get it in terms of bone and rib and muscle, and I guess that was pretty obvious in the purebred show. We used an awful big heifer to win it. She didn't win it because she was big, but there's something to that heifer. And so out here in this division, I think that the younger heifer just has enough more power and punch, especially underneath, that she sure needs to be recognized as your champion. And then obviously the other black heifer will be reserved. Very good pair of heifers here, gang. Congratulations. Good job, buddy.
In your balancer show, Spring Heifer Calf Champion goes to entry number 2, 3G Cowgirl Banshee 484, exhibited by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Your reserve Spring Heifer Calf Champion comes out of Class 2. She's entry 4, AHL Tessa 486B, exhibited by Ladue Ranch and the Dream Ghouls Heaven, Agenda, Kansas. Continuing with placings in that class, second place went to entry number 9, BCFG Butler's Beauty 730B, exhibited by Butler Creek Farms, Milton, Tennessee. Third place, entry number 8, exhibited by Lucas Waters, Maryville, Tennessee. Now in our balancer show, ready for Class 4, Class 5 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 7 balancers. In your Angus show, Class 59, number 341, Plum Creek, Miss Annie Lou, 361C, exhibited by Luke Nord, Wolverton, Minnesota. Second place, entry number 340, Cherry Knoll, Hera Erica, 1312, exhibited by Matthew Mitchell, Reinholtz, Pennsylvania. Third place, entry number 346, exhibited by Christopher Moxley, West Friendship, Maryland. Fourth place, entry 342, exhibited by Cheyenne Jones, Franklinton, Louisiana. Fifth place, entry number 351, exhibited by Katie Hope, Berryville, Virginia. Sixth place, entry number 338, exhibited by Devin Brown, Bloomington, Indiana. Seventh place, entry number 343, exhibited by Victoria Briggs Sullivan, New Hampshire. Eighth place, entry 344, exhibited by Serena Clock, Marion, Indiana. Ninth place, entry number 339, exhibited by Dorothy Angus, Macomb, Illinois. In the ring now in our Angus shows Class 60. Class 61 should be in the ring. Immediately following that, we'll be ready to select our junior champion female.
Again, very, very nice pair of heifers. And I think when they initially walked in, I have them switched just on movement, and I'm going to tell you my opinion again. I think this one here, she just fights it enough. She struggles a little more out of her front end because of that, because when we get her stopped, I think the angle of her shoulder, the way it's set up into her spine, her length of hip, everything is exactly the way it needs to be. I just don't think that heifer's attitude is quite right, and as we had her follow the other heifer, to me, she looks better moving than she did when she originally came in here. Just absolutely knocked down gorgeous when we get her stopped. Neck comes out of her shoulder blade right. She's constructed a little better in her jaw, down into her sternum. I love this one's rib cage. Again, she's one that I think it's shaped right out of her top, and her flank is good. Her length of hip is good. I just think that's an awful nice heifer, and typically I change my mind within the first 2 seconds that I look at one, but when I get this one out here on the stand and, again, give her a better chance to get her out and move, I think this one here needs to win the class. Tremendous length of body, and again, probably just a little more show broke, at least the way she leads out here, she appears to be. And I think she, too, her length of step today, and I think always, will be a little better coming out of her front end just because she's got that longer shoulder blade in her. Length of top is really good. Again, I am not going to say that's a bad heifer. She's really, really nice. She's dips a little more in her loin and rolls up just a tick in her tail head. And again, for as pretty as she is, from a comparative sense, I don't think she puts it together quite as sweet up in her throat and down in her chest, shoulder blade like the other heifer. But both heifers, I think, are really good. I like them both.
Class 4 balancer heifers. First place, entry number 57, RAAB BCFG Miss Valentine 214B, exhibited by Adian Rab, Markle, Indiana. Second place, entry number 12, BCFG Butler's Bridget 533B, exhibited by Butler Creek Farms, Milton, Tennessee. Coming into the ring now is Class 5 balancers. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our winner heifer calf champion. Class 7 and 8 balancers should be in the makeup ring.
In the Angus Show, I've got really nice females once again at the top of this lineup. And if you look at this female that heads up the class, just beautiful in terms of a profile. And we appreciate the fact that she stays so fresh looking at this stage of the game and the way she carries herself down through her underline. We feel like that she's the most true in terms of her feet and leg from the ground up when you put her in motion. Just a really nice, well-balanced female to head up the class. Get down to second place female, one that's really nicely presented out here, one we appreciate from that standpoint. She's one that carries a lot of internal dimension. When we compare her to the female in front of her today, just like to see her maybe off that rear leg as she goes, but a female that still has enough longevity in terms of structure. Just like to maybe freshen her up in comparison to the class winner today to go any higher in this class. But get down third place female. She doesn't quite fit the mold of the first two, but we really like this female from a functionality standpoint. Just a really nice cow prospect there. gets a little shorter up through her front. Might want to see a little more angulation out of her shoulder when you put her in motion. We appreciate the frame score of the female here in fourth. One is tremendously long-sided. She stays very maternal in her look. With that said, we just like to see her with a little more pizzazz to her overall profile and makeup compared to the ones that head up the class. Then we get the 363 here, one that's really stout down her top and down her hip. When we had her on the stance, we really considered her to go way up the line. We get her in motion. We'd like to see a little more angulation to her shoulder, like to see her just a little more relaxed in her spine, gets a little more tight in that loin, just like to see her a little more relaxed down her top there. And then we end up the class with a maternal kind here, one that just isn't quite stout enough to run against the females in front of her today.
Okay, again, this is a nice class, 4 different heifers. Again, I'm probably going to let the data work here a little bit in the favor of the heifer that wins the class, and I think when you open it up and you find one that has, some unique abilities to spread them apart from birth to yearling, some maternal, the carcass she brings here, good indexes, and yet still, in my opinion, she's one of the 2 better heifers in here physically to look at this stage of her life. Again, I think it's close enough there just from the phenotype that the data is enough an advantage. We're going to go ahead and let this one win her class. She's good in her length of top. Got her pin set up there right. She's got enough structural integrity at the ground, the way that she travels. And kind of like the heifer in second, both of them maybe like to, from a show ring and aesthetic standpoint, sharpen them up just a bit in their neck and their chest down low. But again, that's just pretty much what we talk about in the show ring, because as cows and what this breed will do and milk that away as mamas, you won't even notice it. But again, a nice strong heifer physically and data-wise, really, really good. There's a big barreled heifer here in this red one. I like the boldness of heart and flank. Again, just a big strong hip and hind leg up underneath this one here. And maybe like of her, a little coarser up in her head and her neck region, not quite as nicely made in her pin set, but good in terms of the width that she has from one end to the other. Again, not bad data on this heifer here, just doesn't set, up there in the top 5-10% for a lot of traits like your heifer does that wins this class. Heifer in third, really clean. I like the refinement, the length of top that she has. She too has plenty of muscle for me when you get in behind her. Right now, again, I'm going to say just a little steeper than what I like up in her shoulder blade and her front knee, and just a little shorter striding off her hind leg. I don't know if she flexes her joints good enough that I don't get too overly concerned about it, but that'd probably be today, as I see her, the thing I'd like to change about her. And on the stand, this heifer in fourth, I think, is really nice. You know, she's a little smaller. That doesn't bother me. She's got some bone and muscle. Again, here's kind of the problem we see with her as she goes to move. She just wants to tighten up a bit more off her hind leg and just doesn't want to really reach out and take a step like she needs to. Good class. All 4 heifers are very nice.
Placings in Class 60 Angus females. First place, entry number 366, EXAR Sarah's Dream 3775, exhibited by Corey Fowler, Gearhart, Oregon. Second place, entry number 358, DDA Barbara 1308, exhibited by Eric Schaefer, Onawaka, Illinois. Third place, entry number 355, exhibited by Connor Hallevitt, Westchester, Pennsylvania. Fourth place, entry number 361, exhibited by Emily Johnson, Slaughters, Kentucky. Fifth place, entry number 363, exhibited by Callie Rumbold, Wyanett, Illinois. And sixth place, entry 356, exhibited by Jake Smith, Coleman, Alabama. In the ring now is Class 61, Angus females. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our junior champion. So we need all those first and seconds back for that junior champion selection. In our balancer show, Class 5. First place went to entry number 19, Broke Magnificent 401B, exhibited by Victoria Nowak, Bland, Missouri. Second place, entry number 14, BCFG Butler's Bella 896B, exhibited by Butler Creek Farms, Milton, Tennessee. Number 17, exhibited by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 18, exhibited by Ladue Ranch, Agenda, Kansas. We're now selecting our winner heifer calf champion in the balancer show. Class 7 and 8 balancers should be in the makeup ring.
No thanks. Good. Stole some of his earlier. They smell good though.
I hadn't wanted none until Tommy brought some up here and teased me with them.
It's always that way, isn't it?
Again, I really enjoyed this division. I think all 4 of these heifers are nice. We had some other classmates that are out here that were just as good. And I think, again, you know, there's really good numbers on these cattle up here on the top end. The APDs are right. And really what sorts it out here for me, there's just a little more presence in these 2 Februaries. And I say that because as they stand and walk, you know, both of these heifers, I think, have the ability to get their neck up out of their shoulder just a bit more correctly. You know, a little more up-headed. And a lot of times I think it's just kind of based on structure. And I don't know that's necessarily the case here. I think it's more of the shape of the jaw, the neck, way it blends into the top of the compared to the older heifer out here. And so from a balance standpoint, I think those 2 Febs that we looked at earlier and struggled with, I think they're the ones that need to win this division because the extra eye appeal and look that they have. So if you 2 classmates want to pull them together, they'll be our divisional champions. Congratulations.
Winner heifer calf champion in the Gelbvieh show goes to entry number 57, our AAB BCFG Miss Valentine 214B, exhibited by Adian Rab, Markle, Indiana. Your reserve out of that same class, entry 12, BCFG Butler's Bridget, 533B, exhibited by Butler Creek Farms, Milton, Tennessee. Coming into the ring now is Class 7 balancer females. Class 8 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 10 balancers.
Okay, like we've seen in every class so far, we really have quality to work with, and very attractive heifer that's built right in length and hip design, hind leg, gets out, it can hit a step and look really good as she does it, and yet still has a look of the ability to continue to grow. And again, I think what's kind of neat is we have, you know, the show ring presence out here and all the goodness of quality and type and kind, and yet still we're able to put some expected growth. We've got some carcass merit in this heifer here. She's got a big ribeye with some marbling in it, and so things like that I think make her, again, kind of a unique heifer be able to put it all together. That's what we try to do, and she does that fairly well. This is a good heifer in second, too. Again, really long, heavy bone. I think within this class, she's a very logical second because of the extra length and smoothness that she has. I like the conditioning of this heifer a little better than the other two that follow her here in class. Not as strong in her hind legs. She doesn't go quite as comfortable, whether you view her from the side or from behind like that class winner does, but a good heifer that has some length and some growth. Very powerful heifer next in third, lots of body and muscle, and again, one of those kind because she's a little smaller model. She maybe gets just a little fatter looking to me. I'd probably like to lean her up, freshen her up just a tick. She has that ability to do it. She's wide built, bold ribbed, heavy. Just like to lengthen her up a little bit, just sharpen her up a little bit up and through her front end. And that is a slight advantage here, the next heifer, at least in her body, lower third of her body. She's a little trimmer conditioned than the one we just discussed. She too has plenty of muscle when you get up on her. Not quite as bold in her rib cage, not quite as wide based and built quite as square from behind like the heifer ahead of her. But again, very moderate, should be fairly easy to keep as a mature cow.
Placings in Class 7, balancer females. First place, entry number 20, HGF Whitney 25A1, exhibited by Justin Teeter, Mount Eula, North Carolina. Second place, entry number 20, CRCO Caroline 3355A, exhibited by Seacross Cattle Company, Ashboro, North Carolina. Third place, entry number 22, exhibited by Victoria Nowak, Bland, Missouri. Fourth place, entry number 23, exhibited by Lucas Waters, Maryville, Tennessee. Coming into the ring, 8 balancer females. Following this, we'll be ready to select our senior heifer calf champion.
Get another very nice heifer class here to work through. And again, I think their decision here on top is, I think a heifer that's a little overwhelming in terms of substance and stoutness and just presence out here with okay data versus a heifer that's got, again, very nice data here that has some quality and eye appeal to her. So again, I think you have to make a decision what you're going to lean on the hardest. And for me, I think just the overwhelming bone and substance and length, and still be able to get out and hit a step and look right out here on the move is where I'm going to put my priority here in this case. And again, I don't think her data is bad. She sets at breed average for about every trait, and in some environments. There are some traits we need to be on the other side of breed average. So again, I'm not going to come out here and make your breeding decisions for you. I'm going to look at it. I'm going to use it when I think it's necessary. In this case here, I think there's just too much presence out here in the ring to try to get this one beat because maybe she doesn't exceed in a trait or two. Again, a gorgeous heifer up front. I like her face, her neck, the way it sets into her shoulder blade. And then as we come back to her hind leg, I think it's constructed right as well. She's kind of got, again, a little awkward set to it, but for me, she's sure practical in the way she gets out and travels. She's not as bold and stout and powerful and all those things you want to say. I mean, I think everybody in the crowd can see that on that heifer. The reason we can make that a close placing is you turn to the paper and you'd say, well, there's a lot of things about her that genetically I think I can do, and I would sure agree with you there. Heifer in third, sharp and clean, and again, just ultra refined up into the front third of her body. As we work back into her rib cage, that's probably where I'd like to see just a little more cow here in terms of some heart and some flank. Change her just a little bit down her top line as she travels. Not bad, but again, as you run her against those two heifers in front of her, she probably just needs to get a little more stoutness and certainly a little more correctness down into her tail head. This next heifer, muscular, big-bodied, again, easy doing, and just a little bit more on the coarseness side for me. I like to refine that one up in through her front end. Again, a very nice class. It's a pleasure to work through quality like we have here in your Balancer Show.
Over here in the Angus ring, once again, just an awesome set of females from end to end in this class, and Keith and I take our hats off to each and every one of you exhibitors. I know that when you're down on that end of the class, it's disappointing, but be proud of what you got because it's a great set of cattle in this lineup. Female that wins this class, we get up to this point of the game, and Keith and I feel like she kind of fits the mold of what we've been doing all day. We like her in terms of her frame score. We like her in terms of her type and kind. She's a unique combination of having a lot of lower third, but yet staying really neat up through that front 1/3. We appreciate the freshness of this female. When you look at her out of her brisket and the way she goes back into her underline, she's going to have a nice header run down the road. If you're going to pick on her at all, you might want to just see her just a little truer when you watch her go away from you, but it's nothing major in our opinion, and we think she's pretty good at the ground up. So nice heifer to win the class. Get down to second place female, one that you really got to appreciate in terms of overall bone and mass and look and presentation out here. We really like watching this female move from the side as she goes about the ring and the way she comes out of her shoulder from that standpoint. If we could change her up today compared to the female in front of her, we'd like to tighten her up just a little bit at her shoulder. We'd like to widen her up just a little bit off her rear leg as she goes there in comparison to one in front of her. Maybe moderate her just a touch, but I'm not here to tell you whether they should be big or little. We're just trying to judge phenotype. Then we get to this third place heifer. I think she's just kind of a nice middle of the road heifer. It fits in this class. She's one of the sounder structured females we've seen in this lineup. She flexes good off all four corners. She's very fresh in her condition. Just loses a little bit of underline compared to the ones in front of her at this point of the game, but we sure appreciate that one in third spot. We really like the female here in fourth. She's got a little plainer fit on her. We'll give, it doesn't matter to us. Point. We think this is a very functional kind of female. If we could change her today, she could be just a touch longer strided from the side when we see her go there, but a real nice functional one there in fourth. We get down to fifth place here, a female that sure got a lot of good to her. We like the depth of flank, we like the forerib, we just like to freshen her up in her chest cavity, give her a little more extension there to go any higher in the class. Another nice functional female here next. Big top, big hipped individual, one that gets out and covers some ground as she goes. With that said, just like to clean her up and her lines there at that navel and her brisket and back in her udder, just freshen her up a little bit. Really a nice kind of cow prospect here next. If we could change her today compared to some of the others, we give her a little more extension out of her front end with a little more angulation. Young lady's female here next. We really like this one on the stance. Once we get her in motion, she just gets a little tight off all four corners as she goes. Then we get down to the next female, gives up a little power in this class. So nice kind, just like to see a little more performance to go any higher today. And then we get down to this next one here, a female. It's big, stout top, big hipped individual. Gets a little high on her loin as she goes, just like to relax her that way. And then we end up the class with a big middled individual. Just needs to be freshened up in terms of condition.
Okay, back in our balancer show again. I've enjoyed this division just like the others, good quality. And for me, again, there's just a little more presence out here in the ring, especially right in through her sternum. I like the length to top, and we talked about how this younger heifer, she backs with a lot of show ring presence with a very, very good set of numbers behind her. So you'll be our champion out here, and then we're going to come back with the other class winner. They just won the last class, a little more substance and volume to this heifer. She'll be reserved in this division.
Senior heifer calf champion in your balancer show goes to entry number 24, GHGF Whitney 25A1, exhibited by Justin Teeter, Mount Eula, North Carolina. Your reserve senior heifer calf champion, entry number 27, AMT Ava 327A, exhibited by Austin Teeter, Mount Eula, North Carolina. Now in our balance show will be Class 10, single entry in this class, single class in the division. So she'll automatically be your intermediate champion female. She's CCRO, Carolina Pinnacle 3303A, exhibited by Seacross Cattle Company, Asheboro, North Carolina. Class 12 should be in the makeup ring. First call for Class 14 and 16 balancer females. In our Angus Show, Class 61, first place, entry number 374, PR 3921, BF 909, exhibited by Austin Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. Second place, 78, EXAR Frontier Gal 3734, exhibited by Cali West, Paris, Texas. Third place, entry number 370, exhibited by Jenna Wagner, Billings, Montana. Fourth place, entry number 380, exhibited by Blake Boyd, Mayslick, Kentucky. Fifth place, entry 383, exhibited by Michael Haar, Blounteville, Tennessee. Sixth place, entry 386, exhibited by Haley Herzog, Robinson, Texas. Seventh place, entry number 368, exhibited by Keegan Cassidy, Normal, Illinois. Eighth place, entry number 384, exhibited by Madeline Taylor, Lavaca, Arkansas. Ninth place, entry number 129, exhibited by Lauren Enright, Renfrew, Ontario. And 10th place, entry number 381, exhibited by Kimberly Hammer, McAuthersville, Virginia. We're now selecting our junior champion female in the Angus Show. Class 64 should be in the makeup ring. That's your final class of the day. Only class in that division, so they'll automatically be your senior champion female. So you can start bringing those division champion and reserve heifers to the makeup ring. All division champion and reserve heifers to the makeup ring.
Okay, back in our balancer show, we've got this one summer heifer, getting clean and smooth made, enough muscle for a breeding female. You know, I find the real strength of this heifer as we look to her data, low birth weight, lots of growth, very solid in terms of carcass. So again, she gives you a nice balance of traits to work with a very clean, very attractive package.
We'll give out a few more, announce a few more of your ROV awards. Your senior champion female ROV for 2013 and 14 goes to EXAR Winnie, 5291, owned by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. Your reserve senior champion ROV award to Silvera's 1437, owned by Silvera Brothers, Fireball, California, Brad and Don Gore, Madeiras, Oregon, and Archura Ranches, Springfield, Oregon. Your 2013-2014 ROV Reserve Show Heifer and Intermediate Champion Female of the Year goes to LCCC Lucy All-Star, owned by Chris and Sharon Sankey, Council Grove, Kansas, Doug Satry Angus, Montague, Texas, and Little Cedar Cattle Company, Beaverton, Michigan. Your Dam of the Year, DAJS Joyce, 77, owned by Katie Satry, Montague, Texas. Your Reserve Dam of the Year, LCC Lucy, 131, exhibited or owned by Little Cedar Cattle Company, Beaverton, Michigan. Your ROV Dam of the Year, Embryo Transplant, Greens Francis, 1012, owned by Express Angus Ranches and Whitestone Krebs, Yukon, Oklahoma, and Gordon, Nebraska. Your ROV Sire of the Year, Dameron First Class, owned by Express Angus Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma, and Dameron Angus Farm, Lexington, Illinois. Your Reserve Sire of the Year and Reserve Get a Sire goes to SAV Brilliant, 8077, owned by Champion Hill, Bidwell, Ohio, Shops Angus Valley, St. Anthony, North Dakota, Dameron Angus Farm, Lexington, Illinois. Your Get a Sire and Junior Get a Sire of the Year, Silvera Style, 9303, exhibited by Silvera Brothers, Fireball, California, and Newborn Genetics, Clark, Missouri. Your Reserve Junior Get a Sire of the Year goes to SAV Iron Mountain, 8066, owned by Shops Angus Valley, St. Anthony, North Dakota, Peak Dot Ranch, Wood Mountain, Saskatchewan, and Kiamichi Link Ranch, Findlay, Oklahoma. And last but not least, your ROV Reserve Breeder of the Year goes to Champion Hill, Bidwell, Ohio. So if you're a ROV recipient, we need you to come to the Angus Picture Backdrop to receive that award and a picture.
Folks, if you would, join Keith and I, and once again, let's give these Angus breeders a real nice round of applause. Let's briefly go back through these. This female out of the first class of this division is one that will grow on a guy the longer you look at her. We think a lot of this one in terms of functionality and modest frame score and completeness and balance. She's a female that's tremendous in terms of the way she's put together from the ground up. We appreciate the freshness in this female and the way she's presented out here. Just a real nice, complete kind out of this first class. Then we get down to the second class. That was a female that we sure liked in that particular class. We thought she was one of the bigger middled individuals that was in there. She was one of the fresher fed individuals out there, presented really nice out here in the lineup. If we're going to nitpick on her just a little bit out here in this particular lineup, we'd clean her up just a little bit in her navel there. We'd like to see her a little more relaxed in her top when you get her on the go, but real nice cow prospect there out of class 2. Get down, nice moderate frame female, comes out of class 3, one that's beautiful in terms of a profile when you look at her from the side. Appreciate the maternal look that she's got. Really like the rib shape and the volume she carries and attractiveness that she's got out over her hip. If we could change her up today, might a little more agile out of her shoulder and off her rear when you get her in motion. But a female that's awfully nice there in that third class. Then we get down to the fourth class. Here's another female that grows on us as time goes on here. We just appreciate the freshness once again out of her brisket and the way she lays tight at her shoulder and the way she carries that underline really nice back into her rear portion of her body. And like I think I mentioned earlier, you know, when she goes into production, she's going to have a beautiful udder and just be really good from that standpoint. We like the way she moves in true manner, and she hits her track on the go, and she stays very smooth at her joint as she up on all four corners there. Then we get down to a real female with a lot of pizzazz to her here next. Nicely shown and presented out here in the lineup. We appreciate that about her. Big rib, big hipped individual. It's very attractive from end to end. If we could change her today in the lineup, we'd give her just a shot more angulation to her shoulder with a little more extension out of that front 1/3 when you get her in motion. Get down to the next female, a female that is just really stout here, a female that we appreciate in terms of the way she comes together out of the top of her shoulder up into her crest. If we're going to change her today, we'd give her just a touch more forerib in relation to her body mass when you go back into her flank area, but a real nice, solid, functional kind of cow prospect there. And then we end up the lineup with a female that's very modest in her frame score. We appreciate the overall rib shape in this female. It's almost like sometimes she's deceiving. She's so big middled and deep flank, she can look just a touch tied up into her forerib, but I don't think that's an issue. It's just the way she's made. I think there's plenty of dimension there. We appreciate the freshness of her. Like we mentioned earlier in class, if we was going to change her in the stride, you might want to keep her rear legs in just a little bit as she goes there, but that's being real picky on an awfully nice one. You guys make your decisions in the stands. I know you have been all day, but Keith and I are going to select a couple that we would like to work with. Let's give them another nice round of applause, and we'll select your champion in reserve.
Junior champion females, entry number 318 in your Angus Show, PVF Blackbird 3071, exhibited by Austin Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. Brings in the second place heifer in that class for the reserve selection, entry 333. And your reserve junior champion comes out of that same class, entry 333, EXAR Forever Lady 3436, exhibited by Brianna Chandler, Alicia Fields, Texas. We're now ready for Class 64, our final class of the day. So it's a single class in the senior division, so they'll automatically be my mistake again. There's two classes. I didn't see the 65 at the top. Two classes. Class 64 coming in the ring, 3 entries in this class. Then we'll have Class 65 entries in that class. Then we'll select senior champion.
Get into some differences in maturity levels here at this stage of the game, but we elected to go with the female that still hadn't calved yet. We just think there's too much quality here in this first female. Beautiful look from the side. We like the angulation to her shoulder in comparison to the female in second. Female in second, we appreciate the fact she's already been through the maternity ward, but if we could change her up today, we'd just like to see a little more slope and angulation. Shoulder, we'd like to freshen her up just a touch out of her brisket. Get down to the third place female. Female, it's a big body individual. It stays with a lot of substance of bone. With that said, we just like to freshen her up to go any higher in this class today.
Class 64 Angus females. First place, entry 389, EXAR Rita 8272, exhibited by Trent Ray, Abingdon, Illinois. Second place, entry number 390, Seldom Rest BRMF Lucy 743, exhibited by Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California. And third place, entry number 388, exhibited by Erica Harrell, Roseville, Illinois. Coming into the ring now is Class 65, 3 entries in this class. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to select our senior champion, and then we'll be ready for our grand and reserve grand females. So we need all those division champion and reserves heifers in the makeup ring. We do have a get a sire, a junior get, and a best 6 head. We will do those group classes before pictures. So Angus exhibitors, if you're interested in competing in those group classes, you need those at ringside as well.
Okay, again, probably running the biggest and best class of the day in terms of just good ones. And again, I look here and I say, you know, there's 4 good cattle in here, and I knew where I wanted to start. It's just where I wanted to go next in the lineup. And I think the longer I study, I'm like, you know, I could just as easily take that heifer we got standing forth and got a little more refinement and prettiness to that heifer and justify getting her up. And so you struggle just a bit here because I think all 4 of these cattle have something to really offer here in this show. This is, to me, the one that combines, I think, good structure and kind and type, nice numbers to go along with it. You know, really the only thing I would say I'd like to change about this and just set that tail head a little differently out of her back. But outside of that, she's long, she's built nice up in her neck and her shoulder, rib this one. Her udder's going to be nice. She's good at the ground and the surface as she travels. She's got a very, very solid set of numbers. So, again, a good female, and I think this size thing, you've heard it on both sides of the rings all day today. I'm not, just like Chan said next door here, we're not here to tell you how big or how small to make them. Try to make them good first, and I think that's where this heifer really excels. Now, for me personally, I probably like this heifer's size. For me personally, in second, I'll take a little extra gas in the tank. And I think the thing about this heifer, and I know she doesn't have, for some of you show jocks, she don't have near the pimping going on here with hair and her legs carved out like some of them. That is a good female. I love that one's front end, her neck, chest floor in that one. She's got some real stuff to her because that one, I think, internally is not as fat as some of the cattle here in the class. She is just naturally built wide in her chest and her forearm back into her hip. I like her length. Again, very fresh in her conditioning. I would like to strengthen her up a little bit as I work into her pins and off her hind leg. Again, she's just cowy built on her hind leg. She probably don't have the show ring presence out here, but I just like this one a great deal. And again, for me personally, I think the extra length of body and frame is an advantage. And I know for some of you in some countries that's not. So I think that's a good heifer. Again, I can bounce her up and down the lineup, but when I break it right down, I look at how much real stuff there is in that one in terms of natural width and length and freshness of conditioning. It's hard for me to get her out of the top pair. This is a one on the little side for me. And again, if you like them kind of a low rider, big belly, down to the ground kind, by golly, she is every bit of that and good at the surface. Great feet, even though she wants to pigeon toe a little bit up in her front. And I think it's all of a function of the way she's built up in the upper side of her shoulder blade, and she kind of comes down into her forearm, and she wants to roll in just a little bit. Again, probably one that I would say probably at one time might have been a little fat by the shape of her neck, and we're kind of freshening her back up. Numbers outstanding on this heifer here. And again, that's what kind of toys with your mind. If you're going to use them in the show ring, we're going to look at them. I think that's something you really got to consider in this heifer here. So different kind. If you like them little ones that are stout and wide, built to the ground in substance, and by golly, many of you want to start with this in here. For me, I've got a little more problem in the way she's constructed up in her shoulder blade, down off her front feet, maybe just a little more coarseness. And we've talked about this one before. She's as good in her jawline. She's as pretty in terms of length. Again, very, very well presented out here. I guess personally, I don't know if there's as much in this heifer as there is in the cattle ahead of her, and I'm just basing that on, you know, the way she's built up in her heart and her chest, her bone work, and underneath. But I like this one a great deal from the side. And to be honest, as I look at the data, these 4 cattle here, she kind of ends up on the short end of the stick on several traits. And so when you have that kind of quality in here, to me, that's kind of what helped make that decision here for 4th. Good heifer in 5th, not the best attitude, but a good heifer, and especially from her first rib back. I like to build her differently in her head and her neck and her shoulder. That one is an absolute truck when you get in behind her, and muscle, length, strength, the hind leg is good on this one here. Again, maybe just sharpen her up a little bit up in her front third. Next heifer, good, just fat. You know, I tell you what, you melt that one up and lean her up. That's a real super duty one in terms of bone and real rib and muscle. Again, just a little on the fatter side downside for me, makes her just a little coarse, big, powerful heifer, a little rough built down her top, and again, just a bit more of a challenge as she moves and tries to hold all of her lines together right. And then we end with a good heifer, probably in this particular category and age, definitely needs a little more body and substance to her. Great class, fun group to sort up on the top end.
Really nice set of females in this particular class. The pair we're going to start with, we feel like the calf and the cow complement each other and average this out to go ahead and line up at the top here. We appreciate the moderation of the cow. We like her type and kind, and she's an ideal frame score for us. We appreciate the job she's doing with the calf. It's really got a lot of fit to it out here in the lineup. If we could change the cow up just a touch, you might freshen her up there in her pin set just a little, but yeah, the cow in production needs a little extra to go with, and she's putting it back to the calf. Get down to the next cow. We really like this cow, really maternal in her kind, real lot of angulation out of her shoulder. She's very up-headed out of the top of that shoulder into her crest. That's the length of muzzle to pole there, very maternal in her look. With that said, we just like maturity to the calf at this stage compared to the one that heads up the class. Third pair, another nice pair here. We like this cow too in terms of frame score, very maternal in her kind. If we're going to pick on her a little bit, we might tone her down just a touch in her teat size there and whatnot, but doing a nice job with a real attractive bull calf behind her. Might want to see her a little more fluid off the move when it gets back to the cow. Then the gentleman that ends up the class, got a nice heifer, thinks she's been in ET program, not in production yet, works against her a little bit here with the rest of them being through the maternity ward.
Placings in class 65 Angus. First place, entry number 400, Champion Hill Georgina 8289, exhibited by Cody Call, Gallipolis, Ohio. Second place is entry 491, and if you're looking in your program, she's on about the third page in class 29. She's EXAR Forever Lady 2867, exhibited by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. Third place, entry 396, exhibited by Madeline Taylor, Lavaca. And fourth place, entry 393, Patton Schubert, Taylorsville, Kentucky. We're now ready to select our senior champion, Angus female. Over in our balancer show, class 12. First place went to entry number 31, CTR Last 3200, exhibited by Ladue Ranch, Agenda, Kansas. Second place, entry number 35, JCGR Bar GT Hepburn 244A, exhibited by Jumping Cow, Gelbvieh, Ramon, Colorado. Third place, entry number 30, AHL Limestone 372A, exhibited by Tanner Allring, Phillipsburg, Kansas. Fourth place, entry number 33, exhibited by Ryan Menace, Mount Eula, North Carolina. Fifth place, entry 34, exhibited by Victoria Nowak, Bland, Missouri. Sixth place, entry number 36, exhibited by Cody Moore, Fountain Run, Kentucky. Seventh place, entry number 37, exhibited by Ariana De La Garza, Inglewood, Colorado. And eighth place, entry number 32, exhibited by Isaac Lee, Tennessee. Your junior champion female would have been your female in that class, entry 31, exhibited by Ladue Ranch, Agenda, Kansas, and automatically your reserve junior champion female, entry 35, exhibited by Jumping Cow, Gelbvieh. In the ring, 38 Gelbvieh females.
Okay, real quick here, we've got two, and I did find out I had that official. They have the identical EPDs, so we assume they were sibs, and they are, and I told her it's a good thing I don't look like my sisters, because you wouldn't look at these two and say they were necessarily alike. And again, the decision for me here is it's pretty simple. You've got one of the sisters that's in production, and the other one's not there, and so they're different in kind. I like the length and stretch and cleanliness here of the young cow. She's got a little hitch in her get along, looks like an injury here off her right leg, and again, there's more volume and substance than the other, but the fact that we got a baby on the turf here gives her the edge for me today. Congratulations.
in the Angus Show. Got a couple nice class winners out here in the lineup. Like we mentioned earlier, this one up front, really nice in terms of angulation, really maternal in her kind, really freshly presented out here in the lineup. If we're going to nitpick her a little bit, we might tone her down just a little bit in overall mass and size here today, but a good one to represent that class. Then we get down to the pair. Second in the lineup. We really like the moderation of the cow. We like the functionality of the cow and the way she's putting that back into the coupon behind her. Let's give them a nice round of applause. They'll be your division champion.
Well, thank you, sir.
Senior champion female Angus, entry 400. Champion Hill Georgina, 8289, exhibited by Cody Call, Gallipolis, Ohio. Brings in entry 491 for the reserve selection.
At this point in the show, we feel like these cows have some merit out here in the lineup with the calves that side, so we're going to go ahead and use the ones that were second in that class for your reserve division. Congratulations. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Heading on the Gelbvieh side, call for all bulls, scales, please. All Gelbvieh scales.
Your reserve senior champion female, entry number 491, EXAR Forever Lady, 2867, exhibited by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. We're now ready to select our grand and reserve grand champion female. Need all those division champion reserves into the ring. Angus exhibitors, if you're interested in competing in group classes, get a sire, junior get, breeders best 6, we need those at ringside as well. In our balancer show, class 39, or excuse me, class 14, first place, and automatically your senior champion female was entry 39. MDAV Miss Canyon, exhibited by Karen Eby, Duncan, South Carolina. Second place, and automatically reserved senior champion, entry 38. MDAV Miss Red Canyon, also exhibited by Karen Eby, Duncan, South Carolina. In the ring now is class 16 balancers, single entry, single class in the division. We need all Gelbvieh bulls to the scales. Start bringing those Gelbvieh bulls to the scales.
All right, excellent way to round up our final division. Great one here at the ground, good feet, joints are good, and for a cow that's got stature and length and substance, and yet still puts a really nice look up about her neck and her shoulder. Plenty of milk in this one here. Again, a couple little things you might want to do, maybe refine it just a little bit there in her teat structure. I think the makeup of her udder looks good. There's plenty, I hope, in my opinion anyway, longevity in the way it's attached on both ends. But cow-wise, by golly, I'd take that one home and work with her every day of the week. Nice calf, not overwhelming, young, October calf, pretty fronted. You know, she's got some neatness up in through her front end. Be fun to see how she develops. If she gets her mom's underpinning in terms of bone and substance, she's got a lot of other nice pieces that could be pretty good down the road. So great, great pair here to end it up.
Class 16 balancers first place, and automatically your cow-calf division champion, entry 56, PLA Miss Zelda 20Z, exhibited by Green Hills Gelbvieh, Mount Eula, North Carolina. We're now ready to select our grand and reserve grand champion balancer female. Start bringing those Gelbvieh bulls to the makeup ring. We'll take pictures of our two balancer champions and be ready to move right into our Gelbvieh bull show. Attention Angus exhibitors or those in the crowd, we need a representative from the following firms to the Angus picture backdrop at some point for pictures: Dameron Angus, Express, Champion Hill, Kramer's, Top Line, Double Diamond, Cali West, Tyler Coleman. To the picture backdrop at some point. Gelbvieh entry 52. Gelbvieh entry 52. We need you to the scales.
At this time, if you would, let's give these Angus breeders a really, really nice hand. You know, Keith and I, we've thoroughly enjoyed today, and we came out here and we just tried to use some simple philosophies and use what works for us in Maysville with our program. Like Eddie said, you know, we run anywhere from between 300 and 350 cows in Maysville, and you know, we have to do it in a real world manner, and we have to as forage animals, and in our part of the country we deal with some lagoon grasses, and we deal with some fescue, and you know, for us we have to have cattle first off that are structurally sound, because we also have a lot of steep terrain, And the only way we can get longevity out of a cow is to have one that carries herself on a good foot and can get up and down them hills on a daily basis for a lot of years. The other thing we have to have is we have to have rib shape. We have to have a lot of internal dimension to utilize the forages that we're dealt with there in that part of the country. And one thing we found out, and we learn every day, but one thing we found up to this point is that we have to have modest-sized cows, and we have to have cows that have plenty of internal dimension, or they just can't handle the environment they're in at our place. We also are involved in the show ring, and it's kind of interesting. I think this is the 41st year of the North American, if I'm not mistaken, and I believe it started in 1974. And, I actually showed my first steer down here in 1974, and I've been here every year since. And so I think Keith was born in 1974, so he don't even remember that particular year. But we both make a living in this, and we understand the importance of people coming out here and analyzing these cattle and doing a sincere job and trying to do what they think's the right thing to do. For anybody that thinks coming into Freedom Hall and sorting a show of this magnitude's easy, they need to try it sometime. But we've had a good time. I just want to thank Keith for being my associate. He takes care of everything at home, him and my dad and our families. And I just want everybody to know that I appreciate it. Let's give these guys a round of applause. Champion.
Folks, let's give our judges a nice round of applause. Chan and Keith Phillips from Maysville, Kentucky, have done a great job sorting through these Angus cattle at a rapid pace. We appreciate their time. And your grand champion females, entry 318, PVF Blackbird 3071, exhibited by Austin Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. That brings in the reserve female in that division, entry 333 for the reserve selection.
Just wait a minute. We did.
What's going to be your number? Y'all help me. What's her number? 245. That one's the watch. Yep. And your reserve grand champion female, entry number 224, EXAR Envious Blackbird 7813, exhibited by Austin Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. Go ahead, Judge Shockey.
Okay, congratulations on the Angus side. Chan, you do have a heart. I can't believe it. And the other thing, I couldn't wait for Keith to pick up the mic and talk a class today, but it never did happen. So great job on the Angus side. And I was telling these guys, you know, it's nice to see how breeds can complement one another. We've got a great Angus show going on one side. We got the Balancer show on the other side. Here in a couple of days, you're going to have a Sim Angus show. And again, I think it makes sense when we start thinking about, you know, this industry and the production of good livestock, how 2 or 3 breeds can really work together and come up with a good final end product. So just real quick over here on our Balancer show, an outstanding event. This was just a ton of fun to work through. And I think there's some exciting calves down here on the end that have a world of future. They're good. In the purebred show, they would have been in Grand and Reserve pretty handily. At this show here, it gets a little tougher as we get into some of these bigger, older cattle. My son sitting up there on the table would tell you that I am a sucker for a cow-calf pair. I know it maybe not is in everybody's book at a show to use one, but I guarantee you, I love this kind of cow that's built like this. Again, not just the ultra special calf. I've never made the perfect mating decision every time, so I hope maybe next time we get just a little bit more in the calf side, but that cow, to me, I think would be a fun one to take home and work. And so without any further ado, let's congratulate him. This will be our champion in the Balancer Show. Congratulations, partner. Very nice. The other one that I think will make a nice cow someday, she ain't quite there. She come out of a very, very good class, built, shaped just like the cow. Congratulations. You'll be the reserve champion. Congratulations. Very good show.
Your grand champion balancer females, entry 56, PLA Miss Zelda 20Z, exhibited by Green Hills Gelbvieh, Mount Eula, North Carolina. Your reserve, entry number 31, CTR Last 3200, exhibited by Ladue Ranch, Agenda, Kansas. In our Angus Show, we're now judging our Get a Sire. Get a Sire will be first, if there is any. All right, we got at least one. All right, had one Get a Sire. It was won by Satry Angus, Montague, Texas. Now Junior Get. Junior Get. Any Junior Get? Same Get? Can compete Junior Get? All right. Also Satry Angus, if there's no one else. Any best six? All right, we got two best six coming in. In our Gelbvieh show, as we started the Gelbvieh show this evening, we did the Breeder's Choice Gelbvieh Heifer for Charity, and I've got the results for that. And we're going to go in backwards order, starting in fifth place. Fifth place went to lot 6. She's Carolina, 3303A. She was exhibited by Seacross Cattle Company. Fourth place was lot 8. Belick Stones Redbud, consigned by Belick Gelbvieh. Third place was lot 5. Lot 5 was R Pearl 1376A, consigned by Ridinger Cattle Company. Second place was lot 1, Butler's Bianca 534B, consigned by Butler Creek Farms, Milton, Tennessee. And your winner of the Gelbvieh Heifer for Charity, Breeder's Choice Heifer for Charity, is lot 3, Blue Well, Leanne 231A, consigned by Blue Well Farms. So if a representative from Blue Well would come to the announcer or the picture backdrop in the Gelbvieh ring. All five of those top 5 placing for charity winners come to the picture backdrop in the Gelbvieh ring to receive your award. Both of those gets from Satry Angus were both sired by DJAS Shockwave. We're now judging best six head, breeder's best six head. Breeder's best six head in the Angus Show. First place to Express Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma. Second place to Satry Angus, Montague, Texas. You have a Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our Roll of Victory Angus Show. Angus exhibitors, we thank you for your attendance and support. All those ROV winners, if you've been announced, we need you to make your way to the picture backdrop to receive those awards. And everyone travel safe and have a great evening. Over in our Gelbvieh show, we'll be ready to start our Gelbvieh Bull show. Start our Gelbvieh Bull show. So those of you in the ring, we need you, some of you over against the rail, some of you up here right behind the picture backdrop so our internet camera can view the ring. Johnny, a couple of you over to that way, and a couple of you on up here behind. Our internet camera can't see the ring. And our clerks have got to see too. Class 19, Gelbvieh Bulls, single entry in this class.
Okay, we saw this young bull alongside his mother in the purebred show, and again, I didn't realize he was a June at the time, so his growth is exceptionally good. He's big and long bodied. His performance is good in terms of weight per day of age, and so again, hopefully a nice little project here for this young lady.
Class 19, Gelbvieh Bulls, first place, entry 50, SVFG Honcho, exhibited by Spring Valley Farm, Lebanon, Kentucky. Coming into the ring now is Class 20 Gelbvieh Bulls. 2 entries immediately following this. We'll be ready to select Spring Bull Calf Champion.
All right, pair of March bull calves. Again, the weight per day of age is sure work on these cattle for me, even though there's differences. I think the black bull is exceptional, coming in at over 4 pounds for his WDA, and I think this bull is pretty exciting. I like his length, and I think his length of hip, the design of his hind leg, and pasture is probably a little more desirable for me at this stage of the game than the red bull, and he couples that with some added growth on paper. He's also probably a little more exciting too. When you look at the marbling column under this bull, he's quite a bit better than the breed average for that. So there's some things genetically that I think sure excite you. Then you look at the bull physically, the extra length of body that he has, and smoothness is probably an advantage over the red bull. Both cattle have a lot of muscle, and that's easy to see here in the red bull. Big turn to his top and his hip. He's got some bone to him. So expressive to the point that he maybe gets tied up just a little tighter in his skeleton from behind, and so he might lengthen him out just a bit in his hip. But other than that, I think a good calf with lots of performance again in him. Again, not as heavy as a black bull, but would I ever say that a bull coming in at a 3.7 WDA isn't good enough, so he's a good bull as well.
Placings in Class 20, Gelbvieh Bulls. First place, entry number 53, 3G Bandolier 458B, exhibited by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Second place, entry number 52, exhibited by Circle S Ranch, Canton, Kansas. Now selecting Spring Bull Calf Champion.
All right, in this calf division, we'll use them two that we just seen here in class, the two March bulls. That'll make our black bull out here our champion, and then we'll come back here with this classmate. We'll be reserving this division. Just two cattle that are a little further along in terms of performance and muscle, and just a little more bloom on those two bulls here this morning.
Spring Bull Calf Champion goes to entry 53, 3G Bandolier 458B. And the reserve Spring Bull Calf Champion, entry 52, out of that same class, exhibited by Circle S Ranch, Canton, Kansas. We're now ready for Class 22, Gelbvieh Bulls. Gelbvieh exhibitors, you can start bringing those balancer bulls to the scales.
Okay, and this set of bulls here, again, I think all three of them have enough length of body and growth, and that's especially true of the black bull here. He's really long, and, you know, and because of the length and the extra dimension that he has, he weighs about a couple hundred pounds more than the other two bulls here in the class, at least 150 pounds. And so, again, I think we talked about that earlier in the heifer show. It don't take much of a rocket scientist to put weight and dollars together and come up with a final value and figure those cattle that can grow actually have more value to them. So I like the smoothness of this bull, his hip design, his joints are a little cleaner, he's a little flatter in his bone than the bull we have here in second. Second, good calf in terms of ruggedness. He's got some foot under him, some substance of bone, yes, and yet still flexes it pretty good. Tell you what, when he goes ahead and matures and kind of comes into himself, I think he's going to be a lot better bull than he is now. Right now, he maybe gets just a little rough because of the extreme muscling that he has, but as he matures and fills out and smoothens up, I think he's going to be a pretty nice individual. Here we have in third one that's got some length of body to him. He's pretty smooth, and again, just structurally, he doesn't go as correctly off his hind leg. He's a little too tied up in his hock and down in his rear pasture and wants to get a little too flat and narrow when you get in behind him.
Placings in Class 22, Gelbvieh Bulls, first place, entry number 80. 3G Bootlegger 439B, exhibited by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Second place, entry number 54, exhibited by Circle S Ranch, Canton, Kansas. Third place, entry number 57, exhibited by Lucas Waters, Maryville, Tennessee. In the ring now is Class 23, Gelbvieh, single entry in this class.
Cardinal straight. Yeah, I'm going to go pick up Mary and I'll come right over there. Yeah, she decided she wanted to get away from the grandchildren.
Is that the Angus?
Yeah.
Okay, an early January bull here, just the one entry that's really got some length of body and smoothness to him, good testicles under the bull. Again, he's sure okay in terms of his weight per day of age. He's coming in 1155, so he's good in that aspect. Probably build him just a little differently from behind and off his hind leg if we could. Just give him a little more spread into his pins and set him down a bit more comfortably off his rear leg. But like his length, his smoothness, his shoulder, and a bull looks like you got to have a continued growth left in him.
Oh, you mean we got group classes for both of them?
There may not be any.
My neighbor, next door neighbor was an independent gate hauler.
Oh, okay.
He'd been after me for years to make a trip out west with him. I said, when you got a short trip, I'll go. He said, pack your bags, we're leaving Sunday night at 11.
Where was he headed?
To the Utah state line. I said, that's a short trip. He says, it is for me.
Well, what he meant was he'd make it in the house.
That's what he meant. Darn right. We drove till 5, pulled off and slept till 7.
In our Gelbvieh Bull Show, Class 23, single entry in that class. He was entry 61, RLKL Casanova, exhibited by Lindquist Farms, Fonda, Iowa. Coming into the ring now is our first and second out of Class 22 for this winter division.
Almost 7,000 miles. Hey. Well, we were going across Kansas and I looked over at my neighbor.
Okay, in this division, again, I'm going to stick with the two younger bulls. I think two things. They've got a little more muscle and hip in them, and then as we watch these cattle, all three bulls move out here, to me they're a little more comfortable in the way they sit down on their hind leg. Average daily gain really good on that bull that won that February class, the black bull to represent our champion. And again, I think there's just a little more stoutness here in the red bull to follow him up.
Yeah. 80, it would appear to be. I missed his reserve.
Which one was reserved, Scott?
Red Bull. It's 54.
Winter bull calf champion Gelbvieh goes to entry number 80, 3G bootlegger, 439B, exhibited by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Reserve out of that same class, entry 54, Les Ranch, Canton, Kansas. Coming into the ring now is class 25, single entry in this class, single class in the division, so he's automatically your division champion bull.
Okay, an October calf, again, I think he's a good individual. I was just telling him that bull looks like he ought to weigh a little more than he does, and maybe he just doesn't have quite the fill in him here at the show. He's got some length and some muscle to him and some bone, and again, kind of an individual, and to have a little extra substance like he has, he's still fairly smooth in the way that he's putting it all together out here.
Balancer entry 42, need you to the makeup ring. You want to bring those two single classes? Bring both those class winners on, guys. Class 27 and 28. They're both single entries and single classes. And we'll just go be ready to do that division. Class 25, first place, and automatically your senior bull calf champions, entry 66. SSMK Heartstopper, exhibited by Double Diamond Farm, Cynthiana, Kentucky. In the ring now is class 27, first place to entry 67, SYDM Simple Machine, owned by Sidney Bigger, Medina, Illinois. And class 28, first place, entry 69, 3G Aristotle, 320A, exhibited by Overmiller Gelbvieh and Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. We're selecting your junior champion and reserve junior champion bull. We need balancer entry 42 to the scales. Need all those balancer bulls to the scales. Attention Gelbvieh and balancer exhibitors, we will have classes immediately at the completion of the show. We do have a get a sire, a produce a dam, and a best four head. So if you would if you're interested in competing in that, if you'd let Carrie know, that way we know to be expecting you. But you'll need those animals at ringside immediately following the selection of our balancer bull.
Okay, two bulls here in April and January, and again, both of them good. I think the April bull, in terms of smoothness and neatness of shoulder, can get out and travel, cover some country. He does that fairly well. You look at the data, and again, I think he's nice there. Nothing that's just real alarming in terms of any problems, and yet nothing that's just really out there and on the outer edge in terms of being a changer. So just good and balanced in his numbers, and I think acceptable in terms of design. The January bull, just again heavy duty. He's just chock full of muscle, and he's topping out of his hip. And sometimes when we wrap him up that muscular, you worry a little bit in terms of structure and movement, and that doesn't seem to be an issue with this guy out here. He gets out and hits it off his hind leg pretty good. He can maybe use just a little more cushion up in his shoulder blade, but you take him to the ground, he's good in his feet. He's excellent in terms of bone work, and again, just really overwhelming when you climb up on the top of this bull and just kind of study him down his top. And the other thing that's kind of neat, for having that kind of muscle and shape, he's also well below the breed average for birth. He gives you some exceptional growth to go along with it, so a little bit more marbling in this bull here. So he does a lot of things genetically as well that I think are pretty nice. So within this division here, I think we're ready for a division. If I'm right, we're going to use the January bull here to represent our champion, then we'll come back with the April bull for our reserve. All right, we got a 2-year-old bull, and again, a little different model here, one that's not just terribly big in framework, but lots of body and volume, and he's got enough length, and then so accordingly, as you put them things together, he obviously weighs up pretty good. Really smooth, and his shoulder, the way it sets into his rib cage, his hip is good in the way that it's built. Maybe a couple little things again for me. I've kind of already expressed with you that I think cattle can have a little extra frame, and that's probably what I'd see this bull, maybe just extend him up just a little bit if we could, and I'd probably like to improve the structure of his foot just a bit. As you go down off his hind foot, he wants to roll out just a little bit on him, but nice and smooth and big body, good testicles under the bull, and again, a lot of things I think this guy can do pretty well for you.
In your Gelbvieh Bull Show, Junior Champion Bull went to entry number 69, 3G, Aristotle, 328, exhibited by Overmiller Gelbvieh and Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Your Reserve Junior Champion, entry number 67, SYDP, Simple Machine, exhibited by Sidney Bigger, Medina, Illinois. Class 30 Gelbvieh Bulls, first place, entry number 70 is automatically your Senior Champion, SSMK Apollo, exhibited by Double Diamond Farms, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Coming into the ring now is Class 71 Gelbvieh Bulls. Single entry in this class, single class in the 2-year-old division. Immediately following this, we're ready to select our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Gelbvieh Bulls. Gelbvieh exhibitors, we're going to go right on and do the Balancer Show, Bull Show, before we do Gelbvieh Bull pictures. We'll do Balancer Bulls, groups, and then we'll do all the pictures.
Sound like Colonel Burks is ready for dinner.
I was thinking about you. You've been here since 7:30 to start judging.
All righty, here's another big stout bull. Length of body's good on this guy. He's got some muscle, again, just exceptional in testicle size and the way that he descends them from his body. Again, probably if we can improve him, might be down here at the ground just a little bit, and the way he's built in his feet and the way he sets off his hind leg. But a guy weighing 21 and a half, been here on concrete for a few days, I'm sure he needs to be a little stowed up. So, again, pretty good entry here in our senior champ.
Class 32, Gelbvieh Bulls, first place, and automatically your 2-year-old division champions, entry 71, SYDB, Garbanzo Bean, exhibited by Sidney Bigger, Medina, Illinois. We're now ready to select our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion, Gelbvieh Bulls. Balancer bull entry 42 and 43, both from Ladue Ranch. We need those to the scales immediately. Balancer bull 42 and 43 to the scales.
Okay, well, I've enjoyed your bull show here in the purebred division, and probably, you know, they might be just a little more up here on the top end anyway as far as our champions, a little more excitement with the bulls than even what we had in the purebred female show. I think you've got some neat things to work with in here. These first two bulls that represent Division 1 and 2 here are a pair of bulls that I like, and especially up on the front side here of our Division 1 winner. I think genetically he has some things that, you know, he sure offers your breed. He's got good growth, which I expect to get. And I think within the lineup, too, he's probably just a little extra more punch on the marbling side, and I think that, too, could be something that, especially as we look at your balancer program, what you're doing there, that really becomes a huge advantage in some matings on down the road. And I like the bull, too, physically. I think he's got some length. I like the design of his hind leg. He gets out and travels, and he looks pretty good out here on the go. Behind him, that Class 2 winner, good solid bull. You know, again, I like his rib cage, his smoothness, his skeleton underneath, I think, is very, very fault-free. He doesn't set you, you know, quite on the edges in terms of some genetic values. He doesn't have just the overwhelming look or design of a bull or two out here, but he is as solid as the day is long. I like that deal, and I think in our world, you know, selling bulls like him will keep you in the business every day of the week. We come in here next division, a good strong bull. Like we said in that fall calf, I thought he might weigh a little more than he actually does. He's got the length to do so and some bone and muscle, maybe just a little narrower constructed, and that's probably as you get in this bull now, you kind of understand maybe why he doesn't have as much weight per day of age right now. But he's got gas in his tank. He'll grow and he'll be fine. We talked about the other bull here that just won this division, the January bull, and again, he does a couple things pretty different out here. He's the most muscular bull by quite a bit, and yet still very low on his birth weight. The other thing that I think makes him pretty unique in that you have that kind of muscle and bone and still be able to get out and hit a pretty good stride off his hind leg. I think that makes him pretty nice. Again, probably would give him just a little more angle to the shoulder if we could and set him down just a little softer out of his front end, but I don't think there's any long-term problems with him in terms of structure. Good at the ground, too. I think his foot is good in the way that it's shaped, and that becomes an advantage over the other two older bulls out here that you look at. You know, the bull behind him is moderate, big-bodied, easy-doing looking kind of a creature that looks like he ought to make some nice females. Again, you know, I said personally I'd like to make him just a little longer, and him and the other older bull, I think for me, certainly the one thing I would like to fix is just the shape of their foot. They want to roll out a little on their hoof, and I know in our world that's something that we really need to pay attention to, and it does affect the longevity of those cattle. So the other senior bull, he's long, he's clean. I like the conditioning. He comes here at the show. It's kind of what you see, what you get. He looks like he's been in his working clothes. He's probably the best testicle bull we have out here in the lineup. So you've got some options to work with. I've enjoyed it. You know, when it comes down to being pretty close, if I can get away with using a big bull that I think is pretty good, we're going to do that out here. We're going to use this red bull in front of me, the meat wagon. He'll be our champion. And then we're going to go down on the other end. We're going to use the black calf that wins Division I. He'll be our reserve. So let's give these breeders a nice hand for a good conclusion here in our Purebred Bull Show.
Grand Champion Gelbvieh Bulls, entry 69, 3G Aristotle, 320A, exhibited by Overmiller Gelbvieh and Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Your reserve, entry 53. 3G Bandolier, 458B, also owned by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. We'll be ready to move right into our balancer show. Any of you Gelbvieh Bulls that want to go on and get a picture can, other than our two champions. We'll wait to the conclusion. Class 19 balancers. Gelbvieh exhibitors, remember those group classes. Get a sire, produce a dam, best four head. You can go on and bring in this first balancer division's two single entries and two single classes. So you can bring in both of those bulls. Entry 40 will be your winner for class 19. Entry 42 will be your winner for class 20. In the ring, right. Coming in the ring are two single class winners. Class 19 was won by entry number 40, 3G Big Star, 487B, owned by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Class winner for class 20 is entry 42, AHL Anchorman, 472B, owned by Ladue Ranch, Agenda, Kansas. We're now selecting our Spring Bull Calf champion.
Two very nice individuals to start us in our balancer show. A young May calf here to my right. Yeah, nice and muscular in his build and shape, and yet really laid in good into his neck and his shoulder blade. We get a little more ring savvy in this bull here and get him out to where he'll travel. I think you'll like him a whole lot. He cut his halter loose and let him go. This guy looks pretty good out on the go. Another thing I think is pretty neat, you look at the expected growth he can contribute at 122 and consider where your breed average is at. That, I think, becomes a real bonus to him. We have a March bull behind him, really long and heavy duty in terms of bone work and his extra length of body. And I think the one thing that I like about him today anyway is he travels, how he stays to his pins. He's really level in his hip. He's got an incredible amount of muscle when you get him behind him. The breeding value I like on this calf is when you study him on marbling at 0.4, and again, consider where you're at with your breed average. This guy can sure do some things genetically from a carcass standpoint that I think is a real advantage. So both bulls are very good today. There's just enough more bone and length, and I think the way this guy travels here in the March entry, he'll represent our champion in this calf, and then we'll come back and pick up our May then for a reserve. Good pair of bulls, guys.
Spring Bull Calf Champion goes to entry 42, AHL Anchorman 472B, exhibited by Ladue Ranch, Agenda, Kansas. Reserve Spring Bull Calf Champion to entry 40, 3G Big Star 487B, exhibited by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Coming into the ring now is Class 22. Should be 4 entries in this class. This will be a single class in this winter division, so your first and second will automatically be your division champion in reserve.
Again, just good cattle here, and you got a couple of bulls in this group that can sure advance you a long ways in certain traits, and they do some very unique things genetically in here. The first bull, again, one of those really good spread, super low birth, better than average on growth, really good on the carcass side, and yet physically too, I think he's a pretty good calf. I mean, I'd like to set his neck up out of his shoulder blade just a bit better instead of pin bones up maybe just a nickel, but this guy's good at the ground. I like the design of his foot, way he gets out and goes. He's a little truer at the surface maybe than the bull here in second, and again, just physically a good calf. The big thing is you look at the numbers that are backed in behind him, I think it kind of puts together a pretty good picture of traits. So good bull in second, especially his volume that he has, and you can take one that even though he's got a little more birth, but he's 2.5 times the breed average on yearling weight, and I'm not sure where he sets, but I would guess he would be probably within the top 1 or 2% in terms of growth. And so again, he can do that and hopefully do it in a fashion like he is, with some body and volume and hopefully some doability, because sometimes we can get growth in too big of a package, and I don't see that here. I like to fix him a little as he goes. You know, he wants to duck his pins a little bit. He doesn't go quite as true off either end in terms of his feet to the ground, but he's a pretty good bull and certainly backed by incredible data. On the stand, I like the bull in third. He's clean and up-headed. He's muscular and lean. He's just a little tighter built in his underpinning as he travels out here. And then the bull we have here in fourth, he's long, and again, the angle to his shoulder is right. This guy's pretty good at the ground the way that he a little plainer made from the side, but he's got length, and again, his weight per day of age and the kind of EPDs he has here just as good as we have here in the bull in third. So very good class.
Yeah. Class 22, Balancer Bulls, first place, and automatically your winner bull calf champions, entry 43, AHL Paradise, 430 B, exhibited by Ladue Ranch, Agenda, Kansas. Second place, and automatically your bull calf champion, entry 45, JCGR Bar GT, 153 B, exhibited by Jumping Cow, Gelbvieh, Raymount, Colorado. Third place, 41, 3G Basic Black, 472B, exhibited by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. And fourth place, entry number 44, exhibited by Cameron Schwartz, Herscher, Illinois. In the ring now is class 24, single entry in the class, single class in the division. He's automatically your senior bull calf champion. He's entry 49, BCFG Butler 100 proof, exhibited by Butler Creek Farms, Milton, Tennessee.
All right, a December bull that, again, going to have just a little different growth curve attached to him. He's a big, long skeleton bull that has some grow in him, and yet pretty smooth. And as you look at him from a muscle perspective, I think he's sure good enough in that area. He'd probably like to just fix him a little bit on his outside toes there on his hind feet, and maybe get him a little softer, rounder to the ground if we could. But big bull, good performance bull, and yet still has some smoothness of body to him.
We're now ready for class 26. Another single entry in the class and a single class in this division as well. This will be your senior champion bull. He's entry 53, MDAV, the Red Rock ET, exhibited by Karen Eby, Duncan, South Carolina.
Okay, just turned 2 here this fall, and again a bull that comes to the show here in his working clothes. Not just a lot of fluff and fat on this one here. Very clean and muscular. Got a good turn to his top and out of his hip. Sure sound enough in his testicles. And another bull that I think does a nice job. When you want to spread apart some birth and yearling weight, this guy does that very appropriately.
Now we're ready for Class 28. 2 entries in this class, entry 54 and 55. Be a single class in the 2-year-old division. They'll automatically be your division champion and reserve. Immediately following this, we're ready to select our grand champion balancer bulls. Need all those division champion and reserves back.
Just doing for attention. That's right. Need all the help you can get.
That's right. So I need lots of blessings.
The UPS driver or the
cattle truck
today?
Another truck wreck too? UPS? No, that was one of the
Yeah, but he hit a cattle truck
UPS in a cattle truck.
in Lexington. No, when was that?
A couple of weeks ago.
A couple weeks
Yeah, I
ago.
remember that. Yeah. Yep.
He's bringing us results. Now don't be too hard on us. He did bring us results. What are we gonna do something? Are we gonna?
Yeah, I'll see it.
But we're not. You don't have. You said something about Keith. And,
I need to catch him.
I mean, they don't have to be tonight if we don't want.
Oh, I thought it was at 7.
What?
We're gonna do that tomorrow night.
Let's go to Race Christmas.
It is though.
We're going to eat tonight.
Oh, okay.
What you think about pizza?
Give me a
We'll go to that really good pizza too.
Okay, in our 2-year-old division here, again, the exceptional body length here in our first, really, I think, pretty unique, and yet still the ability to hold together. You get cattle that long, sometimes they want to break in behind their shoulder blade, and this guy, that's not the case. He's really strong in behind the top of his shoulder. I like the levelness of hip, the length of hip that he has. He's got bone work, and for having some bone, he's still really clean in his joints. Not bad in his feet. They're pretty good. You know, this guy's really true at the ground in the way that he moves. And pretty decent kind of feet set up underneath this calf here. In second, it's a bull that, again, a little leaner condition, which I think is okay. If it does do anything, I'd like to maybe lean that class winner up just a little bit, make you look a little more athletic, and that's something we see in this bull here. You know, he's a good calf, too. He's not near as long, and I don't think he's quite as impressive from his hooks back and the way that he's built, the way that he goes to the ground here in terms of bone work like the class winner. But I think a good individual. He's nice on data, again. No real big problems. Data's just very solid from one end to the other here in the paper.
Just call him and see what he's thinking. Has he got a sale?
I don't think so. The Lemmy's showing more. He may be.
Class 28 balancers. First place and automatically your 2-year-old division champion, entry 55, 3G Easy Money 209Z. Exhibited by Overmiller Gelbvieh, Kendallville, Indiana. Second place and your reserve division champion, entry 54, CSCF Classic Legend, exhibited by Cameron Herscher, Illinois. We're now selecting our grand champion, reserve grand champion balancer bull. Immediately following this, we'll be ready to do group classes. Anyone with group classes will need you in a makeup ring.
Again, I've really been, it's been a pleasure to work through, you know, the purebred, the balancer show, and the female thing was really good, especially in that balancer deal, and these bulls are really good, and you just keep on doing what you're doing. You get out here in the show ring, and there's, you know, again, some different avenues. This first calf I like real well. In fact, you get him out here, and I appreciate this bull more. He's long. He's good at the ground, the surface. His feet are shaped right. He's got flexibility in his underpinning, and he gets out and travels. He looks really his best on the move. Still long. He's built good in behind when you get into his pin set. He's got nice data. You know, his marbling's pretty good. He's not quite as crazy numbered as the bull that in this February division here. You know, if you look at something genetically, this bull here that come out of that February class, he's the most unique thing we've seen all day. And if your selection pressure is really more in that area, I think what you have here is a bull that can do a lot of things genetically and yet still has, you know, some things physically that you like as well too. I don't know that he is as good built and as overwhelming to look at as a couple of 3 bulls out here, but he's not a bad one. That's for daggone sure, and genetically he does a lot of things really pretty cool. The red bull that come out of that, again, in December, if I remember right, big, long, stretchy rascal, and not sure where he's going to end up, but there ain't no doubt about it. That guy's got some grow in him, and maybe doesn't show it right now on paper, but if he transmits what he's doing right now onto his offspring, he ought to leave set of high-performing kind of calves behind him. Another coming 2-year-old here, if I remember right, this fall bull, again, a little leaner shaped, a little cleaner, but good built, muscular, good testicles. You know, everything's good about this bull. He's just in a little leaner package today, a little smaller in kind, but I think this bull certainly has some value to him. And then we ended up here with another big bull. Like we said in class, you know, he's incredibly long-bodied. He's holds himself together very good down on his top line. He's got nice data too. I think for a bull of 2,500 pounds to get out and scat like he does and maybe be just a tick overweight, you know, he handles that pretty good. So feed must be cheap out there in that part of the world. But this is a good lineup of bulls. Again, like we talked about in the purebreds, if I've got a big bull that I think works pretty nicely, and we do again out here, he needs to be selected as our champion. So we'll go down here and pick the big bull, and then I'm going to go right back down here on the other end and get the little bull. I think he's an awful good individual himself. So congratulations, you bet. Let's give him a good hand. Let the crowd go wild, huh? Give him a good hand.
Your grand champion balancer bulls, entry 55, 3G, Easy Money, 209Z, exhibited by Overmiller Gelbvieh and Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. And your reserve, entry number 42, AHL Anchorman, 472B, exhibited by Ladue Ranch, Agenda, Kansas. Ready to do group classes. Do we have any, Carrie?
She said we don't even have to record.
Are they mixed or you got to be separate? I will. They're mixed together, so it's not. You can show me. All right, we're ready for Get a Sire. Get a Sire. And there are actually no North American awards or premiums for this. This is just for points for your ring of gold. So don't be expecting banner and don't be expecting all that premium money you're going to get. This is just for your ring of gold points. Get a sire. Bring them on. And these can be, the way I understand, a mixture in that get of balancer and purebred. All right, we're going to announce our Herdsman Awards, Premier Breeder, Premier Exhibitor for your Gelbvieh show. Your Herdsman Award goes to Hill Country Gelbvieh. Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor, both to Emily Griffith, Kendallville, Indiana. Now we're ready for produce. You're done with those? Scott? Are you done? Okay. Produce a dam. Produce a dam. Then after produce a dam will be best four head. And the Get a Sire, first to Emily Griffiths, second to Circle S, and third to Double Diamond. Now ready for Produce a Dam. Produce a Dam is won by Double Diamond. Now ready for Best Forehead. Best Forehead. I promise. The last one, Scott. Just think. It's just been 11 hours since you got here. And Best Forehead goes to Double Diamond. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our Gelbvieh show here at the 2014 North American Gelbvieh Exhibitors. We appreciate your attendance and support. Travel safe. Have a great holiday season. Thank our judge again, Mr. Scott Shockey from the K-State University.